We've ranked every student in Jujutsu Kaisen according to the databooks in 3 different tiers, so now it's time to bring it all together. According to the databooks, the student who sits at the top in just about everything is Aoi Todo, scoring nearly a perfect score on the graph, sitting at 29. Below him with 27 points is Megumi Fushiguro, which makes sense because of how diligent he is and his amazing natural ability. Below them in 3rd place, we have Yuta Okotsu tied with Mekamaru, with both of them sitting at 25 total points from all the scoring we've done so far, which is pretty interesting considering we never really got to see Mekamaru's full potential before he died against Mahito. Rounding out our list of characters anywhere close to the top, we have the trio of Inumaki Toge, Panda, and Norito Shikamo, who were all good enough at least one of the 3 different testing rubrics to become some of the best all-rounders on the list. But if you want to know who the worst students in the class are, we'll be going over them in the next short. We took the time to find the Jujutsu Kaisen databooks and see where the official rankings of the students are, and since we've talked about the best of the best, now it's time to see who just actually sucks at their job. As far as curse technique and Jujutsu sense goes, apparently the absolute worst at controlling or using her technique was Mai Zenin, who scores a 4 out of 10 on the ranking. And at least we have an in-story reason for this, since she's limited by being Maki's twin due to the heavenly restriction her sister has. From there, the closest to her is Kasumi Miwa, scoring a 5, who everyone thought would have a major moment during the culling games, but it seems like all of that amounted to nothing despite her really strange cameo in that arc. After these two, everyone else scores at least a 7 and up, and I wouldn't say Nobara or Momo are bad at Jujutsu sense just because they both scored 7s, so I guess Miwa and Mai really just sit at the bottom of the Jujutsu high ladder as far as this ranking goes at least. Mekamaru, otherwise known as Kokuchi Muta, is having his big moment in Jujutsu Kaisen Shibuya arc as he has his battle against Mahito. However, there's tons of things many fans might not know about the character given that he hasn't had much screen time, and for that we can thank the JJK databooks, which give us a bit more info on our strange mechanized friend. Firstly, the meaning of his name is good luck and happiness, 2 things that it seems like Kokuchi missed out on having in his life from the very start, besides the happiness that he gained from being with his friends. To add to this, apparently Gege only thought of Mekamaru because he wanted to include a fight with a giant robot in his manga at some point and needed a character that it would make sense with. As far as his personal life, we learned that Kokuchi allows his parents to think that he died long ago because they're non-sorcerers and he doesn't want them to be involved in that world. And thanks to his power, he's able to use the other Mekamaru bodies to take care of himself, but despite all of that, he's not much of a barber, so that explains his top knot since he can't exactly give himself the best haircuts. We've gone over most of the upper moons in this series so far and even Muzan himself, but none of these are actually the strongest demon in the series, because that title would go to Tanjiro's final Muzanjiro form, which is sometimes known as Demon King Tanjiro. When Muzan was dying, he gave all of his blood and power to Tanjiro, and afterwards, our MC actually conquers the sun. So not only is he the first demon outside of Nezuko to accomplish this, but if he'd gotten away, he would have been able to do everything that Muzan was able to, with Tanjiro even showing off some of Muzan's powers, like the extremely fast tendrils which are enhanced by new layers of bone, or Muzan's giant electrical shockwave that nearly took everyone out earlier in the battle. If Tanjiro would have escaped and become less feral after regaining his composure and losing his memories, the world honestly may have ended afterwards because no one else would have been equipped to stop him unless Nezuko learned sun breathing. Scary thought. We're nearing the end of our list of demons who got to live out a second life in the world of Kimetsugaku and after the end of the on our mission to find out who the worst JJK students are thanks to the databooks, we've already discussed who sucks at Jujutsu itself, but how about overall brain power? Well, sitting at the very bottom of the list on the classroom learning scoring table is Hakari Kinji, who scores a 2 out of 10, and he's a student that anime onlys haven't met thus far and likely won't be seeing until season 3, despite the mention that he got early on in the first season rather briefly. Hakari doesn't really fit into a classroom all that well because he follows his own fever. Following him in dunce cap fashion is apparently our main character Yuji Itadori himself, who scores a 4 out of 10, and for Yuji it's sort of understandable because all of this is new to him and he's very much playing catch up with everyone else while dealing with some of the most dangerous missions thanks to having Sukuna. Lastly on the list we have Nobara and Inumaki, who are tied with a 6 out of 10 ranking, honestly not being all that bad, but it probably is hard to teach a country bumpkin like Nobara or someone like Inumaki who only speaks in ingredients. But next up we'll move on to speed and motor skills. After the events of Shibuya, you'd think everyone would get a break due to all the traumatic things that happen in the arc. However, our sorcerers are given no rest, since immediately after the end of the battles in the Shibuya arc, Suguru Geto appears under the new name Kenjaku and throws the entire sorcerer world for a mix-up when he uses Mahito's power to activate a procedure that he's been putting in place for centuries called the Culling Games. This massive game takes place all across Japan and its nearby islands and uses several key hubs that are important to Jujutsu society as different areas for a massive battle royale between sorcerers, curses, and a swarm of reawakened sorcerers from Sukuna's past, as well as brand new curse technique users just discovering their powers, as they're forced to fight and kill one another to gain points to escape or have their wish granted. Sadly for Megumi, this fight drags his sister right into the center as she awakens and heads right into the games, and in our next part we'll explain the crew's plan for winning this cursed battle royale. In Jujutsu Kaisen 0, the first time we see Yuta is while he's being interrogated by Gojo. However, did you ever wonder how these two actually met? According to the Jujutsu Kaisen databook, we learned that Yuta had actually been carrying Rika around for 6 years after the death of his friend, but they never really had any incidents that would bring in a lot of attention, until right before the incident that we see in the movie, where the students are stuffed into a locker. According to Gege, there was a major incident involving Rika that had to be investigated and documented by the higher-ups at Jujutsu Tech, and some of the sorcerers they sent as part of this were actually killed by Rika. This led to them putting an extermination notice on Yuta and the Spirit, placing Gojo on the job since it was seen as something that only he could handle. It's lucky that they did this because now Yuta is one of the society's most valuable assets, but it's interesting to see that even though Yuta had hurt other sorcerers already, Gojo was still willing to hear him out and help him into becoming one of his most successful students. There's a lot to learn about every character thanks to the Jujutsu Kaisen databooks, and one of the things that I found most interesting was the inspiration behind the character of Aoi Todo. First off, Gege says that he picked his name because he wanted something that was the opposite of a macho name but still wanted it to sound nice. However, when asked how he came up with Todo in the first place, the author says he's my version of Zaraki Kenpachi from Bleach because I felt like Gojo wasn't really Zaraki Kenpachi, which is a hilarious answer because that means on some level he intended for Gojo to be Kenpachi-like, and I'd say he absolutely missed the ball on that one. As far as other fun nuggets of info we can gather, apparently Tsukumo is the reason that Todo likes tall, thick girls, and no matter how much he loves Takada-chan and her idol performances, he's still the cool boyfriend who stands in the back type, which means at her shows he stays in the back and tries to look cool and not excited, despite the fact that we know he's losing his mind. Never change, Todo. Never change. In Jujutsu Kaisen, we learned that Aoi, Todo, and Yuta are two of the fastest and most dominant when it comes to the use of their motor skills, but have you ever wondered who the slowest and least coordinated class members are? Well, scoring a 4 out of 10 on the motor skills test, we have Mai Zenin, who apparently just can't stack up to her sister Maki when it comes to having agile movements on the battlefield. After her, we have a tie for second slowest with Nobara and Kasumi Miwa both scoring 5 out of 10 on this test, and I'm starting to see a pattern with Miwa being at the bottom of a lot of these lists so far. Finally, sharing the third worst spot as far as speed and strength goes, we have Noritoshi Kamo from the Kamo family, who we briefly saw during his fight with Megumi and then Hanami in Season 1, as well as Momo Nishimiya, who, to be fair, yeah, you can see that coming, but at the very least she has her broom to fly around on, and no part of her technique really needs her to be all that physically strong, but I guess that makes it bad for her to be scoring higher than Mai and Miwa. Every character in Jujutsu Kaisen has things that they do in their off time when they aren't too busy destroying curses, but you'd be surprised to find out that for Yuji Itadori, according to Gege Akutami, Yuji is actually the best singer out of everyone in the cast, and this is mainly because Gege believes that someone who's good at doing impersonations should also be good at singing. Yuji's amazing tone hasn't made him any more popular with the ladies, however, as in Volume 4 he says this himself. Despite the fact that Akutami says that girls do like Yuji, he just seems to only attract the type who don't like sharing their feelings, even with him. Lastly, we find out that Yuji isn't as dumb as he thinks he is and only really struggles with stuff like math, but excels when it comes to subjects that are more focused on memorization like history or science. This probably explains why he's not the best at understanding the technical side of Jujutsu, but he's still able to wield it well enough instinctually combined with everything he's learned about it to create miracles like back-to-back black flashes. Next up, we'll talk about what the databooks say about Megumi and Nobara. We've been referencing the official Jujutsu Kaisen databook to power scale our students according to the latest information up to the Shibuya arc, and if you've been paying attention, you shouldn't be surprised when we list off the 3 all-around worst students, but for a stat-for-stat breakdown, you can check out the other shorts in our ranking series. First off, technically due to her getting a 0 in Jujutsu sense, Maki should technically be on this list, but she's so talented at everything that I'd bet if she did have cursed energy, she'd quickly become an expert with it. So in third place, we have Kugisake Nobara, who is mostly self-taught, but not well enough to make it to the top of the class. After her, we have the useless duo of Mai Zenin and Kasumi Miwa, and it seems like these two are really just inseparable as far as these rankings go, because in nearly everyone they always placed at the bottom. But individually, they aren't as bad as the stats say, or at least I should say Miwa isn't, because she might just be the lurking legend of Jujutsu Kaisen. Jujutsu Kaisen's mangas had a massive battle raging on between Sukuna and Gojo for the last 15 or so chapters, and after so many twists and turns during the roller coaster ride that was this fight, it's finally come to a close with the death of Satoru Gojo. For the entire fight, anytime that Gojo and Sukuna got close, it seemed like Gojo had the upper hand because of his amazing close quarters combat. However, as the battle continued on and Sukuna began to rely on Mahoraga more and more, it was clear that Megumi's final summon was going to be crucial for Sukuna's victory in this fight. And crucial he was, as it seems like Sukuna used Mahoraga throughout the fight to adapt more and more to Gojo's infinity, and ultimately figure out how to produce an attack that would completely bypass Gojo's limitless. Finally though, after an amazing use of purple by Gojo that made our friendly sorcerers believe that Gojo was the winner, we see the upper half of his torso fall to the ground as Sukuna stands triumphant, likely hitting Gojo with his attack during the purple, but telling him to rest easy because Sukuna will never forget his name after that amazing battle. During the battle between Satoru Gojo and Ryomen D. Sukuna in Jujutsu Kaisen's Shinjuku Showdown arc, we saw the two biggest egos in the series clash, and the trash talk was amazing from the very beginning, as Sukuna told Gojo that he's just a nameless fish waiting to be scaled and prepared on Sukuna's cutting board. As the fight continued and we saw Gojo successfully survive a few activations of Malevolent Shrine, things started to get more complicated for Sukuna as he relied more and more on Megumi's 10 Shadows technique, but still not pushed to his limits, he'd tell Gojo that he's just an ordinary guide to the King of Curses, an upgrade from being a nameless fish, albeit a small one. Finally though, at the end of their battle, when Gojo uses a perfectly timed Hollow Purple to bring everything to a close, Sukuna finishes off Gojo with an attack that cuts through reality itself and says, "You did well, Satoru Gojo. I will forget you for as long as I live," finally giving Gojo the respect he deserves as Gojo passes on with no regrets. It's a really rough week for fans of Gojo, whether you're a manga reader or an anime only, especially because this is the week we saw Gojo get sealed by Geto in the Shibuya arc. When Gojo is battling against Jogo and Hanami, he ends up making pretty light work of Hanami before winding up in a very short-lived battle with all of Mahito's controlled humans and even Mahito himself. But this all proves to be just a distraction as Geto walks up and surprises Gojo with the Prison Realm, a cursed item that we've known about since all the way back in Season 1. The Prison Realm works as follows. First, the user has to place a small box or throw it into the area of what they're trying to seal, then they have to say open, and in that time, 1 minute has to go by within your target's mind, with this potentially being sped up for someone like Gojo, whose mind can process so much information at once while his mind was racing at the face of his friend standing before him. Lastly, as the Prison Realm expands and attaches to its target, it closes and keeps them in a space within with no time, leaving them surrounded by the skeletons who never let them rest, but they'll probably just be Gojo's new punching bags. As Gojo gets sealed away until Season 4 of Jujutsu Kaisen at least, many fans have a bone to pick with the person responsible for this horrible act. However, it might not be that easy to place blame this time, mainly because everyone is calling him by the wrong name due to fake Geto actually being a brain that has taken over the body of the character that we spend time with in Jujutsu Kaisen and the Hidden Inventory arc from earlier in this season. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that it was stated that other characters can't see the stitches on his head, and that's more so for us readers. But the culprit of this entire operation has been a sorcerer who used to be an associate of Sukuna's, known by the name of Kenjaku. Kenjaku was an ancient sorcerer who had the power to migrate bodies by switching his brain into the new host, and over the generations he's taken on important roles in Jujutsu society, all for the sake of completing a grand master plan that will bring society to its knees in the anime soon. You know, there's one cursed spirit in all of Jujutsu Kaisen that I honestly feel sorry for, and that of course is Jogo, the fiery cursed spirit we've known since Season 1. But even all the way back then, he was getting the short end of the stick. How? Well, if you've watched every episode of the series so far, you would absolutely get the impression that this guy is a weakling, but he's actually very powerful. The reason he seems so weak is because he pretty much only ever fought against top tier characters like Gojo, and soon he'll even have a battle against Sukuna because it seems like Gege really has it out for him. However, in the time between those two battles, there will be a moment soon where you come to realize just how dangerous Jogo is, as he hopefully proves himself to everyone with his raging fire, ability to summon lava plumes and eruptions, and ridiculous speed on top of all of that. This curse also managed to master techniques like domain expansion, domain amplification, and was a collector of cursed tools, but I guess if those are his hidden strengths, his hidden weakness would be not going after people he knows he could beat more often just to pump those numbers up. During the Shibuya arc of Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2, nothing is promised, and this is especially true when it comes to the lives of the characters that we've gotten to know over the last few years. This point is reinforced finally as the first main character death in this second half of the season is finally here with Gojo's defeat of Hanami, the forest spirit. This was brutal, with Gojo making a crazed face and jumping onto Hanami before ripping her tree roots out of her eye sockets. And despite Hanami trying to keep up in the fight as much as possible, Gojo eventually realizes that Hanami really doesn't match up at all, and he turns with that crazy smile of his as he exerts his cursed energy to block their domain amplified attack. Hanami keeps getting pushed further and further into the train car as Gojo steps forward, but despite the fact that Jogo threatens to burn everyone on the platform if Gojo doesn't stop, the sorcerer completes his attack and vaporizes Hanami in a big crater. And just in case you're wondering, that is the end of that character forever. In Jujutsu Kaisen, during the battle between Gojo and Sukuna, we've seen that Kashimo, a sorcerer that we met during the events of the Culling Games, is watching this battle with bated breath, announcing to everyone that if Gojo loses, the first person to go out there and fight Sukuna will be him, showing that no matter how bad he wanted to fight Sukuna first, he at least respected Gojo enough as the strongest of this current generation to allow him a chance to go ahead. During the entire fight, Kashimo told everyone that they didn't understand what they were seeing, which was a fight between two sorcerers who sat at the peak of Jujutsu, where neither would be content with growing old and dying without being tested to their absolute limit. Through this, Gojo is able to die without any regrets, but in the afterlife, he mentions how lonely Sukuna must be with no one to truly test him, a feeling that Kashimo must know all too well because he himself died at an old age with no one in his era who could test him, leaving him with a burning desire to fight Sukuna one day and take place in the Culling Games to do it. And with a technique that he's admitted will destroy himself in the process, it's likely that Kashimo is going out into battle inspired by Gojo to go out after exerting all of his maximum potential and getting a warrior's ending. Jogo, the fiery cursed spear of the short stature, is getting a lot of shine recently in the anime, so I think it's time we add him to our series explaining domain expansions, since his is one of the ones that we see early on in the series. Jogo's domain expansion brings the opponent into a fiery cave filled with molten rock as lava shoots out all around as if this were the inner chamber of a raging volcano. The heat and pressure in this domain are insane, and it's said that normally someone unlucky enough to get hit by this domain technique would burst into flames immediately. However, this isn't the auto hit attack of the domain, just a side effect. Jogo's sure hit attack involves the magma erupting, sending large chunks of rock flying towards his opponent in an attempt to crush them with a magma-filled boulder. However, if this doesn't work, he could always use his maximum technique within the domain to summon a massive burning meteor to destroy everything within the domain, something that he never got to do because he always ended up fighting the wrong opponent. Jujutsu Kaisen's databook will always hold us down of interesting information on our characters, and today we're talking about Jogo once again, because did you know that the top of his head isn't just some random volcano, but apparently it was loosely based on Mount Fuji like Yuji mentions early on. But because Gege couldn't settle on an exact shape that wanted it to be more like a volcano, this led to him creating the concept of using the different elements like fire, grass, and water for Jogo's band of curses, which Gege jokes also matches the starters in Pokemon. As far as his name, Gege says that Jogo's meaning is something like greed leaking out, and he also clears up some confusion on why Jogo carries a cane despite the fact that we've seen him moving at high speed without it, and apparently this is due to Jogo's secret hobby of collecting cursed tools, which sort of implies that the cane might have been one as well. Lastly, we learned that the reason Jogo didn't join Hanami during the Tokyo Exchange event was because he was still healing from having his head ripped off against Gojo earlier, and by the next time he sees Gojo who easily defeats Hanami, Jogo's only thoughts are, seriously? By this point, everyone knows what happened at the end of last week's chapter of Jujutsu Kaisen as Gojo lays on the floor completely split in half from a brand new attack by Sukuna. However, with chapter 237 almost here, it's time to predict just how this fight will continue, as Kashimo races onto the battlefield and looks to take Sukuna on one-on-one. It's easy for me to assume that Kashimo is going to get absolutely cooked here, but the odds aren't as against him as they'd seem. First off, we know that Sukuna isn't exactly the fastest character since we saw him getting boxed up by Gojo numerous times, while speed is exactly Kashimo's #1 asset. Not only is he himself ridiculously fast, but he also has an interesting kind of curse energy which has the properties of electricity, so he definitely could hit Sukuna with a few attacks before getting wiped out. But if we don't immediately focus on Kashimo's fight, I could see us using this chapter as an in-betweener where we get to see just what Kenjaku is up to and how the rest of the room has split up to either stay and deal with Sukuna or go to attend to Kenjaku, who's likely merging with Tengen. I know a lot of people are still half expecting Gojo to just get up like he did against Toji, but next we'll talk about all of the advantages Sukuna has. The moment Kashimo has been waiting for is finally here, since now with the loss of Satoru Gojo, Kashimo finally dives into the battlefield to take on Sukuna, who's already pulling new tricks out of his sleeve. As the chapter starts, we see Uraume dropping a massive iceberg onto the battlefield, and despite the fact that he gets confronted by Hakari, the ice block still lands on Sukuna, who breaks it and retrieves one of his original cursed tools from it, the one that you can see him holding here on this cover of JJK, where Sukuna is in his fully transformed state. We'll break down this weapon in another short since there's a lot of detail that goes into it. However, when Sukuna sees Kashimo in front of him, he swings the weapon and a massive lightning strike hits Kashimo, who just completely shrugs it off because he's immune to electrical attacks. As Kashimo finally stands in front of his target, he starts to ask Sukuna everything about him and what his thoughts are on being strong. And Sukuna actually acknowledges Kashimo, telling him that in ways he reminds him of Satoru Gojo. So instead of talking, he just wants him to come at Sukuna at full power, making Kashimo transform his body using his cursed technique called Phantom Beast Amber, which lets him reconstruct his body to create new kinds of attacks. Recently, we've talked about Kashimo quite a bit as he challenges the King of Curses to a battle after the end of Gojo versus Sukuna. However, one thing we knew during the entire Gojo fight was that Sukuna is holding back, since he still had numerous tricks up his sleeve that we've either already seen or have been hinted towards. And now that Gojo is gone, Sukuna is absolutely turning up on everyone else by making himself even more powerful than he was moments ago. During chapter 237, Sukuna does two things in the face of this battle with the Lightning Sorcerer. First off, Sukuna retrieves his sacred curse tool that he used back when he was alive. This tool is called a Vajra in Indian mythology and was wielded by the god Indra, who used the Vajra as one of his most powerful weapons, which summons lightning meant to strike down the unholy. And we see that Sukuna uses it in a very similar way, despite it doing nothing to Kashimo. Beyond that, Sukuna reveals that this entire time he's had a one-use way to revive into his original body, so he does this and we finally see the King of Curses reborn into his true self, wielding one of his two ancient curse objects, ready to beat the lightning sorcerer Kashimo at his own game. After Gojo gets sealed in Jujutsu Kaisen, a lot changes about the world and our characters, with the first order of business being to find some way to unseal Gojo so that he can take down Geto, also known as Kenjaku. To do this, Yuji and the others venture into the Culling Games area created by the villains as a massive battle royale, and inside we're introduced to numerous new characters, none more electrifying than Hajime Kashimo, a sorcerer from 400 years ago. When Kenjaku unleashes a horde of reincarnated sorcerers from Jujutsu Kaisen's golden age, one of the sorcerers who actually isn't from that far back is our guy Kashimo, who unlike most sorcerers got to live until he was old. However, that didn't stop him from dying with regret. All his life he heard tales of the power of Sukuna, but never got to measure himself up against the King of Curses. To make sure he gets a chance, he signs a contract with Kenjaku so he can be reborn after the Shibuya arc. However, when he arrives in our story, it isn't Sukuna that he gets into a fight with, but one of our still unseen students in the anime, Hakari Kinji. And these two have a fight for the ages between Kashimo's one-hit kill technique and Hakari's endless gambling, and we'll begin breaking down their match in the next part. After Jogo and Hanami have their battle with Gojo on the train platform, Jogo manages to escape from the area. However, elsewhere we see that the big red cursed spirit with an unthreatening vibe is being surrounded by the Zenin family, consisting of Megumi, Maki, Naobito, who is Maki's grandfather, and Nanami, who is also there for this battle. Instantly, when Dagon feels the end of his close friend Hanami, the spirit transforms and leaves its body like a shell to take on a much scarier combat mode. As the cursed spirit of water in the ocean, Dagon instantly surprises everyone by summoning a massive amount of water into the chamber they're all in. However, Naobito uses his awesome projection sorcery that we'll explain soon to avoid the attack, while Nanami comes flying in with a chop that only gets blocked, much like Maki's attack. This shocks both Nanami and Naobito, who are grade 1 sorcerers, because together they should easily be able to exercise this curse. Realizing that they need to coordinate, everyone in the room begins attacking Dagon at once, and it even seems like it's working until Dagon uses his domain expansion. From here, things are about to get very dangerous for our characters, but they still have a secret trump card not even they know about on the way. While it's easy to think that Yuji Itadori is Nanami's favorite student, there's another person who's extremely close to Nanami, and that would be a character who we've only seen here or there during the series so far, whose name is Takuma Ino. Ino wears a beanie that has eye holes in it and is often seen wearing an all-black outfit, but despite him being a little goofy, Ino is on the path to grade 1 sorcerer and is actually stuck at semi-grade 1 while he waits to complete his assessment during the events of Shibuya. What I love about this character is his really unique curse technique that even in the manga we still haven't seen all of, but it works as follows. Ino's curse technique is called Auspicious Beast Summon. By covering his face with his beanie, Ino becomes a medium for one of 4 different spirits that he can use the powers of to do various things. So far, we've seen him use Beast number 1 Kaichi to fire a spiraling shot of cursed energy that doesn't stop until it hits the target of the attack, making it really annoying to dodge. He also has Beast number 2 Reiki, which gives him control over water that he can summon to improve his movements, much like a waterbender. Beyond that, we can only guess about the 2 other beasts. However, Ino did tease his 4th beast, Ryu, which Ino says no one has ever survived seeing. Satoru Gojo is dead, or at least as close as he's ever been to it in the manga for Jujutsu Kaisen, after a long fight with the King of Curses, Sukuna. But could Sukuna actually have just given another villain exactly what he wanted? In the Jujutsu Kaisen databook, when asked about his big villain Kenjaku, the interviewer asked Gege Akutami if Kenjaku, who can trade bodies, has ever considered taking over Satoru Gojo's body, or even Toji Fushiguro's for that instance. Gege's response was really interesting because he says that taking over Gojo's body has always been impossible since you can't kill him, which is a prerequisite for Kenjaku's body switching technique. The issue is, as you're aware, this prerequisite has finally been met, and even worse, we have no idea where Kenjaku is or what he's doing. Could it be that just like with Mahito, he's waited until the moment where his target was weak enough for him to spring his very own trap that shakes the entire Jujutsu society? With Gojo's body on top of every other cursed technique Kenjaku has collected over the course of history, he might actually become the strongest being there ever was. And if he still merges with Tengen, how would that affect things considering the 6-eye users and Tengen are linked by fate? After wandering into a subway station on the lookout for Mahito and the other curses, Yuji comes across a curse named Choso that he has more history with than he thinks. Already on this channel, we've explained how Choso, the curse, is actually Yuji's real brother, thanks to things that happen in Yuji's backstory involving his mother. When they meet, Choso questions Yuji on whether or not his brothers from season 1 had any final words for him, and not knowing that Yuji is part of his family as well, he attacks our student sorcerer with his special bloodbending techniques that make clear how much of a threat he is instantly. As Yuji tries to figure out what this guy's deal is, he gets attacked from long distance by insanely fast shots of concentrated blood in a technique that Choso calls piercing blood. Yuji realizes that this attack is way too fast for him to dodge normally, so he jumps in the air to bait an attack out so he can at least see it coming, and rushes in towards Choso to use his patented left-right good-night technique to try and win the fight quickly. However, little does he know that piercing blood isn't the only thing Choso can do, so as Yuji prepares his attack, he gets surprised by the explosion of 4 balls of blood behind him as Choso says the word supernova, so their fight continues. One of the curses that just doesn't fit in with any of the others is this curse by the name of Choso, who we see early on in the Shibuya arc before he splits off from Jogo and Hanami during their fight with Gojo. Choso, who we've already discussed is actually Yuji's brother, is different from every other curse because he actually has a human body of his own that he's grown into over the years as he mastered his blood manipulation curse technique. Out of all of the curse wombs in the series, it's safe to say that Choso is one of the closest to a complete specimen, which causes even other sorcerers in the series to mistake him for a human being. Thanks to the databooks, we learned that according to Gege Akutami, Choso is based off of a fashion model that the mangaka saw one time that really stood out to him. And during the Shibuya arc, he doesn't really seem all that motivated because he personally has no reason to want Satoru Gojo to get sealed since it doesn't align with any of his goals in life. Finally, we learned that Yuji is actually really lucky he had Sukuna inside of him when he fought Choso because all of Choso's blood is poisonous to a normal human, meaning every attack Yuji was hit with would be far more painful if it was someone like Megumi who took the attack instead. However, stay tuned because we aren't done unpacking this amazing character. So now that I've introduced you to Takuma Ino, let's look to see what Gege Akutami himself had to say about the character. First off, in the databook we find out that Ino is 21 years old, so that means he was a student at Jujutsu Tech not that long ago. However, in his time outside of the school, he's stuck close to Nanami Kento since he's always looked at Nanami as his sensei. Ino's favorite food is aji fry, which is a dish made of deep fried horse mackerel, and in the databooks it says that he has absolutely no cause of stress in his life, which manga readers know is definitely going to change after this arc is all said and done. When it comes to how the character was made, Gege says he wanted a character with strong kohai energy, and kohai is the Japanese word for subordinate, so basically Gege just really wanted a character who kisses up to Nanami constantly. Akutami also says that Ino's character profile was really easy to come up with, and that the origins of his name come from one of the mangaka's high school classmates. However, this comparison doesn't just stop there, because Gege also says that Ino used to look a lot like the classmate he based him off of, but these days, as his art style has changed, so has the amount that Ino looks like the boy from Gege's youth, making me sad for the one guy that actually got to be in Jujutsu Kaisen before being completely redesigned. After coming back to life after 400 years to fight Sukuna, Kashimo realizes that he actually has no idea where the King of Curses is. So he sets out on a hunt in order to find someone who has that information in the current age and quickly destroys Panda using his curse energy without really even breaking a sweat. As he's threatening to take Panda out of the picture permanently, Akari Kinji, an upperclassman at Jujutsu High, who's been absent from the story so far in the anime, lands on the scene of his curse energy surging as he crushes a shipping container and shocks Kashimo with his arrival. Akari lands and instantly goes on the attack, sending Kashimo through multiple shipping containers and hitting him a few times as music seems to play in the air around him. And Kashimo is instantly intrigued, realizing that he's finally found someone interesting. The two continue their fight as Akari only seems like he's getting stronger and faster, but Kashimo finally reveals the ace that he's been hiding up his sleeve, since during the whole fight so far he's been gathering his curse energy and letting it build up for a powerful lightning attack. And once he lets it out, it completely blows Akari's arm off, but as Kashimo moves in to capitalize, he realizes that Akari has already healed his arm and the battle continues. Nanami and the Zenin family are in danger after trying to take on one of the 3 disaster curses in Jujutsu Kaisen Shibuya arc, as Daigen uses his domain expansion to send them all to a beautiful beach straight out of a horror movie. First, everyone immediately gets attacked by flying piranhas and other blood-hungry fish, which are part of the domain's auto-hit attack. However, Naobito is able to avoid getting hit by using a secret technique called Falling Blossom Emotion. However, that isn't enough to block the massive horde of cursed sharks and eels that Daigen summons next, as Nanami gets bitten and completely engulfed by a group of fish, and Daigen uses the distraction to send Maki's grandfather flying with a well-placed punch, and follows it up by using his death swarm to take the old man out of the fight as well, leaving only Maki able to continue the fight as she survives being tossed around for a bit and faces down the Curse of the Confidence to win the battle. At that moment, Daigen gets annoyed and swears to shred Maki to pieces. However, a massive explosion in the water behind them grabs everyone's attention as they hear domain expansion, Chimera Shadow Garden, and we see Megumi on top of a whirlwind of darkness and taking this fight into stage 2. As Yuji is battling his brother Choso on the train platform in Shibuya, he hears a voice that he never expected to hear, and that would be Mekamaru giving him information on Choso's blood manipulation technique, and he tells Itadori to run into the bathrooms and take the fight there. As Choso follows Yuji into the bathroom, every sprinkler in the room goes off and soaks the entire area, but quickly Choso realizes that this is actually an amazing counter to his blood-based techniques, since it basically makes them all unusable while they're within this area. What follows is probably one of my favorite moments in this entire arc, as all of the toilets and every source of water in the bathroom burst open while the 2 boys are facing off, and they instantly rush into each other for one last clash. Choso manages to use his clothes to cover one of his hands while he compresses blood to its very limit, and point blank, he fires it right into Yuji's liver, delivering a blow that would normally be fatal to anyone else, but Yuji just stomps on the ground and puts his fist back up, prepared to do anything to bring this fight to a close. Sukuna had to open his mind to new horizons and discover an entirely new way to use his power. The explanation we got for Sukuna's new technique is absolutely frightening. First off, you have to remember that Mahoraga's innate ability is for it to adapt to anything, and that Sukuna, using Megumi's body, is able to use all of the 10 Shadows Shikigami abilities himself. What Sukuna did was repeatedly use Mahoraga, who continuously adapted to Satoru Gojo's techniques, to try and improve his own technique by using a being who's infinitely able to adapt as a guideline for how he himself can adapt and evolve as well. Over the course of the battle, Mahoraga learned more and more about how to bypass Gojo's infinity, while Sukuna absorbed all of that information and applied it to his own techniques. So when Mahoraga fired off a slash that took off Gojo's arm, that was all she wrote for the sorcerer at that time, because using the information of how that slash was created, Sukuna reproduces it using his very own cleave technique, and as he describes it, he slices through the world itself, meaning that no matter how infinitely far away Gojo was, he'd still be sliced because he's still in the same reality as Sukuna. After stealing Megumi's body, Sukuna undergoes a ritual to seal Fushiguro's soul even further away to make it even harder for Megumi to interfere with Sukuna's curse technique like he did during the fight with Yuji. After this, Sukuna realizes that the final step to keeping Megumi in check is to break his spirit, so at the first possible opportunity, Sukuna attends a battle with Yorozu, a sorcerer who knew him briefly in the past and was in love with him, and unfortunately for Megumi, this sorcerer has taken over the body of his sister, as she battles her heart out against the King of Curses until Sukuna eventually defeats her and uses Megumi's body to end her life. This truly shatters Megumi's hopes and dreams, because everything he'd done so far in the series was to save his sister, and now she's dead by his own hands. However, if this wasn't enough, the last straw came during the Sukuna vs Gojo fight, where Megumi is hit with a double blow that'll possibly never recover from. Sukuna made use of Megumi's soul and made him take all of the attacks from Gojo, basically rendering him mindless. And finally, in the most recent chapter, Sukuna reincarnates into his original form, burning what remained of Megumi away forever into the darkness. On the cover of Jujutsu Kaisen's databook, we have Yuji and Sukuna, so of course this book has to have a lot of details about the King of Curses. Like, did you know that he isn't called that just because he's the most powerful curse to ever exist? According to Gege Akutami, Sukuna has always been called the King of Curses, even before he became one himself. And as to the reason why, we can only glean that this might have been because of how absolutely dominant he was when he was alive. Because the databook tells us that even when he was human, everyone was terrified of him, and saw him as less of a cursed user and more of a natural disaster. This is the reason why in life Sukuna never had a wife or any children of his own, according to Gege, because people saw him more as something to be feared or worshipped than an actual person, which really squashes a lot of theories about Yuji being part of Sukuna's bloodline somehow. Lastly, apparently Sukuna's biggest hobby in life and beyond has always been eating, and this makes sense considering how much food and cooking has to do with his cursed techniques. But eventually he went from eating normal food to eating cursed spirits, and that might honestly have something to do with how he went from a human being to the strongest curse that ever lived. One of the most complicated domain expansions in the entire series of Jujutsu Kaisen belongs to upperclassman Hikari Kinji, whose domain is so hard to understand that its sure hit attack is just a harmless information dump of how it works. This actually has a benefit since his domain having a harmless sure hit attack lets him activate it extremely fast and often. However, let's get more detailed on just what Hikari's Restless Gambler domain does. In Hikari's domain, he's using a gacha game-like system to roll for a jackpot, which as a result will give him bottomless cursed energy and the equivalent of a Super Mario Superstar with its own matching music as well. In jackpot mode, Hikari can instantly heal any damage done to him, and he typically overwhelms his opponent with a constant barrage of heavy-handed attacks. But to get into jackpot, Hikari has a complicated system of hidden mechanics that continuously raises probability of going into jackpot more and more. However, there always is still the chance that Hikari's luck could run out, leaving him useless without any defenses. However, when you get as good as Hikari, you stop relying on luck and rely more on skill or just straight up cheating. Domain expansions are the peak of Jujutsu sorcery, and it's a skill that truly proves one's status as a high-level curse user. However, Nanami Kento, who is known as the prodigy graced by the Black Flash, is the only sorcerer on his level in the series who we know can't use domain expansion. But if he could, how would it work? Nanami's curse technique ratio allows him to apply extra curse energy damage to hits that fall along a ratio of 7:3 on an enemy's body, or even an object like a stone wall or projectile. So for Nanami's domain expansion, I think it would be very fitting for the entire area within his domain to be considered within that 7:3 ratio, so that every attack he lands gets the bonus crit damage from his curse technique no matter where it hits. But continuing down the line of incorporating Nanami's curse technique into the domain, you also have his other technique, Collapse, which applies curse energy to anything destroyed by ratio technique, meaning if Nanami's domain is filled with stuff like buildings or anything that he can destroy, all of that gets imbued with curse energy as it collapses on top of his opponent, allowing Nanami to basically go on a critical hit frenzy as he cleaves into his opponent. When they're not hunting down curses and preventing the total collapse of the Jujutsu society, our sorcerers all have hobbies and other things to do than battling, and thanks to the data book, we've got all this secret info. Like, did you know that Yuji's secret hobbies are practicing impersonations, watching TV, and going to karaoke? It sounds like he really does a lot, making him the exact opposite of Megumi, whose only secret hobby is reading. For Nobara, it's not really a secret that her biggest hobby is shopping, so we'll go with a really weird one like Yuta Kotsu's hobby of being really good at making kneaded erasers, which is a process where you shred an eraser down repeatedly and then mix the shavings with glue to make a putty-like version of an eraser, and I really just don't understand why you would need to do this or why Yuta specifically is good at it, but there's something you can only learn on this channel. Back to hobbies that just sort of make sense, we have Inumaki, who is apparently constantly watching YouTube, and he's probably into the same stuff as Maki's grandpa Naobito, whose biggest hobby is watching anime. Lastly, we have the pair of Takuma Ino, whose hobby is going to drinking parties, but he'll probably never attend one with Nanami, whose hobby is cooking for himself and drinking alone. During the special interview between Masashi Kishimoto and Horikoshi, we learn a lot about how Horikoshi discovered Naruto in the first place when he was growing up, as Horikoshi says that as a child, when he was reading Shonen Jump, what initially got him into Naruto was the design of the Demon Brothers, which were two ninja who attacked Naruto and Sasuke at the start of their Tenchi Bridge mission. Kishimoto laughs that it was such a random thing that got him into the series looking back, and asks Horikoshi if he was also the type who stayed inside practicing his art instead of going outside and making friends, to which Horikoshi responds yes, but he shares a nice story of Kishimoto where he says that he never really had any friends, but one day he was drawing Naruto in class and a few boys walked over and noticed, which was the beginning of how he started to make friends in school, as he thanks Kishimoto for supporting him without even realizing. And I think that's just really wholesome, given how the fan bases absolutely hate each other. There's a lot of anime merch out there, and while some of it is definitely pretty expensive, there's some stuff that just makes no sense. So what is the most expensive Jujutsu Kaisen merch on the internet? Starting off on a low end, we have some love for Panda thanks to this official Jujutsu Kaisen Dolce & Gabbana Panda plushie, and not only does the plushie also double as a bag, but it's made to look exactly like our lovable panda in the JJK anime with a matching panda armband on its side. So it makes sense that this would go for $130. After that, we were able to find a listing for a big beach Jujutsu Kaisen beach towel featuring Gojo and Geto from earlier in the hidden inventory arc on the front. And this is actually a really massive ship in Japan, so the price of nearly $1,600 doesn't surprise me all that much, since certain fans will pay anything for merch of the two characters they love most. It's just like how there's a dedicated Megumi fan who would spend $1,600 on this signed Megumi Fushiguro artboard, but even that barely holds a candle to this amazing Yuji and Sukuna statue featuring Sukuna's domain. But seeing as this would set you back $2,500 plus another $1,000 on top of that in shipping and taxes, I think Yuji still has hasn't beat in the fandom. There's a lot of anime merch out there, and while some of it is definitely pretty expensive, there's some stuff that just makes no sense. So what is the most expensive Jujutsu Kaisen merch on the internet? Starting off on a low end, we have some love for Panda thanks to this official Jujutsu Kaisen Dolce & Gabbana Panda plushie, and not only does the plushie also double as a bag, but it's made to look exactly like our lovable panda in the JJK anime with a matching panda armband on its side. So it makes sense that this would go for $130. After that, we were able to find a listing for a big beach Jujutsu Kaisen beach towel featuring Gojo and Geto from earlier in the hidden inventory arc on the front. And this is actually a really massive ship in Japan, so the price of nearly $1,600 doesn't surprise me all that much, since certain fans will pay anything for merch of the two characters they love most. It's just like how there's a dedicated Megumi fan who would spend $1,600 on this signed Megumi Fushiguro artboard, but even that barely holds a candle to this amazing Yuji and Sukuna statue featuring Sukuna's domain. But seeing as this would set you back $2,500 plus another $1,000 on top of that in shipping and taxes, I think Yuji still hasn't beat. Everyone in Sukuna's life has been absolutely terrified of him, meaning he really has never had a true friend. However, the one exception to this rule is a character we've only seen briefly in the anime so far, whose name is Uraume. Uraume is a character who has known Sukuna for thousands of years, dating all the way back to the golden age of sorcery, and it's implied they might have even known each other when Sukuna was alive. This entire time, Uraume has served Sukuna faithfully and without any second guessing, to the point where he's become a little insane if he feels like anyone is disrespecting Sukuna or just not behaving the way that he wants him to in his presence. Now, of course, Uraume is a powerful sorcerer, since you need to be powerful to even stand in Sukuna's presence, and his curse technique allows him to create and control massive amounts of ice that can freeze a human or even a cursed solid. This comes in handy because Uraume is an amazing cook, which is part of the reason Sukuna even keeps him around. And because of his ice ability, he's able to freeze humans and curses alive to keep them fresh until he can properly prepare them into Sukuna's meals. Be ready to see a little more of him soon in the anime, while us manga readers get to watch his first big fight unfold against Hikari. Kashimo is facing off against Hikari on his mission to find Sukuna so the two can have their fated battle, and despite the fact that Kashimo tried to end the fight with his sure hit kill technique using his electric curse energy, we see that Hikari survives by using the jackpot feature of his domain expansion, which gives him infinite cursed energy and makes him invincible for 4 minutes. However, Kashimo realizes that as his domain is ending, an opportunity presents itself for Kashimo to put the sorcerer down. However, in that moment, Hikari activates his domain expansion once again because he's a rare kind who can use his domain repeatedly as long as he hits his jackpot. So before Hikari hits the jackpot, Kashimo flies in and the two exchange blows back and forth as Kashimo knocks Hikari out with a blow to the neck. However, not only does he break out of it, but Hikari finally reaches jackpot again. Kashimo, though, not wanting to take the route of a weakling, says that anyone else would try to put a stop to Hikari after the invincibility has run out, but now Kashimo is going to give his everything to end an immortal man, as he says, turn up the music and prepare your living funeral. After Megumi arrives at the Battle of Dagon and uses his domain expansion to try to even the playing field, he gets targeted by the cursed spirit and almost gets his domain shattered. However, Nanami swoops in to save him, revealing that he lost an eye due to Dagon's swarm attack that he took in the last short. Maki and Naobito lunge at Dagon, who blocks them with 2 massive eels that spring from his body. However, Naobito once again uses his projection sorcery to destroy the monster, as it's revealed that he lost an arm, so no one is getting out of here unchanged. Nanami continues to protect Megumi as he tries to open a hole in the domain barrier using his very own domain, so Nanami calls for Maki and Naobito to assemble at the hole so they can all escape the domain together and win this fight. However, no one would be able to foresee what happens next, as the moment that Megumi opens his barrier and creates an exit, everyone watches as Megumi's father, Toji Fushiguro, enters the domain expansion with a wide smile on his face, standing before his son and the rest of his family. As the battle between Yuji and his brother Choso nears its end, Yuji gets hit right in the liver with a technique that Choso calls Blood Meteorite, which is a slug made of hardened and compressed blood. However, understanding that his role is to defeat this curse no matter what, Yuji gets in his stance and continues to attack Choso, who activates a technique that hardens the blood in his hands and returns the attacks on Yuji as the two of them go back and forth for multiple pages, both trying to take each other's heads off using their fists in probably one of the most intense fist fights in the entire manga and anime. At this point, Yuji tries a desperate maneuver where he drop kicks Choso and punches him right in the vitals. However, he wasn't expecting Choso to harden his body as well, as he's caught off guard and takes 2 vicious hits from Choso that knock Yuji Itadori out and takes him out of the fight. However, just like with Todo in season 1, Choso at that moment has a memory of a passive Yuji Itadori that never happened. Hikari and Kashimo are both getting amazing fights in the Jujutsu Kaisen manga, as Kashimo takes on Sukuna, but actually needs Hikari's help to make sure no one else gets involved in their fight. Because of this, Kashimo makes Hikari promise to step in if anyone does, so when Uraume arrives in the battlefield, Hikari comes flying out of the sky and instantly confronts him, telling Sukuna's assistant that they have to fight, as he activates his domain expansion and captures Uraume inside of it, while Uraume looks ticked off that someone is keeping him from his master's side. The issue of this matchup is the fact that Hikari doesn't have any long-range attacks and usually depends on his jackpot to give him infinite energy so he can bully his opponent until the fight is over. However, in this fight against Uraume, the ice-based sorcerer, it might not go as well as Hikari thinks, since we've seen that Uraume has the power to straight up freeze someone solid, which might not be the kind of attack that Hikari can overcome with his style of technique. Either way, I hope we cut to this fight before the Kashimo fight is over, since we've been waiting a long time to see what Uraume is capable of, and everyone wants to know if Hikari Kinji's luck will finally run out. Over the course of the last few days, we've started explaining the fight between Daigen and the Zenin family in Jujutsu Kaisen Shibuya arc, but I've seen some comments by people asking who Daigen even is, so let's clear that up and how his domain expansion works in one short. First off, Daigen is the big red octopus curse that's been seen with Jogo and Geto since the very beginning. However, unlike the others, Daigen is actually a cursed womb, meaning he has different stages of evolution that he can access via his powers. After Daigen transforms into his true form, he activates his domain expansion, and the first thing you need to know is his domain takes you to a pleasant looking beach that I'm sure you could vacation on if you were his friends, like the curses did in season 1. Daigen's domain, Horizon of the Captivating Skanda, allows him to spawn fish Shikigami from his body with extremely sharp teeth, and the sure hit attack allows him to summon swarms of these things that chomp down on his opponent until there's nothing left. This is obviously something straight out of Jaws, which makes sense because Daigen is the manifestation of the fear of the ocean. However, one wonders how much better he would have done against Yuji and Todo during season 1's tournament arc. Satoru Gojo is gone in the world of Jujutsu Kaisen, however that doesn't necessarily mean that this is the end of Gojo's Limitless, which might return in the story in a really interesting way. Yuta Okotu is Gojo's #1 student, and Yuta has a special ability that we haven't seen anyone else use so far in the series, which is his ability to copy curse techniques. Now immediately it isn't clear how or when Yuta would have copied Gojo's technique, however many fans of the manga remember a time where these two were in the same place off screen for a decent while. Earlier in the series we know that Gojo took a business trip overseas, and eventually we learned that this trip was for him to go and see Yuta and Miguel in Africa. At this time, it's possible that Yuta was able to copy Gojo's Limitless, or that Gojo would even ask him to as a possible countermeasure to anything that the curses have planned. The issue is though, even if Yuta somehow managed to copy Gojo's Limitless, we now know that Sukuna has the ability to create a cut that slices through reality itself and can defeat the Limitless. So if Yuta really is gonna bust this out, is it gonna have to be on someone like Kinjaku or even Uraume? What do you think? Jujutsu Kaisen chapter 238 is here, and in it we see just exactly what unfolds between Sukuna and Kashimo, as last chapter we watched the King of Curses evolve into his true form. But this week we get an explanation on just why he's so broken in this original state. And that's because he has an extra mouth which allows him to constantly chant and upgrade the power of his techniques, and because he has an additional pair of arms and hands, he can mold hand signs and pretty much do the same thing. Meaning this is the ideal body for a sorcerer, or at least as close to ideal as Sukuna could possibly find. Kashimo is of course in a lot of danger trying to take this guy on. We see Kashimo calling Sukuna beautiful because this truly is the peak that he's been seeking, and as he tries to attack Sukuna, he's easily sent flying as Sukuna sends multiple slashes at Kashimo and even uses the skill that took out Satoru Gojo. However, as Kashimo is getting his counterattack ready, Sukuna realizes it's time to end the fight. Kashimo's stocks have been rising for manga readers of Jujutsu Kaisen, especially as he's been gassing himself up to fight Sukuna over the last 2 arcs. However, after finally getting his chance, it seems like Kashimo got everything he wanted out of the experience, because he got to use his curse technique to its fullest, fight against the one enemy that he never got to in life, and now, thanks to the most recent chapter, we know that he actually got to go out against the legendary King of Curses as well. As Sukuna tries to slice Kashimo a couple times unsuccessfully, however, near the end of their fight, after Kashimo is thrown across the battlefield and tries to return fire with an electric laser beam of his own, we see Sukuna send a massive slash with a weave pattern, sort of like the time that he created a spiderweb pattern in his cuts, and this giant wave of slashes is just too much for Kashimo to handle, as in his mind he and Sukuna have one final conversation about what it means to be strong, and Kashimo checks out of our story. Kashimo's stocks have been rising for manga readers of Jujutsu Kaisen, especially as he's been gassing himself up to fight Sukuna over the last 2 arcs. However, after finally getting his chance, it seems like Kashimo got everything he wanted out of the experience, because he got to use his curse technique to its fullest, fight against the one enemy that he never got to in life, and now, thanks to the most recent chapter, we know that he actually got to go out against the legendary King of Curses as well. As Sukuna tries to slice Kashimo a couple times unsuccessfully, however, near the end of their fight, after Kashimo is thrown across the battlefield and tries to return fire with an electric laser beam of his own, we see Sukuna send a massive slash of a weave pattern, sort of like the time that he created a spiderweb pattern in his cuts, and this giant wave of slashes is just too much for Kashimo to handle, as in his mind he and Sukuna have one final conversation about what it means to be strong, and Kashimo checks out of our story. You know we're really in the endgame of Jujutsu Kaisen when we finally start getting into some of the most set up battles in the series. And after Gojo versus Sukuna, I'd have to say Yuji versus Sukuna is the next most hyped up fight in the series, because even now we really have no idea for how Yuji is going to actually take him on. In the most recent chapter of JJK, after Kashimo flails around like a fish for a while with Sukuna, we see him get taken out and pretty much off screen by Sukuna's massive attack, and this leads directly into Hikari's domain breaking above the battlefield and Yuji falling towards Sukuna with Higuruma at his side. Sukuna looks at Yuji and says what we're all thinking: what could you possibly do, brat? But with Yuji having a new design on both of his arms and 3 months to figure out his curse technique and get powered up, it's likely that Yuji is about to surprise Sukuna and everyone else. During the Satoru Gojo versus Sukuna fight, it was really neck and neck for the entire battle, as both of them used every skill from domain expansion all the way to even the most secretive skills in Jujutsu society. However, despite the fact that it seemed like Sukuna was struggling for a decent portion of the fight and that Gojo actually had a chance to win, with what we learned recently from the manga, it becomes obvious that Sukuna never truly had a chance at losing against Gojo. First off, we have the obvious stuff like Sukuna not using his fire arrows or any of his other potential black box abilities, but after watching Sukuna evolve into his true body using full reincarnation, we're reminded of the fact that at any point during the battle against Gojo, especially near the end, Sukuna could have used reincarnation to heal himself back up and become even more powerful, and then could have finished off Gojo with his domain expansion spamming, since Gojo himself no longer had any defense. So when he says he lost to someone stronger than him, he was right. Toji Fushiguro gets reincarnated during the events of Shibuya, and using what's basically a clone of his body, he rushes into Daigen's domain expansion to join the rest of his Zenin family as they try to take this beast on. And first things first, he rips his playful cloud weapon out of Maki's hands and sends her flying, with Naobito instantly recognizing him for who he is and getting a terrifying vibe. But luckily Toji is only after one thing for now, and that's the defeat of the curse in front of him. So as Daigen sends out some fish towards the revived Fushiguro, Toji speed blitzes him with consecutive attacks. Recognizing the power of the man in front of him, Daigen unleashes his 2 most powerful Shikigami and watches them get destroyed as Toji Fushiguro rubs both ends of Playful Cloud together to make them incredibly sharp and goes on the attack again. Yuji Itadori has finally gotten some curse techniques of his own and seems to have found his way in Jujutsu Kaisen during the 3-month time skip that happens in between the Culling Games arc and the Shinjuku Showdown battle, where we theorize that his curse technique would involve him switching bodies like we saw him do with Kusakabe. However, going down the train of thought that Yuji has a curse technique, this also means it's possible that Yuji now also has a domain expansion of his own. And I theorize that it'll be something really interesting. For Yuji's domain expansion, I think a domain called Prison of Nirbala will be a good name, since it's Sanskrit for power. And the domain expansion would involve Yuji either completely shutting off the curse energy of his opponent, allowing them to just box it out, or even more interesting, it would allow Yuji to switch bodies with the opponent while inside of the domain, with all of the damage that he does to his own body being transferred over to the opponent's soul. With this, he'd actually be a threat to Sukuna, but what do you think? Hikari has become immortal again thanks to his domain expansion jackpot. However, Kashimo has decided that instead of waiting for the timer to run out, he wants to be Hikari at his strongest. So the two continue their battle and pulverize the shipping container that gets in the way of their punches. However, Kashimo thinks to himself that no matter how good Hikari's healing is, one solid blow to the head should still take him out of the fight, because that's where reverse curse technique is circulated. So in an attempt to end things quickly, he sends a jolt of lightning straight to Hikari's head faster than he can react to dodge it. However, like a madman, Hikari starts healing from the point of entry and completely reheals his head and even his brain. With the last 8 seconds of invincibility, Hikari beats the hell out of Kashimo, but in the final second, a second lightning bolt hits Hikari from behind, coming from Kashimo's staff, as Hikari's stomach is blown open, and Kashimo thinks he's won. But Hikari, still not satisfied, calls for one last domain expansion. After a long, hard-fought battle between Yuji, Itadori, and Choso, things finally come to an end when Choso lands several lethal blows to Yuji and completely knocks him out. But as Choso stands in front of Yuji and tells him to be sure to ask for his brother's forgiveness when he passes to the other side, a sinking feeling hits Choso right in the heart and makes his entire body sweat, as he makes a shocked face and grabs his hair, and he runs around screaming. Choso screams, "What is this?" And at that moment, a memory of a past between him and Yuji that never happened appears in his brain, with Yuji calling him Big Bro. Choso. The reason this happens is because Choso has an internal system that lets him know when one of his brothers dies, which is how he knew about their battle against Yuji and Obara in season 1. But that same sense just pinged on Yuji the moment that he passed, which means that somehow, some way, Yuji Itadori is his brother and he just ended his life. This sends Choso into a madness and makes him run off, leaving Yuji alone, but as Itadori sleeps, someone finds his body with a Sukuna finger in hand. After his quick battle with Sukuna, many fans are wondering just why Kashimo was gassed up as much as he was to not even survive long enough to have a domain clash of Sukuna and get humbled even more. But that right there is likely the reason that we didn't see Kashimo's domain expansion, since it would have just been overwritten by Sukuna's anyway, meaning Kashimo had no way to show it even if he does have one. Knowing what Kashimo's curse technique is, let's try to theorize how he'd interpret that into a domain expansion with what we call Kashimo's lightning cage. A domain expansion that allows Kashimo to use his Phantom Beast curse technique to alter his body even further, with lightning raining down on his opponent like that one island in One Piece as an auto hit attack, and all of Kashimo's attacks causing his opponent's body to change as well. However, instead of changing in a way that makes them more powerful, the changes make them more susceptible to damage from lightning, truly making this an auto win on anyone that isn't as ridiculously powerful as Sukuna and those like him. In Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2 Episode 11, we saw something interesting which definitely confused some anime-only watchers when Toji was brought back to life by Granny Ogami using her seance technique. But it isn't immediately clear just what's happening here and what the difference between Toji Zenin and Toji Fushiguro is to some. First off, Granny used Toji's original name to summon him, but this makes no difference as far as the summoning goes. As far as the ability itself, Granny Ogami's seance ability allows her to connect with the information of a human body that has existed before on Earth, and as her grandson eats a piece of the target of her technique, she's able to overwrite the person's body over her grandson's, which in this case turns him to Toji Fushiguro. The issue is that for her curse technique, the target has to use up the curse energy that she feeds her grandson at the beginning. However, due to Toji's heavenly restriction, he used no curse energy. So when his strong personality takes over the body of her grandson and goes rampant, she has no way to turn the ability off, and we're basically left with a completely revived Toji Fushiguro, revived at the height of his abilities, ready to find his son. In our series cataloging the most expensive merch for every anime fandom, we might have finally found a king because the prices in the Naruto fandom are absolutely insane compared to everything else we've found. Like, first we can start off with this reasonably priced Area 51 Naruto Runner shaped Cheeto, which is online right now for $3,550 and is listed as a treasure in the title. If that's too cheap, how about this Ghost Rarity Gem Mint Akatsuki card, which is going for $4,000 online, or this Coach and Naruto collab jean jacket from Michael B. Jordan's collection, which features Itachi on the back, going for a measly $7,000. If you scoff at all this stuff, there's of course the BGS9 Manga card for the Naruto card game, which is on sale for only $18,000, down from the $20K it was recently sitting at. And for even richer Naruto fans, there's always crazy items like this Naruto Fortnite Jonin vest that someone is buying for $20,000 plus shipping. If none of that proves to you just how rich Naruto merch sellers think the fan base is, you have this signed original Naruto color page from Part 1 going for $33,000, but at least it has $20 shipping. After Megumi's father Toji gets reborn and dives into Dagon's domain expansion, he uses his newly sharpened Playful Cloud curse tool to pierce Dagon right in the head. And once he gets the other side into Dagon's head, he grabs both ends of Playful Cloud and begins rapidly jamming them into every side of Dagon's head as the curse screams and everyone else just watches. As Toji Fushiguro defeats Dagon, the curse that they've been struggling so hard with like it was nothing. As Dagon's body starts to disappear, he turns to smoke, but now everyone has a new problem to deal with, since Toji doesn't necessarily like anybody here, and he walks right towards him with a smile on his face as they wonder whose side he's on. From here, Toji grabs Megumi by the neck and launches the two of them out of the overpass everyone was standing on, wanting to have a one-on-one battle with his son, who still doesn't know who this guy even is, as everyone else is too distracted to notice Jogo enter the room and burn Nanami alive. After Yuji's fight with his brother, he technically dies, but we know he can't stay dead because of Sukuna. So as he's on the ground, a pair of girls that worship Geto walk up to him with a Sukuna finger in hand and their own plan for what they want Sukuna to do for them. However, Jogo wanders in after his fight with Gojo and the Zenin family, wanting to feed Yuji Sukuna fingers of his own. Jogo scares the girls and makes them back away as he approaches Yuji's body, and we get a flashback to the fake Geto telling Jogo that Yuji would probably keep control of his body if he were to eat a finger a day for 20 days straight. However, if he were to eat 10 fingers all at once, Sukuna would be able to take over. So at that moment, Jogo pulls out 10 different Sukuna fingers and force feeds them all to Yuji. And as he turns to the girls who are still there and survived his attack from earlier, he notices that his hand's been sliced off as Sukuna orders him to let go of him in the next second if he intends to live, and Sukuna steals Yuji's body once again. Society in Jujutsu Kaisen goes pretty smoothly, usually for those who don't know about curses and cursed energy. However, this is mainly due to the presence of Jujutsu Tech and the three big families of the society, which fund and flaunt their status and roles in the order of things, with one of the most prominent families in the whole story being Megumi's Zenin family, which has characters like Maki, Mai, Naoya, and Toji all wrapped up in their story. In the databook, we learn a quote from the Zenins that has survived through the ages, saying, "You are not a Jujutsu sorcerer if you are not from the Zenin clan, and you're not a human if you're not a sorcerer." This clan's unshakable position in history comes from taking in powerful sorcerers into their family and their multiple inherited techniques, unlike other families that only have one or two. In the Zenin line, you can be born of projection sorcery or even the 10 shadows technique, for instance, and if someone was born into the family without any of the Zenin family techniques, they'd be considered outcasts and turned away from even becoming sorcerers, because it was assumed that they'd have nothing to offer as far as furthering the power of the clan, since they weren't even considered human. Satoru Gojo is one of the strongest characters in the entire Jujutsu Kaisen universe, as he's born of the two most powerful abilities in all of Jujutsu put together. Gojo isn't just your usual kind of strong though, as we learned in episode 11 of season 2 Shibuya arc that when Gojo was born, this shifted the balance of the entire world. This occurs because for years before Gojo's birth, cursed spirits and cursed users ran far more rampant and committed dangerous acts willy-nilly, since there was sort of an even playing field and the Jujutsu Tech sorcerers were often understaffed. This changed as Gojo was born and the entire Jujutsu world felt his power, and even just his presence alone when he was a baby was able to quell this rising flood of cursed energy for years before he was actually active, as anyone who even attempted to get a look at him so they could size up their next target would quickly be humbled and scared beyond belief, like Granny Ogami and Toji Fushiguro both did during their lives. Another way that Gojo changed everything though is explained in sports terms, with Gojo's birth being an event that made everyone naturally step their game up, including curses, and this wasn't as much of a choice as a natural evolution that occurred as a result of Gojo's parents knocking boots. Hikari begins to collapse after Kashimo blows a giant hole in his side using his electricity, and despite the fact that he uses his domain expansion, Kashimo isn't moved at all, since he says there's no way Hikari can hit jackpot at this point, since the odds are 1 to 239, and Hikari is literally falling to his end. But at that moment, Kashimo's eyes open wide as he witnesses something unbelievable, as Hikari hits the jackpot and begins to heal up completely, and he congratulates Kashimo on making him work so hard, but decides to end it here as he breaks his own domain open and reveals that the two of them are floating over the ocean as he's moved the coordinates of his domain. However, after defeating some cursed spirits that get in his way, Hikari sends Kashimo flying into the water, and that discharges all of his electric curse energy, leaving Kashimo powerless for a few moments. However, as the electricity surges through the water, Hikari breathes in the smoke coming from the water's surface and collapses into the ocean because Kashimo is using his electricity to create chlorine gas that would poison his opponent and end the battle, which will all be decided in one final part. Jujutsu Kaisen is a pretty easy series to follow, however there are a lot of terms and concepts that get thrown around, so we're going to start creating a nifty guide on everything JJK using information from the data books. So first and foremost, Jujutsu is a term that refers to the controlling of a curse using another curse and has been practiced since ancient times in this series. However, this is only possible with cursed energy, which leaks out of the negative emotions of human beings. Every sorcerer is trained to be able to generate cursed energy from even the slightest spark of emotion like anger, hatred, envy, and jealousy, and this is done to make sure they don't lose control of their energy when their emotions are in a heightened state or they're shaken up, which is important since cursed energy is like an energy source for all things Jujutsu. This is important for someone to master before they first activate their very own curse technique, which is an ability based on their innate domain, which is a mental landscape every human or curse is born with that best represents them and forms the basis for all their abilities. Next, we'll discuss the next level of Jujutsu. The Jujutsu Kaisen databook tells us everything about the characters up until the end of the Shibuya arc. Like, did you know that the origin of Yuji Itadori's name starts with a medicinal herb that Gege used for the characters in his last name? However, he states that his given name was taken from one of Gege's real classmates in real life, since he wanted to make the names of the characters as realistic as possible. When asked if Yuji ever talks of Sukuna when they're alone, he says not really, since the two don't get along, but he also says that often it's Sukuna trying to talk to him to fill his head with negative thoughts. However, even at nighttime, Yuji is able to sleep just fine and ignore this, as Gege says that Yuji is the kind of character who could even sleep on the highway with no problems at all. Lastly, if you were wondering about Yuji's power, Akutami says Yuji doesn't practice any particular martial arts besides a little karate that he learned from his grandfather. But as far as cursed power, when asked what would happen if Yuji ate his cursed womb brothers, Gege says that Sukuna would destroy their spirits. However, if he wasn't there, then Yuji could at minimum gain their cursed energy as his own. But there's even a chance that he gained their abilities as he becomes the host for them like he is for Sukuna. After the battle against Daigen is over, Megumi's dad grabs him by the collar and takes the two of them elsewhere so they can have a fight of their own, and although Megumi is still confused on who this is, he tries to visualize winning against this guy, so he uses Rabbit Escape to cover his movements on the battlefield, but Toji pierces a hole right through the rabbit barrier and knocks Megumi down. Megumi uses his toad to get away from Toji for a second as he thinks about how this man just took down a special grade curse easily, so he starts to realize that he can't walk away from this with no injuries, and at most he has to try to limit how badly he gets hurt while making a few sacrifices. So as Toji comes in trying to pierce Megumi in the heart, a hole made of shadows appears on the ground under his foot hidden by the rabbits that causes his attack to pierce into Megumi's side instead, as he takes the attack, grabs onto Toji, and jams his own sword that he pulls out of the shadows into Toji's side. But in an instant, somehow Toji dodges and the battle continues. After the Zenin family teamed up with Nanami to take on Daigen, they got fried up really nicely by Jogo, who finds them afterwards, taking Maki, Naobito, and Nanami out of the fight. However, knowing that he's still on the clock, Nanami somehow manages to get up and walks through the tunnels of Shibuya's train system with half of his body burned away from Jogo's attack. As he walks, he finds a floor full of transfigured humans made by Mahito and starts tearing them apart while daydreaming of finally retiring and getting that house on the beach he dreamed of. And as he thinks of how very tired he is, despite the smile growing on his face as he faces down these monsters, he feels a tap on his chest and looks up, realizing there's only one left, Mahito, who Nanami never noticed. And as Mahito asks Nanami if he wants to chat since they go way back, Yuji enters the room and finds them both, with Nanami looking Yuji in his eyes and saying, "Itadori, you've got it from here," as Mahito activates his curse technique and blows the entire top half of Nanami's body into bloody splatter, finally allowing him to rest. Kashimo thinks that his plan to poison Akari's mind worked, but Akari wakes up and forces all of the chlorine gas out of his nose as he surprises Kashimo and lands a punch and kick combo on the sorcerer that sends him flying through the water. At this moment, Akari says that he can feel the temperature in the water rapidly rising, and he even starts to singe off some of his skin, which is impressive since he's still in his immortality mode. So as he floats there for a moment and considers whether or not he should go back to land in these last 5 seconds of God mode, he decides to just keep pummeling Kashimo, who grabs Akari with both of his hands and says hell yeah as he discharges all of his curse energy at once, creating a massive explosion in the ocean. As Kashimo crawls onto the surface, he thinks to himself that he used everything he has, but at least Akari is, and in that second he looks up and just sucks his teeth as Akari lands a heavy-handed finishing punch on Kashimo and explains that he sacrificed his arm to survive, but can get it healed later. So he tells Kashimo to give him his points and makes a deal to team up so they can go and find Sukuna together. Yuji faces off against Sukuna in the new chapter of Jujutsu Kaisen after him and Higuruma fall out of the sky towards the King of Curses. And despite the fact that Yuji is showing up to the battle with brand new arms that seem to have fins on them, we still have no idea what he's actually going to be capable of. However, we do know that whatever it is, it's going to surprise Sukuna, who has absolutely no expectations for Yuji at all. I think in this chapter, we're going to see just how Yuji is able to defend himself against a fully realized Sukuna, but honestly, I think the focus of the chapter could actually be Higuruma, since Higuruma doesn't really have the ability to tank or even dodge Sukuna's slashes or lightning strikes, leading me to believe that we're going to be going into a Higuruma domain expansion pretty quickly in the chapter, as Judge Man reads Sukuna his long list of crimes where his curse energy is completely negated and he's actually put on trial, which could give us more history on Sukuna, who will likely be defeated by the end of this arc as Yuji learns everything there is to know about the man who stole Megumi's body. Sukuna is the strongest being in the world of Jujutsu Kaisen. However, during Season 2 Shibuya arc, he's still limited by the fact that he's in Yuji, which serves as a perfect prison for him. However, Sukuna's power in this form is measured by the amount of fingers that he's eaten, and during Season 1 we see Yuji eat 4 fingers, while in Season 2, Yuji gets his hand on 11 more. This means that in Shibuya, we're dealing with a 15-finger Sukuna who is only 5 fingers away from his full power, meaning Sukuna is at about 75% full power, and it definitely shows when he starts showing off in this arc. At 15 fingers of power, Sukuna is able to easily humble nearly every sorcerer or curse in the area, and he's able to easily defeat powerful curses like Jogo, who was too strong for anyone else to even damage. At this level of power, we're finally able to see Sukuna's domain expansion, which infinitely dices his opponents apart and is completely unblockable. And on top of all of that, Sukuna still has hidden techniques like fire arrows that he can call on to engulf his opponents in flames. This means he stands at the top, but he's still not as strong as he could be. In our series on explaining or theorizing the powerful domain expansions in the series of Jujutsu Kaisen, we've covered quite a few interesting ones, but Inumaki Toge's domain expansion might honestly be less flashy than any of the other ones because of how his curse technique works. My theory for how Inumaki Toge's domain expansion would work is it would open up a room with large sound reflecting walls that create a massive ringing echo anytime someone speaks, and in the domain, Toge would be able to do something I've been waiting to see him do since he first appeared in JJK 0, and that's actually talk freely. In Inumaki's domain, conversational dimensional abyss, anything he says about his opponent comes true while they're inside of the domain, and he can even create constructs made of cursed energy to attack for him as his auto hit attack, meaning he could say something like, "You will now fall into a shark infested ocean," and the entire domain will change to a sky as the opponent falls in and gets swarmed by sharks. And you can see how this domain could be used in hundreds of ways, all just limited by Toge's imagination. Continuing our coverage of Jujutsu Kaisen's databook character profiles, we have Megumi Fushiguro, who we learn isn't as uninterested in other people's relationships as he seems, because he'll check in on someone's love affairs more or less just to confirm what he expected to happen was right. When it comes to his own love life, Gege says that if he had to reject a girl, Megumi would say something like, "Sorry," in a calm tone, which matches his melancholy nature in general. This is probably more likely if one of Megumi's Shikigami are destroyed, because the databook tells us that Megumi takes an emotional hit whenever one of them is gone for good, with us learning he feels even worse than when a stranger dies. Lastly, we learned that Gojo and Maki were both the ones that gave Megumi special training on cursed tools and martial arts, but as his sensei since he was a kid, Gojo was even the one that gave Megumi his first ever mission, and he made sure that it would be a really easy one, almost as a way of teasing Megumi to tell him to get stronger to be able to handle more serious threats. But as Megumi's stepdad, he also probably just wanted his son to be safe. After Jogo feeds Yuji 10 Sukuna fingers all at once and summons Sukuna from within Yuji's body, the King of Curses makes him and everyone in the room bow before him as he sends a slice towards them to lop off their heads if they don't bow enough. And as a reward to the two girls who bowed successfully, he offers them 1 finger's worth of his time. The girls tell Sukuna that they want him to destroy Suguru Geto, since the man that they've been following is actually a fake who stole his body, telling Sukuna they'll give him another finger if he does what they ask. Sukuna, with a smile on his face, tells them both to look up at him and blows one of their heads off, telling them how dare they try to control him for just 1 finger. And as the other one screams, Sukuna uses his curse technique to turn her into small cubes as he addresses Jogo and asks what he wants. Jogo says he just wanted to free Sukuna, that's all, and in response Sukuna challenges Jogo to a fight, saying if he's able to land 1 hit on him, he'll end the lives of every sorcerer in Shibuya right now. After Jogo feeds Yuji 10 Sukuna fingers all at once and summons Sukuna from within Yuji's body, the King of Curses makes him and everyone in the room bow before him as he sends a slice towards them to lop off their heads if they don't bow enough. And as a reward to the two girls who bowed successfully, he offers them 1 finger's worth of his time. The girls tell Sukuna that they want him to destroy Suguru Geto, since the man that they've been following is actually a fake who stole his body, telling Sukuna they'll give him another finger if he does what they ask. Sukuna, with a smile on his face, tells them both to look up at him and blows one of their heads off, telling them how dare they try to control him for just 1 finger. And as the other one screams, Sukuna uses his curse technique to turn her into small cubes as he addresses Jogo and asks what he wants. Jogo says he just wanted to free Sukuna, that's all, and in response Sukuna challenges Jogo to a fight, saying if he's able to land 1 hit on him, he'll end the lives of every sorcerer in Shibuya right now. Megumi gets dragged into a fight with his dad and sacrifices part of his body to take an attack from Toji to try and counteract him. However, Toji is one of the fastest characters in the series and uses his athleticism to dodge the attack, leaving Fushiguro wondering if it's finally time for him to use his secret technique and summon Mahoraga, his 10th Shikigami, against this mystery man. However, at this moment, he doesn't realize that he's already won. When Toji notices Megumi taking his attack on purpose and his usage of the 10 Shadows techniques, it's like he gains respect for Megumi and flashes back to a time where he spoke to Naoya and told him his son has a lot of potential, and offers to sell him to the Zenins for 8 million if he inherits a cursed technique. But Toji thinks to himself that the Zenins are useless to someone like him, but for someone like Megumi with potential, he'll be put on a pedestal. And in that moment, Toji asks Megumi what his name is, and when Megumi replies Fushiguro, Toji smiles and says, "Not Zenin, huh? Good for you," and shoves Playful Cloud into his own head, ending the battle. After Nanami gets blown apart by Mahito's curse technique, Yuji charges at Mahito, who flicks a small transfigured human at Yuji, who stretches out and almost hits Yuji, but the young sorcerer dodges it and prepares to charge at Mahito again, but doesn't see that Mahito is behind him, firing out a massive beam of writhing flesh made of arms and teeth that nearly chomps down on Yuji. Out of the mouth comes Mahito, who says boo, keeping with the spirit of Halloween, as he punches Yuji square in the center of his face and sends him flying. But Mahito's fist was covered in sharp bone armor that pierces Yuji right in the face, splitting him wide open. Mahito tells Yuji that he held back there because if he wanted to, he could have completely split his skull in 2. He does this so that he can tell Yuji that the two of them are not so different, as Yuji remembers Nanamine's words in his head and charges all of his curse energy into his fists. And Mahito does the same and shows his growth by analyzing the situation and realizing the best way to beat Yuji is to take his heart. So the two of them square off face to face and the fight continues. After learning about the basics of Jujutsu, sorcerers have to learn about more complex parts of Jujutsu like binding vows, a tricky technique a person can use to become more powerful or even get out of certain situations based on bargains that they make with cursed energy itself to reach certain effects. For instance, during the battle between Satoru, Gojo, and Sukuna, Gojo was able to use his binding vows multiple times to edit his domain expansion and change its size and shape, while defensively you're able to use a binding vow to sacrifice one part of your body that you rely on quite a bit to make sure that you don't blow up entirely. The way these restrictions aid or hinder you depends on how much you give up in exchange for what you want, so even something as small as someone explaining their ability to their enemy can be seen as a binding vow that would make their technique stronger, giving characters a reason to explain their abilities to the fans of the series without there needing to be a narrator constantly spitting out details. Binding vows can also be used to strengthen curtains or make it impossible for certain people to go through them, like we've seen in Season 2 Shibuya arc, but next we'll talk about reverse techniques. Yuji Todori is the main character of Jujutsu Kaisen, and despite the fact that many people find him boring, in Season 2 of Jujutsu Kaisen, he's able to show off more than he's ever done before in the series of fights he gets into all throughout the arc. When trying to talk about how strong Yuji is, you have to remember that he starts a series of superhuman strength and speed that allows him to easily break world records, and this only builds more and more over the course of the series as he learns how to use cursed energy to enhance his attacks. With his divergent fist ability, Yuji is able to hit opponents twice of his insanely hard punches in an instant, and this likely contributes to how often Yuji can use black flashes, which seem to grace him more than anyone else in this series. But in Shibuya, we see Yuji truly get in his bag as he resolves himself more than ever to take whatever punishment comes his way to take down curses like Mahito, who even evolved into his final form and was still defeated by a fully realized Yuji. However, the biggest power boost from Yuji comes after this arc is over, so you can still expect this character who casually throws cars and shatters walls easily to get even stronger. In Jujutsu Kaisen's history, those who were persecuted for having cursed energy ended up banding together and creating their own families, with the strongest among them surviving through the ages and rising above other factions made up of lesser outcasts, to become the pillars of Jujutsu society as we know it today. We've already discussed one of the three big families, the Zenins, so of course we go from the shadows to the light of the Gojo family, a family still shrouded in mystery in the world of JJK. The databook tells us that the Gojo family are descendants of Sugawara no Michizane, who was one of Japan's three legendary vengeful spirits, and this family has been around for over 1,000 years since the peak age of Jujutsu sorcery. With their limitless technique passed down through time, they've remained extremely powerful, and with the birth of Satoru Gojo, they even got their first 6 Eyes user for the first time in over 400 years, with the 6 Eyes being a Gojo family passive ability that allows a person to see the finest intricacies of cursed energy and understand it on a level higher than anyone else. The family is pretty much ran entirely by Gojo, so they leave everything to him. While everything is going on in the main series of Jujutsu Kaisen, Yuta Okkotsu is overseas in Africa, and as he's learning how to master his curse technique and new abilities, Yuta's main objective over the time that took place between JJK 0 and the beginning of the series is to free Rika from the curse that he placed on her. We don't get to see much of this quest at all, but we know that at the conclusion of it, Yuta was able to free Rika's soul and allow her to pass on to the next life. However, in her last moments, as a gift to Yuta, almost like a reward for completing her companion questline, Rika uses all of her remaining energy to create a copy of herself for Yuta that has the ability to store items and techniques for Yuta, taking the strain off of his brain and allowing him to copy even more cursed techniques than he could before. This version of Rika is still incredibly powerful, but not quite as powerful as the original Rika, who could grow massive in size. With Rika by his side, however, Yuta is able to significantly amplify his power, and with his ability to copy cursed techniques, use domain expansion, and an unlimited reservoir of cursed energy, Yuta might really be the strongest living sorcerer in the world after Satoru Gojo died. After Nobara stumbles upon Mahito's clone during the Shibuya arc, she actually does some damage to him when she gets the first hit of the fight using her hairpin technique, but as Mahito realizes that she's already aware of his ability and has to avoid his hands, he starts lashing out, turning his arm to a giant spiked mace as he swings it at Nobara, who instead of dodging actually rushes towards Mahito with her hammer and smacks him dead on right across the face. However, she takes an attack in the shoulder to do that as Mahito heals back up. As the fight continues, Nobara continues to send nails flying all over and waits until Mahito stands over them to use hairpin and trap him in place before she lands on him and hammers a nail into his head using resonance, which makes the attack do damage to not only the clone, but Mahito himself. This makes the clone realize that Nobara is actually a massive threat and might be more of a natural counter to him than Yuji Itadori himself. So as Nobara realizes that he's just a clone who can't use Mahito's curse technique, she prepares to take down this clone while she helps Yuji in his fight as well. We saw Mei Mei a few times earlier in season 2 of Jujutsu Kaisen, and we're sure to see her battling again before this series is over. But there's actually not much information on this mysterious sorcerer, so you may not know just how strong she truly is. First off, Mei Mei is a grade 1 sorcerer like Nanami, so you'd think that she's comparable to him in power. However, there's a decent bit of range in the rankings once you get to the higher levels of Jujutsu, and I think Mei Mei is a step higher than Nanami despite being in the same rank. Mei Mei's curse technique, Blackbird Manipulation, allows her to control weak birds that she can see through and use in various ways. Originally, she thought this was a weak technique, but after becoming a master with her axe and pushing her body to its absolute limits, she spun the block and mastered her bird ability as well, where she unlocks her bird strike ability that allows her to sacrifice one of her birds forever for a one-hit technique that in one hit can finish off even special grade curses. So in all honesty, Mei Mei might actually belong in the special grade tier. Jujutsu Kaisen's databook tells us that Sukuna's greatest pleasure is eating, but you probably wouldn't want to eat a Sukuna finger because according to Gege Akutami, they taste like grave wax, which he says tastes a lot like soap, but I can't imagine it does since grave wax is pretty much the excreted fat from a human body after it rots away, which is pretty disgusting. If a curse was willing to ignore the bad taste and did eat a Sukuna finger, apparently it wouldn't be able to become a host to Sukuna since cursed spirits can't be vessels, so it just boosts their power. Meaning Yuji's identity as a secret cursed womb makes him particularly interesting since he's sort of like a half curse, and that might be what makes him a perfect prison for Sukuna. Lastly, we learned that Sukuna wasn't actually thought of by the time that Jujutsu Kaisen 0 rolled around and was actually created when editors told Gege that he needed to create another main character and a villain with wider appeal, causing him to create the King of Curses and the wider history of the Jujutsu world at large. After the events of Shibuya, we see Yuta enter the Culling Games tournament and try to protect a group of innocent civilians who are trying to take shelter in a stadium. However, Yuta hears the chitter of small insects heading his way, getting louder and louder as he tells everyone to run, and they get absolutely swarmed by a giant mass of cockroaches that tears them apart as Yuta jumps to try and avoid them but gets caught in their attack. Realizing that every roach is reinforced with cursed energy and that they're real and not just Shikigami, he summons Rika to collapse a bridge on top of the swarm in an attempt to take them out and uses a curse energy powered strike to take them all out in one slash. As Yuta looks up, he sees another player in the Culling Game standing before him and learns that it's a special grade cockroach curse named Kuro Urushi, who looks really cool draped in its wings as it stares down Yuta ready to devour him for interrupting his meal. To stop Yuta, it pulls out its festering life sword and prepares to do battle and push Yuta to his limits with its cursed blade. Not everyone in Jujutsu Kaisen has the ability to get taught everything they know from Jujutsu tech, and on the rare occasion there are regular everyday people who awaken the ability to use cursed energy in lesser ways. But a new character to the series named Higuruma actually becomes the biggest prodigy we've ever seen in the series. Higuruma was a defense lawyer in Japan. In a chapter completely dedicated to him, we see him trying to defend a young boy who was accused of an attack that left 2 people to die at the hands of a knife. However, the boy claims he was only walking by and picked it up. Higuruma works extremely hard to win the case because he truly believes the boy is innocent. However, when the state wants to appeal the case, they just keep paying for investigators and lawyers until they win the case, giving the young man the death penalty and making Higuruma snap. At that moment in the courthouse, Higuruma bangs his own gavel and tells everyone to sit back down, as for the first time he activates his curse technique and calls for a retrial. In season 2 of Jujutsu Kaisen, during the Shibuya arc's latest episode, we were introduced to a character who almost seems to come out of nowhere as Nobara is trying to figure out what to do with herself in the city, and that would be Haruta Shigemo, who we saw in a really odd battle with our sorcerer. But when you understand what his ability is, everything makes sense. Haruta is an evil curse user working with fake Getto and the curses in Shibuya, and they kind of just sent him out on his own to wander around and stumble into his own mission because Haruta's curse technique is called Miracles, and this technique stores up all of the small coincidences that happen in Haruta's life, like seeing the clock at 11:11 or having the same birthday as someone you like. And for the price of erasing these moments from his memory, he's granted a lucky moment anytime he's in a dangerous situation. Haruta himself has no idea how his attack works, so he just thinks he's naturally lucky and everything goes his way. But eventually the markings on his face will all go empty and Haruta's luck will run out. But hopefully his weird hand sword can help him survive. Domains are all that's on my mind right now in Jujutsu Kaisen, so I had to come back with another domain expansion explained short for Kukisaki Nobara, and of course since she doesn't have a domain expansion as far as we're aware of quite yet, it's not that hard to imagine what a domain for Nobara would be like. In Nobara's domain, I could see her straw doll technique being turned up to the max by considering anyone within her domain to be a target of her technique that allows her to attack anything around her and do damage to her opponent using resonance, meaning within her domain, Nobara never actually has to attack you and can literally be a giant version of herself playing whack-a-mole with a bunch of straw dolls that transfer all of the damage back to you. For another example, I think we could see an empty world where endless nails fall from the sky that Nobara can alter the size of, and using hairpins she can easily pin down or completely pierce her opponent until they're defeated. But if you think Nobara's domain would work in a different way, let me know in the comment section below. After Megumi fights his dad without realizing it and watches the face on the body in front of him change to another person, he feels the wound in his side pulse in pain as he plans to get a healing from Shoko. However, at that moment he's slashed across the back by Haruta, who managed to get away from Nanami and Nobara earlier. At this point, Megumi is completely exhausted and isn't really in the position to fight back, especially against someone as tricky as Haruta. Megumi stumbles away as Haruta follows him, and he details his 10 Shadows technique, telling Haruta that the user starts off with the dogs and has to exercise the rest of the spirits to add them to their roster of usable Shikigami. However, in the history of the Zenin family, no one has ever been able to exercise one Shikigami in particular because it's just too powerful for any user to handle with the rest of their summons. As Haruta asks Megumi if he's finished yet and prepares to finish him off, Megumi remembers Gojo telling him a story that ended in a draw between a member of the Gojo family with Limitless and a Zenin with 10 Shadows, and realizing exactly what this being is capable of, Megumi summons Divine General Mahoraga as elsewhere Sukuna shivers and begins to head this way. Megumi has been teasing a secret ability ever since the beginning of Jujutsu Kaisen when we saw him fighting against Sukuna in Yuji's body. However, in Shibuya it's finally time for this power to be unleashed as Megumi summons Divine General Mahoraga, the final Shikigami in the 10 Shadows technique. Mahoraga is on a whole different level from the other Shikigami Megumi has because this beast is capable of thinking on its own to a certain extent, has a positive energy blade that it can use to destroy cursed spirits, and its best most useful ability, the ability to adapt to any situation or danger that befalls it. If Mahoraga gets hit with a technique or even just sees it used in front of him, it begins evolving and adapting itself to overcome that obstacle, with this ability being able to adapt to anything, even something as broken as Gojo's Infinity. This means to defeat Mahoraga, you have to be able to hit it with something and one-shot it instantly, but good luck trying to do that because the entire time this massive powerhouse of a spirit will be rushing you down and overpowering you, as again it's something that would even be able to give Satoru Gojo a lot of trouble himself. We've explained the basics of Jujutsu like curse techniques and curse energy, and even got a little more complicated with binding vows, but now we go up a level in difficulty to something that very few sorcerers are capable of doing, which brings us to the world of reverses. In JJK, of course, curse techniques are powered by curse energy like we've explained. However, when using your curse energy to activate your technique, you want to imagine spinning your energy in a forward motion. However, for those that are skilled with manipulating curse energy, they're able to spin it in the opposite direction by multiplying negative curse energy together to create positive energy. Positive energy can be used by some like Yuta and Shoko to heal others and is used by curses to heal themselves. But the true interesting effect that positive energy has is that when someone uses positive energy to fuel their curse technique, it actually reverses the effects of that technique. Meaning if your curse technique was something like raising the temperature in a person's body, your curse technique reversal would involve you draining the temperature in a person's body. But to make this even more complicated, we have the topic of our next short, extension techniques. Nanami Kento seems to be the hot topic of the moment because everyone seems to want him to grab them by the hair, like in his most recent episode of JJK. But are the animators at Mappa just thirsty for Nanami, or is he actually as powerful as he seems in the anime? First off, Nanami is a grade 1 sorcerer, so he's at the second highest grade in the ranking system, and he's been a sorcerer for a long time, going from student to sensei as he picked up tons of experience over the years of watching his allies die. Nanami's ratio technique allows him to create weak points on his opponents or their surroundings, so to a certain extent that gives him a bit of a balancing factor against anyone that he fights. However, for anyone that is in a special grade or higher, he's pretty much able to handle them pretty easily with his superhuman strength. In the Shibuya arc, he's able to completely brutalize Haruta, who was just giving Nobara trouble, and he mostly holds his own against Daigen in the battle of the Zenins. However, against a being like Sukuna, he'd likely lose pretty easily, even with his overtime ability that raises his max power above 110%, but that still doesn't make Nanami a pushover at all. Yuji and Mahito stand face to face ready to end the first round of their fight with a bang as Yuji drops down and hits Mahito on the head with a powerful manji kick before landing another hit in his stomach. But Mahito strikes back against Yuji by turning his arm into a thorny whip that misses Yuji as it slashes across the ground. The battle continues as Mahito uses his transfigured humans to chase Itadori down in a lot of interesting ways, like when he turns his arm into a Mega Man blaster and fires out a transfigured human projectile that hits a wall next to Yuji and then transforms and tries to grab him. But Yuji gets away and loses sight of Mahito as two strangers walk into the train station telling Yuji that there are strange monsters upstairs, and as Yuji tries to help them, Mahito crawls out of one of their mouths and lands an attack on Yuji, telling him he needs to have a better imagination when fighting Mahito's technique, as the cursed spirit comes out of the poor man's skin like a big costume and puts his hand on the other man's chest, turning him into a sword, as he prepares to show Yuji how twisted he can really get. After challenging Jogo to a fight for the fate of every human in Shibuya, Sukuna plays of Jogo like he's food across the rooftops of the city as Jogo gets more and more frustrated over his inability to really do anything to hurt the King of Curses. As he prepares a fireball, he realizes that his hands have both been sliced off, as in the moment he looks down, Sukuna appears behind him in the air and sends him flying towards the ground as he catches Jogo and slams him through every floor of a skyscraper. Jogo kneels on the ground, healing his hands and trying to pick up his jaw as it hangs off of his head, and Sukuna picks him up by the collar, saying, "Come on, you can still do it," as Jogo's anger explodes and the entire building goes up in flames, and Jogo jumps out of the building holding a massive flaming meteor as he uses his maximum technique to try to finish Sukuna off. During this battle, we see Kusakabe, Panda, and some curse users facing off as they see a massive meteor falling their way, and as they plan on running away, Sukuna lands between them all, saying they're all forbidden from moving, and if they break this rule, he'll kill them. So now everyone just stands there more afraid of Sukuna than an actual meteor. We've discussed the Zenin and Gojo families, but that leaves one last member of the big three families, the Kamo clan. So far in the series, we've only seen one actual member of the family, who would be Noritoshi Kamo, who we've met during season 1's exchange event arc, and this family rose to prominence during the golden age of sorcery for being very traditional and orthodox in their methods, making them one of the most pure families when it comes to the art of Jujutsu, giving them a level of status and influence that rises above the other two houses. If you were born into the Kamo family, you could expect to have some sort of blood manipulation curse technique, and blood is fitting since it stains really badly, sort of like the stains on the Kamo family history, which remains hidden from most people. The dark secret none in the Kamo family want you to know is that their family gave rise to the most evil sorcerer in history, another man named Noritoshi Kamo, who even beat Sukuna in people's bad guy rankings with his disgusting acts against humanity and his experimentation on a woman that brought about the existence of JJK's cursed wombs, which are still preserved as special grade curse objects to this day until they're stolen. While Yuji is struggling against Mahito, Nobara is locked in a battle versus a clone of the cursed spirit who isn't able to use his main curse technique on her, and with her ability to use resonance to target Mahito's soul, she's able to hurt both the one she's fighting and the one that Yuji is at the same time. Nobara thinks to herself, now that her resonance is working, things should get much easier against Mahito, but as she thinks that, she watches as Mahito turns the opposite direction and starts running away towards the train platform, with Nobara remembering that she's supposed to go to basement level 5 and realizing that she can just take him out on the way, since she doesn't want Mahito's clone just running around because it could come back to bite them in the ass. On her way to the basement, Nanami's words about Nobara only getting in his way and being too weak to fight against these curses echo in her mind, and for a moment she completely loses sight of Mahito, hearing multiple footsteps in the hallway in front of her as she turns a corner and is surprised to see Mahito right in her face with his hand touching her head, and not realizing it, this would be really bad for Nobara, but to explain why, we have to talk about what happened on Yuji's side first. After Mahito turns a human into a sword to defeat Yuji, he uses it with his extended arm to pierce through 3 people he finds in the subway station and throws all 3 of them full power into Yuji, who instinctively checks on them to see if they're okay as one man turns his head and says yeah, as it swells up and explodes, blinding Yuji with his blood as Mahito prepares to crush Yuji's head from behind him. However, at that moment, thanks to Nobara's efforts against Mahito's clone, the real Mahito behind Yuji is hurt by her resonance ability and is stunned for a moment as Yuji capitalizes and hits Mahito with a barrage of full strength punches that just don't stop as a crater forms around Yuji and the curse due to the force of the punches. Yuji thinks that he couldn't save anyone so far this entire arc, however Nobara's help here reminds him that he's not alone as he smiles and Mahito's clone starts to feel how badly the original is getting injured, as it leads Nobara down to the subway platform and switches with the real Mahito, who manages to slip away from Yuji as the real Mahito makes contact on Nobara's face because she thought it was a clone, and Yuji watches as half of Nobara's face explodes and she drops dead right in front of him. In Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2 early on, we're introduced to Megumi's dad, Toji Fushiguro, as he hunted down Gojo, Geto, and the Star Plasma Vessel to keep her from merging with Tengen. However, at the end of that arc, we saw him defeated by Gojo. In Shibuya, Toji is brought back to life sorta when his body's information overwrites the body of Granny Ogami's grandson, but how powerful is this version of Toji compared to his living self? Well, first off, we saw how easily Toji was able to defeat semi-grade 1 Takumi Ino when he appeared, so that easily puts him in grade 1 rank. However, after this, Toji joins in on the fight between the Zenin family and Nanami versus Daigen, and here he really shows what he's made of as he easily steals Playful Cloud away from Maki and bullies a cursed spirit inside of his domain like it was literally some kind of toy for him to rip apart. A cursed spirit who, mind you, was about to defeat a group made up of Naobito and Nanami, who are first grade sorcerers, as well as Megumi and Maki, who aren't weak either. Toji is easily able to defeat a special grade curse and only goes away after being happy with how Megumi's life has turned out. However, theoretically, this guy could have probably beaten literally everyone else in Shibuya except for 15 Fingers Sukuna, and when that's the bar, you've got to be impressed. Yuta Koto has been off on his own mission over the course of the first 2 seasons of Jujutsu Kaisen, but after wandering into the Culling Games and running into a cockroach cursed spirit named Kudo Urushi, Yuta gets attacked by the curse and instantly slices its arm off to keep himself from getting hit by its cursed blade. And despite the fact that this is a special grade cursed spirit, Yuta pretty easily bullies the roach using his sword in hand-to-hand combat, as he realizes that somewhere nearby, there's someone watching him during this battle, probably hoping to take him down the moment this battle is over. So he keeps fighting Kudo Urushi, but he's slightly nerfed because he thinks to himself that he doesn't want his waiting opponents to know that he can use reverse curse technique yet, so instead of taking the easy way out and exercising Kudo Urushi that way, he wants to work a little harder. As he thinks, Kudo Urushi summons 2 bug Shikigami that Yuta slashes, but as he does, the curse comes in and slashes Yuta across the shoulder, causing giant bugs to spawn out of his body as Yuta struggles to block and gets hit right in the chest, and things start to look really bad. After Megumi summons his most powerful Shikigami, we see that elsewhere Sukuna can feel that something powerful is nearby and heads that way, making it just in time to save Haruta from getting crushed by Mahoraga, which I'm sure used up Haruta's last luck mark on his face. He looks over to his side and sees Megumi with his head bashed in a state of suspended death, and he saves Megumi with his reverse curse technique, telling Megumi that he can't die because there's something that he needs him to do. So in this instance, even though Sukuna is as evil as can be, he actually fights against Mahoraga to save Megumi, because if he completes the ritual, it'll all be void and everything will work out. At that moment, thinking that Sukuna is a curse, Mahoraga swings down with a blade attached to his arm filled with positive energy, and Sukuna blocks it and dodges away, thinking he'd be a goner if he was a spirit, as he sends his own dismantle slashes towards Mahoraga, who just tanks them, and then does something unheard of and actually completely deflects one of Sukuna's invisible slashes, which gets Sukuna really interesting as he gets punched through 10 different buildings, and the fight continues. You guys really seem to like the cursed lawyer and anti-Saul Goodman Higuruma Hiromi, who joins the cast of Jujutsu Kaisen in Season 3's Culling Games arc and has a really interesting ability based on court. So of course you already know that Higuruma's domain expansion would of course be on the same court concept, with his domain Deadly Sentencing opening up a court case between him and his opponent in a world filled with guillotines and massive pillars surrounding the room. Now this is actually a completely non-lethal domain, meaning there's nothing in the domain itself that will attack or win the fight instantly, and all violence is negated within. However, Higuruma's Deadly Sentencing grants him a folder filled with evidence that may or may not be useful, and it goes directly to his brain, and as his judgment gives out the charges that need to be fought, it already knows everything about his opponent. If you lose your trial, Higuruma's judgment can take away all of your cursed energy, but if your crimes are really bad, it'll call for you to be executed, as Higuruma is given a blade made of pure light energy that has the power to end anyone with one touch, making him one of the most dangerous sorcerers in the series, because if it even touches you, you're gone. After Higuruma joins the Culling Games, which is a battle royale between thousands of sorcerers, he keeps perfecting his curse technique and learning more about how it works until he takes a rest in a bathtub with all of his clothes on in the middle of an abandoned stage, and is surprised when a boy with pink hair walks in and asks him for all of his points so they can end the games early and stop the violence. Higuruma denies Yuji and tells him he wants to keep the games going, and when Yuji tells Higuruma that he will give him his 100 points, the lawyer steps out of the bathtub and summons his judgment Shikigami behind him as Yuji prepares himself for whatever Higuruma has coming, and Higuruma just stands there and says, "Domain expansion." In the domain filled with a simulated courtroom, all violence on both sides is forbidden, and a trial must happen where Higuruma gets a folder full of evidence and the opponent has to prove their innocence to Judgment to get free from the domain. However, if they lose, Higuruma can place a punishment on them based on the weight of their crimes, or even gain an insane power to execute them. However, when Yuji loses his first trial, Higuruma takes away all of his cursed energy. Jujutsu Kaisen Chapter 239 spoilers are almost here, and with Sukuna's full form standing before Yuji and Higuruma, we've already discussed how we think Yuji is going to surprise Sukuna with his curse technique, and how we think Higuruma is going to take Sukuna to court using his domain expansion. However, what exactly is going to happen if he does? First off, Higuruma's domain might not work on Sukuna because he can't just use his own domain expansion unless Judgment somehow deems it against the rules to overpower Higuruma's, which would put everything in the area in danger, since we saw how scary pre-transformation Sukuna's domain was, but now we have to wonder if it's even more terrifying now that he's at his original power. Even if he doesn't use his domain to break out of the court case, what could Yuji and Higuruma do to defend themselves against Sukuna's slashes or his lightning bolts, given we just saw him pick apart a sorcerer that is much faster than the two of them combined? Maybe the purpose of having Higuruma here is so his domain can confiscate Sukuna's curse technique, which gives them a chance of actually fighting him fair and square. But when talking about the King of Curses, there's always another trick up his sleeve. Jujutsu Kaisen's databook guide for the characters during the Shibuya arc in season 2 has a lot to say about our sorcerers and their enemies, so since she recently had a fight in episode 12 and we'll be seeing more of Nobara soon, I wanted to tell you what we learned about her as well. First off, Nobara, of course, as we know, was born in a very country area with her never being around a big city before, and because of this, if she never came to Tokyo, she would have never gone to a Jujutsu school. But even then, Nobara was still working as a sorcerer in her hometown because her grandmother was a sorcerer and gave her lessons to keep her sharp. We learned that when Nobara wanted to go to Tokyo to finally go to school, her grandmother forbade it, and the two had vicious arguments on the topic until Nobara finally won, with her grandmother actually making the recommendation that got her into the school. Finally, we learned the reason why Nobara's grandmother wanted to homeschool her, and that's because she herself was a user of the straw doll technique that was passed down to Nobara down from the generations. So imagine, with her decades of experience, how much she could have taught Nobara about her technique, and remember that her recommendation got Nobara into the school, so just how powerful or influential is Nobara's grandma? Jujutsu Kaisen chapter 239 spoilers are finally here, and sadly for us, Gege trolled us by completely switching the perspective from Sukuna and Yuji's fight over to Kenjaku as he walks through a forest and hunts down a revived curse user from the past by summoning a curse spirit that becomes a slime and hardens over her head. Kenjaku watches the end of Gojo versus Sukuna and tells our remaining sorcerer that he has curses watching Yuta and the others as he attacks his sorcerer and finishes him off pretty quickly with a horde of cursed spirits, as Kenjaku explains that he has to eliminate every remaining player in the culling games so that he can end the games and merge of Tengen as part of a binding vow, meaning it's likely one of the very last things we'll see in the series, if at all, since there's no way he finishes off every player, including Yuji. However, as the chapter comes to a close, we see Takaba, the cursed comedian, walking up to Kenjaku and surprising him when he takes one of his attacks and takes 0 damage, as Takaba stands up and prepares to take on the final villain of Jujutsu Kaisen all by himself with no backup. And call me crazy, but he actually has a chance. Choso is having his battle of Yuji Itadori right now in the Jujutsu Kaisen anime, and we've already discussed how strong Yuji is in this season, so now let's talk about his opponent, since we actually haven't gotten that much time with Choso over the course of the anime so far. But he's packing a mighty strong punch with his mastery over blood control, a technique that Choso mastered as a womb, given that he's only a few years old at this point. But don't go easy on him because of his age, since Choso's blood manipulation is extremely versatile, and he's easily capable of taking on many of the other sorcerers we've seen in this season all by himself. With blood manipulation, Choso can harden his body to make him more durable or make attacks hit harder, and he can also fire a line of blood from his body called piercing blood to slice or pierce through opponents that he knows how to aim and move around as well. Lastly, Choso has several other projectiles like his blood meteorite, which is like a hardened shotgun slug made of blood, and Choso's finishing move Supernova, which creates an explosion of his own blood that can send his opponent flying and poison them, because did I mention that his blood is toxic to humans? As Kugisaki Nobara lays dead on the floor in front of Yuji during his fight with Mahito, he stands there in shock and says her name as every horrible thing that's happened in this arc starts to pile up on him more and more. He remembers how he lost to Choso in the subway and how that led to Sukuna's rampage across Shibuya, which ultimately led to Yuji not being able to help Nanami, who Mahito also killed at the beginning of this fight. As Yuji says Nobara's name again, he starts to break down and shake, and Mahito, not being one to miss up on a good opportunity, rushes towards Yuji in his excitement for what he just did, and actually lands a black flash right in Yuji's chest, sending him flying, as Mahito tells Yuji once more that Mahito is Yuji and Yuji is Mahito. The two are the same, since Yuji has never once stopped to think about how many curses he's ended, so why should Mahito care about how many people he's done the same to? As Mahito swings his arm towards Yuji to end this fight and finally win, he looks down and Yuji is gone, as Mahito hears someone rambling behind him and looks as he sees the one, the only Aoi Todo standing in front of Yuji on the other side of the train platform, and this battle will continue. After Sukuna steals Yuji's body during the Shibuya arc in Jujutsu Kaisen, he takes to the skies and starts a fight with Jogo just because, and eventually trolls Kusakabe and Panda using Jogo's giant meteor to scare them into standing in place until he gives them permission to dodge it, with Sukuna letting the meteor get really close before he claps, allowing the sorcerers to run away. As Sukuna claps, we watch as a massive meteor crash lands into the center of Shibuya, destroying a huge area of the city and knocking buildings over, as Jogo stands on top of the giant hunk of molten rock looking as intimidating as he ever has. But even this doesn't surprise Sukuna, who casually jumps on top of the meteor and looks Jogo, the fire cursed spirit, in his eyes and says, "Nice flames. Let's see who's are stronger." In this moment, Sukuna completely shocks Jogo by using a mysterious phrase to unlock the power of flames hidden in his body, and as Jogo prepares his own flame attack on Sukuna, the King of Curses creates and fires a flaming arrow from his hands that hits Jogo right in the chest, causing Jogo to see Sukuna one last time in the afterlife, where Sukuna tells him that he's strong, and Jogo finally dies. We've discussed the big three families in Jujutsu Kaisen's world who all rule thanks to their generations of hard work and powerful sorcerers. However, what would be the point of being in one of these families if they didn't have a few secrets that could help you out in a dire moment? So of course, let's discuss the hidden techniques passed down through these families that technically anyone can learn if enough work. First, we have Falling Blossom Emotion, which is a technique only very few people even know about that covers the user in cursed energy, allowing the energy to counterattack sure hit attacks and domain expansions to keep the user safe. From there, we have Hollow Wicker Basket, which is a shield that can protect against guaranteed hit attacks from a cursed technique. However, it can't block anything that isn't lethal or that comes from an incomplete domain like Megumi's. Lastly, we have the perfected version of Wicker Basket that actually works, the Simple Domain, and this is a technique for the weak passed down by Sadatsuna Ashiya to protect the students during the golden age of sorcery. And this technique actually has a binding vow, making it so it can never be taught to outsiders. However, the vow didn't account for someone being able to see the technique and recreate it themselves, which is how we get the new shadow style seen by characters like Kusakabe and Miwa. In my attempt to make you an expert on all things Jujutsu Kaisen, I've already discussed various things like binding vows and reverse curse technique, so now let's talk about extensions and amplification. First off, we've explained how a person develops their curse technique. However, to a certain degree, curse techniques are based on the user's own interpretation of their power. So by training hard or having a particular understanding of their power, they can extend the use of their technique beyond what it's normally capable of. The best example of this is Nanami's extension technique Collapse that allows him to apply the weakness from his ratio technique across a large surface so it can completely crumble apart, or like Gojo's Blue or Red, which are both extensions of his ability to create infinities. For amplification, it's a whole other ballpark, as it's a technique that allows the user to make their curse technique inaccessible by expanding your domain over part of your body to block the sure hit attacks from within someone else's domain expansion, or even turning off their technique entirely as they take your amplified punches. But this means this ultimately becomes a battle of raw curse energy. Next, we'll talk about maximum techniques, the peak of curse techniques besides domain expansions. In Jujutsu Kaisen, over the course of the arc after Shibuya, we see a massive battle royale taking place, and during this battle, Megumi and Yuji are looking for a player named Angel who might have the power to free Gojo from the prison realm all by herself. Angel is a curse user from the golden age of sorcery that was revived by Kenjaku in the body of a modern day human, and much like Sukuna, she actually shares her body with her host, although with Angel it's by choice, whereas Sukuna's prison isn't. Angel has the power to completely neutralize curse energy and techniques, meaning that with her light she can even completely stop a domain expansion. Angel manages to do this by using a trumpet made of light that she can summon using her powers, and when she does this, she can blow on the trumpet to create a massive holy ray of light that brightens the entire sky around Japan. As she continues to blow on the trumpet, and we see small cursed spirit looking cherubs that fly around happily as any trace of cursed energy is burned away. And if Angel were to do this on Yuji, she'd theoretically be able to completely burn Sukuna out of his body using her Jacob's Ladder technique. However, just when it seems like everything is worked out, something goes wrong. After the events of the Shibuya arc in Jujutsu Kaisen Season 3, we see Yuji making an alliance with a new character named Angel, whose curse technique we've already explained. But Angel is actually really crucial once Sukuna steals Megumi's body, as after he punches Yuji and sends him flying off the roof into a building across town, Angel comes flying in and uses her Jacob's Ladder ability for the first time in the story, and man was it dramatic. As Sukuna is using Megumi summons to hunt down all of Yuji's friends, Angel arrives, and first things first, she summons a special trumpet made of light and argues with her host over trying to save Megumi without hurting him. However, they decide that there's too much of a risk. So as Angel blows on her horn, we see a massive pillar of light like a hammer of dawn strike right out of Gears of War, hitting Sukuna and starting to burn every inch of his body. However, watching for any sign of Megumi, Angel's host stops her attack when she sees Megumi reaching out his hand saying, "Thank you, I'm fine now." And as Hana comes in, Sukuna warps his head and takes a giant bite out of her, throwing her off the roof as Yuji finally gets back onto his feet and a new battle begins. After watching his new friend Hana, otherwise known as Angel, get chomped in half by Sukuna, who recently stole Megumi's body, we see Yuji finally snap as he jumps from the ground onto the top of a nearby building, leaving a crater in the roof of the one he lands on. And Sukuna looks Yuji in his eyes confused, asking him why he's still around, after Sukuna meant to end him with his last attack on Yuji. It's this moment where the most powerful character in the series realizes that Yuji, the weak little human he's been looking at as just an annoying vessel, was actually not strong because of him and had his own hidden power waiting to be awakened. As Yuji's rage explodes and he leaps from building to building, crashing into Sukuna and throwing him from the roof onto the ground below, with Yuji continuing his attack by sending a giant piece of broken building flying towards Sukuna, and goes even further by hitting the King of Curses again. But it's at this moment where Sukuna thinks for a second and realizes he knows exactly what's to blame for Yuji's strength, saying that Kenjaku does the grossest things sometimes, as he hides a secret from Yuji, and this fight continues with Maki walking towards the sounds of fighting. During the Shibuya arc, after Megumi summons his strongest Shikigami and Sukuna decides he wants to be the one to fight it, we see that Mahoraga adapts to be able to deflect Sukuna's long-range slashes, so he tries to get close, leading to Mahoraga sending him flying across town. However, ultimately Sukuna gets a hand on the Shikigami's head and splits it nearly in half with a cleave attack. But as Mahoraga gets up, Sukuna finally starts to understand its adaptation ability and thanks Megumi for helping him realize something important thanks to meeting this beast. Not playing around anymore, Sukuna activates his domain expansion Malevolent Shrine, and its effects cause everything within 140 meters to be completely destroyed. However, despite being mostly shredded apart, Mahoraga begins to heal through Sukuna's domain, so he ends things with a giant flaming arrow that ends Mahoraga in one hit. However, due to Sukuna stealing Megumi's body later in the series, this ultimately creates a glitch which makes it so that the invincible creature now belongs to Sukuna and he can control it. In Jujutsu Kaisen chapter 239, we moved away from the battlefield of Sukuna to see what Kenjaku was getting up to, and at the end of that chapter we saw as Takaba finally found the main villain and their fight began. However, this is actually a very dangerous fight that Kenjaku was about to get himself into in chapter 240 because Takaba is a Gojo level opponent according to the narrator of the series, and there's something specifically about this matchup that I love. First off, with Takaba's curse comedy technique, he's already taken 0 damage from one of Kenjaku's attacks, and I think we're gonna see a lot more of this, with Takaba only taking injuries that are funny, like a lump on his head. However, over the course of the next few chapters, I expect Kenjaku to figure the technique out more and more as it continues to counter his techniques. I think this battle is going to be way harder for Kenjaku than he ever could have imagined, and love how this is essentially my 2 favorite movie genres, horror and comedy, having a fight to the end. However, ultimately, I think in chapter 240, we're going to see Takaba playing with his food a bit after we get a little flashback to show how exactly he got there. However, I'm hoping that there is some plan to give him back up at some point and he isn't just out there to die. For Naobito Zenin, an elder of the Zenin family, he's actually known as the fastest sorcerer alive who isn't named Satoru Gojo, and he accomplishes this with his curse technique, Projection Sorcery. Projection Sorcery is pretty complicated, but the simplified version of it is that when Naobito activates his technique on himself, he can set a path of 24 frames in 1 second, dictating how he'll move. When he does this, he's unable to change his actions from the set path that he's created. However, having 24 movements within a single second is still enough to make Naobito ridiculously fast. The best part of this ability though is that Naobito can use it on anything of curse energy, so for example, if he used it on you because you were his opponent, he can set a path in his mind for how you'll move in the next 24 frames, and if you deviate from this path that you have no idea about, you'll actually be frozen in place as a floating animation frame, with Naobito being able to attack you and shatter the frame entirely with his punches to do massive damage to you, meaning he pretty much has a guaranteed stun on opponents that only lasts for a very short duration, but you can see how this first grade sorcerer will be really difficult to fight against, especially if he has backup. Boruto 2 Blue Vortex brings us the coolest version of Boruto, and Boruto might have just brought us the coolest version of Rasengan, despite how hard Naruto tried over the course of the entire original Naruto series. Boruto arrives in the Leaf Village with his new Rasengan Uzuhiko technique, and this one is a doozy as it's the first technique we've seen on this scale, since Rasengan Uzuhiko allows Boruto to embed somebody with the planet's rotation, pretty much placing them in a Rasengan that never stops as long as the planet keeps spinning. This means that the target's vision will continue spinning until they die or find a way to stop the planet's rotation. This spinning vision causes them to fall over and pretty much stay nauseous at all hours, and without getting into just how Boruto learned how to use a jutsu that uses the chakra of an entire planet, it's clear that this ability is inspired by Sasuke's Amaterasu, because it's an ability that never ends on the target, but it's also something that Boruto can shut off if he wants to. So I like the thought that Boruto just created the Uzumaki version of Amaterasu, but knowing this series, it's still likely that Boruto has another new Rasengan variant that he hasn't used, which is way more visually destructive to his opponent. So next, let's speculate. In Jujutsu Kaisen chapter 240, we watched as Kenjaku and Takaba's fight finally began. However, before the fight, we got a hint from Angel, who actually knows what Takaba's curse technique is, that it might be something even more powerful than curse comedy, seeing as her information convinced everyone that it would be smart to have him fight against Kenjaku of all people. During their fight, Kenjaku really breaks Takaba down to the point where he thinks about why he even wanted to become a comedian at all. However, at this moment where Takaba seems like he's the most down on his luck, I think instead of losing motivation in the face of Kenjaku's darkness, Takaba might actually snap once he finds his reason for making others laugh, and might actually make his ability even more powerful, as he either devolves into his darker personality that we saw a bit of when he was introduced, causing him to use dark humor that would actually hurt Kenjaku, or Takaba might even have a moment like Gojo, where he just snaps and thinks that everything is funny, which might make him all the more impossible to defeat. Either way, I think the truth behind Takaba's curse technique is going to be revealed soon, and even without help like Higuruma, Takaba might even use a domain expansion. One of my favorite characters in Jujutsu Kaisen is a gag character known as Takaba, who is finally getting his time to shine against Kenjaku, the main villain of the series. And with Higuruma, another awakened sorcerer, having his own domain expansion, I don't think it's too unreasonable to think that Takaba can achieve this as well. But what would his domain look like? Well, being a comedian, I think it makes the most sense that Takaba's domain expansion would send him and his opponent into a cursed comedy club where the opponent is front row for an amazing performance. And knowing someone like Takaba, I could see his domain sure hit attack being something like jokes, since this is the only place where he can make jokes that always land. However, this might make this a domain that can make anyone inside of it laugh uncontrollably to all of Takaba's attacks. I don't really see Takaba having the kind of domain that allows violence or anything that isn't funny. However, I think another option would be a domain like Higuruma's that has rules and implies negative conditions. So maybe his opponent would have to tell a joke on the stage, and if Takaba doesn't find it funny, they'd be restricted from doing anything unfunny for 5 minutes, giving someone else an opening to finish them off. As Yuta enters a massive curse battle royale to save Gojo, he's attacked by a cockroach curse user who infects him with swarming roaches in his body and really corners our sorcerer, causing the two nearby sorcerers who are watching Yuta to get disappointed that he lost so easily. However, in that moment, Yuta does the last thing anyone expects, and as Kurourushi is about to go in for the final blow so that he can eat Yuta alive, Yuta grabs the curse by the face with his hands and bites Kurourushi right in the face, continuing the theme of Yuta constantly needing a kiss of some kind. When Yuta does this, he rips the entire top half of the curse off by yanking it with his hands and mouth. However, at the same time, Yuta breaks one of his rules and uses curse technique to not only heal himself, but while using mouth to mouth, Yuta sends the positive energy into Kurourushi's brain to make sure the job was done. Yuta now stands there gaining 5 points for the battle, but knowing he needs at least 100 to change the rules of the game. However, not giving him any time to rest, another combatant floats behind Yuta, acknowledging him on his use of reverse curse technique as the entire sky seems to fold, sending Yuta flying as a new battle begins. Megumi is about to have a big episode soon in Jujutsu Kaisen, so we took to the databook to see what else we could learn about the 10 Shadow style sorcerer, and there's actually a few interesting nuggets of information, like the fact that Megumi doesn't respect Inumaki as a senpai, despite the fact that he's in a higher year than him, because Inumaki is always joining in with Panda and Gojo's ridiculous antics. We also find out that he only ever went on missions alongside Gojo when he was given simple tasks that Gojo was sure he'd be able to do as a way of instilling the basics in him. However, Gojo basically raised Megumi and brought him nearly everywhere he could. We learned that when Gojo was figuring out how to handle the drama between the Zenin family and Toji's side of the family so that he could properly take Megumi without the Zenins wanting war with the Gojo clan, he actually brought Megumi along to all of those talks since he thought it would be important that he at least knows where he comes from, and at that time Megumi was able to meet Maki and Mai and form a bond with them before they ever started school together. For another fun fact, Megumi hates paprika, but is there anything else you want to know? After Higuruma uses his domain expansion on Yuji, he finds Yuji guilty of his crimes, and his Curse Core domain activates his ability to rob Yuji of all of his cursed energy, and this makes it so that Higuruma's attacks on Yuji do extra damage since Yuji can't reinforce his body at all. So Higuruma summons a large gavel that he can freely control the size and length of and slams it into Yuji, sending him flying through the theater they're in. However, Higuruma begins to notice that Yuji is actually pretty sturdy as he continues his attacks, pushing Yuji back with a combo of slams that keep him on his toes before turning the gavel into a whip to reel Yuji in for another attack. Higuruma continues to attack as he thinks to himself that it's like he's fighting some sort of indestructible doll, but Yuji finally realizes the way out of the situation as he calls for a retrial and gets sent right back into Higuruma's domain, as the narrator reveals that Yuji is allowed to have 2 retrials that Judge Man cannot deny. However, the charges each time will be different from before, and this time his charges are the mass slaughter of everyone in Shibuya, and the penalty is gonna be severe. After Sukuna battles against Megumi's strongest Shikigami during the Shibuya arc, he takes it for himself as well as Megumi's body so that he can fight Gojo, and during their battle he puts Gojo in the same situation he was just in by summoning Mahoraga against the strongest sorcerer in the modern day to see how he'll be able to handle this beast, as Sukuna recovers from taking Gojo's domain expansion head on. As Gojo spots the giant Shikigami, he thinks to himself that he needs to end Mahoraga quickly before he adapts to his domain expansion. However, as he thinks this and prepares a red, Mahoraga punches the ground and shatters the domain expansion instantly, as Gojo realizes that Mahoraga is already adapted to his domain, because every time that Gojo used his domain on Sukuna, he had Mahoraga adapting to the technique already, as he forced Megumi's soul to take the attack instead. As the fight continues, Gojo corners Sukuna but gets trapped by Mahoraga once more, who finally adapts to Gojo's infinity and slashes him right across the chest, as Gojo struggles to beat a monster that is adapting to all of his moves while fighting the King of Curses. In Jujutsu Kaisen, there are only a certain number of domain expansions. However, in this series of explaining them, we've already theorized on how some domains will work for characters that don't have them yet, like Mei Mei, who's a powerful Grade 1 sorcerer that uses her bird manipulation technique to spy on enemies by seeing through birds that she can control. For Mei Mei's domain expansion, I think her barrier would take the shape of a massive swarm of crows and other black birds of different kinds that completely wrap around the area of the combat zone. Of course, for Mei Mei's auto hit attack, I think her bird strike technique would be a good choice, since it would allow her to just send constant waves of kamikaze birds at her opponent to blow them apart. However, to make things more interesting, I think this domain would raise Mei Mei's control over her bird manipulation so much that she could actually manipulate the birds themselves, meaning changing their size, shape, and maybe other attributes about them, which would allow her to do something like create a giant bird that can't be escaped from, and can also use bird strike to erase the opponent from the face of this earth. She could also create an army of micro-sized birds that would literally turn her opponent into Swiss cheese. However, how else do you think Mei Mei's domain could work, and who should be next? In my own version of Jujutsu Technical School, where I teach you every term and lesson you need to become a Jujutsu sorcerer, we've already discussed everything from cursed energy to extension techniques. However, to go even further beyond, we have something that only very few sorcerers will ever get to see, let alone use, and that's maximum techniques. In JJK's databook, we learned that every sorcerer has a specific kind of technique. However, a maximum technique is something that they can use when they use the maximum amount of cursed energy that the technique itself can withstand without falling apart, to create what is sometimes an entirely new technique. For Jogo, the fiery cursed spirit, his cursed technique is flames. However, his maximum technique allowed him to create a giant burning meteor. Achieving a maximum technique is something only for the supreme members of Jujutsu Society, because perfecting the control that it takes to master these techniques is really difficult. However, on the path there, a sorcerer usually learns a technique called stacking, which is where they use their maximum cursed energy output into their technique, and by continuing to push this limit and growing, they might be able to reach maximum status. Not every cursed spirit is built the same in Jujutsu Kaisen, and before we get into the more interesting types, we have to explain the grading system used for all curses, because that helps us understand just how dangerous they are based on reports made by other sorcerers and windows, who are the staff that usually do recon and open barriers for Jujutsu tech. First off, typically curses that can't speak or use cursed techniques are seen as grade 4 curses, with these being the minimum level that a curse needs to be a hindrance to human beings, but usually a wooden bat would be enough for them. For grade 3, they're a little trickier but still can't speak or use techniques, so anyone with a firearm should be okay. Grade 2 curses are where things get difficult, as these curses can sometimes speak and make use of their cursed energy, but a shotgun would be enough to cut it close against one. Grade 1 curses are where we take a leap in difficulty, as these guys typically can speak and actually use cursed techniques, with the databook saying that even a tank might not be enough to defeat one. However, it's special grade curses that take the cake, as even an army's cluster missiles might not work against these guys at all, and they typically have domain expansions. Next, we'll explain what vengeful spirits are. After a really long fight against Mahito, where Yuji gets Black Flash and nearly taken out by the cursed spirit, everything begins to change when we see Aoi Todo arriving and saving Yuji with his cursed technique, as he tells Yuji to stand back up because their battle is just beginning. Yuji screams in tears to Todo that he can't fight anymore, because after Sukuna used his body to end the lives of so many, he thought that he could help even more people, and only ended up getting Nanami and Nobara taken out as well. Hearing this yab session, Mahito dives in to finish Itadori off, but Todo kicks Mahito right in the face, bouncing him off the ground and sending him flying, as he uses Boogie Woogie to keep Mahito at bay, and tells Yuji that he's being too narrow-minded, that the two of them are Jujutsu sorcerers just like Nanami and Nobara were, and as long as they live, their friends will truly never have been defeated, as he tells Yuji to stop focusing on what he lost and start focusing on what he's been entrusted with from those that have fallen along the way. Yuji sits there in awe of Todo's words, as Todo tells him that he doesn't need to answer right now, but until he finds his answer, never stop moving, as Todo dives towards Mahito and takes a turn of the special grade spirit. At the end of the Yuji and Choso battle in the recent episode of Jujutsu Kaisen, we saw as two girls walked up to Yuji, and soon after he's fed 11 Sukuna fingers. When this happens, Sukuna goes on an utter rampage through Shibuya, as he not only defeats Gojo in a battle that left entire sections of the city in flames, but as Sukuna continues to battle, he stumbles upon Mahoraga and uses his domain expansion on the beast, which has a radius of 140 meters. Over the course of the night, behind the scenes, sorcerers like Inumaki and anyone who didn't have a battle were rounding up thousands of innocent people that survived and needed somewhere to shelter until the barrier was lifted. However, as Sukuna's domain expansion activated, it wipes out every single person that was saved in an instant, and he even takes Inumaki's arm during the process without realizing it. After this is all said and done, Sukuna lets loose a massive fire arrow that destroys another giant section of the city. However, when everything is said and done, he gives Yuji his body back after finishing off Haruta, and all Yuji can do is break down in the force of everything he just watched Sukuna do that he now blames himself for. Continuing our series of explaining just how powerful different sorcerers and curses are in Jujutsu Kaisen, we have Higuruma Hiromi, the cursed lawyer from Jujutsu Kaisen Season 3, and Higuruma is actually incredibly impressive because at the time of his fight against Yuji during the Culling Games arc, Higuruma has only had his curse abilities for 12 days. However, in that time, he's gained the level of a grade 1 sorcerer by just researching and figuring out more and more things about his curse technique until he learned everything from domain expansion, curse energy manipulation, and even various barrier techniques. In those 12 days, while Higuruma learned all these things without practicing them, he also defeated countless cursed spirits and 20 players who attacked him before Yuji found them. Higuruma's domain is really powerful, as you've explained already on this channel, with it having great disabling and buffing powers on Higuruma's opponent and himself, and it really speaks for itself that Higuruma is part of the group that was sent to beat Sukuna after Gojo lost, as well as the fact that Kenjaku said that the only awakened sorcerer that interested him in the Culling Games was Higuruma, which is mighty praise from someone that has been around since the golden age of sorcery. As Yuji continues to fight Sukuna alone after he stole Megumi's body, we see Yuji screaming at him and asking him why he can't just live without spreading misery, but the King of Curses replies telling Yuji he sounds silly as a human asking that question because humans are weak and rather confusing since they still cling to life so dearly. Sukuna questions how something that dies so easily could ever ask to be happy and says instead people like Yuji should spend their entire lives holding in their misery and just putting up with it because the strong will always do as they please as they trample on the weaklings. In response, Yuji challenges Sukuna to stomp on this weakling as Sukuna smiles and says gladly as he puts his hand forward and uses his dismantle curse technique to absolutely shred Yuji Itadori apart from head to toe, dicing off parts of his ear, hand, and even more. But as Yuji continues to step forward, Sukuna realizes that Megumi is making his attacks weak enough that Yuji is still able to send them reeling with a punch, as the king thinks to himself that he should still be able to beat Yuji in a hand-to-hand fight, but things won't be so easy as Sukuna gets caught off guard when he notices Maki standing on the sidelines since she has no cursed energy, asking Yuji how she can help as awakened Maki joins the battle. If you're not new to this channel, you already know the deal as we continue our series of either explaining or creating domain expansions for our JJK characters. And since we've explained how powerful he is, it's finally time to explain Naobito's domain expansion, since I think with his projection sorcery curse technique, he'd actually be able to create something interesting. First off, since Naobito's projection sorcery involves different frame rates in the real world, I think his domain expansion would allow him to not only change the frame rate that his technique works on, but it would allow him to change the frame rate of everything in his domain with cursed energy, meaning Naobito himself can move at a smooth 240 frames per second, as his opponent moves at something like 4 frames, meaning there are large gaps in between their movements, causing their attacks to miss and making them far more predictable. For an auto hit attack, I'd make it so that anyone that doesn't follow the frame rate rule in the domain is attacked by reels of film, just like in Naoya's projection sorcery domain expansion. However, before we start explaining the other projection domain, let me introduce you to its user. After Yuta Kotu enters a cursed battle royale to save Gojo and finishes off a cockroach cursed spirit that attacked him, he is given no break as he's attacked by a young woman who can fold the sky itself as part of her cursed technique. And this ancient curse user named Uro sends Yuta flying as she quickly follows up with a series of attacks and blocks one of Yuta's punches by pulling the sky and warping Yuta's arm as it bends with the space in front of him, causing him to miss and be really confused now. Yuta asks the woman if she'll complain if she's killed here and wonders why she got involved in the first place after being revived. To which Uro responds that this is like a second chance at life for the powerful sorcerers from the past who all died with regret. Yuta says, don't you have a lover of any kind that you'd rather fight for instead of yourself? And as the two pick up their battle again, a giant blast of cursed energy covers the entire battlefield as far away a third fighter named Ishigori, who was known as the sorcerer of the most cursed energy in history, begins sniping at the two who are already battling, as Yuta and Uro now have to figure out whether to keep fighting or go after Ishigori right away. In the Jujutsu Kaisen databook, there's something to learn about every single character, so since she's battling Dagon right now in his domain, it's time to give a little focus to Maki Zenin, who the databook tells us owns a few cursed tools, but her favorite one, Playful Cloud, is actually owned by the Gojo family after it was taken from Geto, who got it from Toji's inventory curse after the battle against Gojo in Season 2. The ownership of Playful Cloud is actually a hot topic since it technically belongs to the Zenins, but the Gojo family has taken it for themselves, so the family probably gets really mad when it gets lent to Maki, who the family hates. Aside from that, we learned that Maki's fighting style is based on Chinese martial arts. However, as the series goes on, she tries to work in different styles as well as moves that she saw Toji use during his battle against Dagon. Since Gege describes Toji as Maki's perfect form and says that her challenge in the future will be to find a way to get closer to that level, since her way of thinking helped her get this far. But to become like Toji, she really needs to look inside and think about what it is that she needs to keep about herself and what she needs to discard. It's only then that Maki will awaken her own overwhelming potential, and after the Shibuya arc, we see her taking the first steps as Maki slays her entire family to become the new Toji. During a long and difficult fight between Yuji Itadori and the new character Hiromi Higuruma, who uses a curse technique based around law and court cases, Yuji realizes that he can call for a retrial after he fails his first case and all of his curse energy gets taken away, as we see Yuji sent back into Higuruma's domain and a new case begins. This time Yuji is on trial for the murder of every innocent civilian in Shibuya on Halloween, which at first shocks Yuji. However, what's more shocking is the fact that Yuji instantly admits to doing this, causing Judgman to sentence Yuji to the harshest penalty possible, execution, as it confiscates his curse energy one more time and gives Higuruma the power of the execution blade, a blade made of light that has the power to kill anyone it touches in just one hit, which is likely to be extremely effective against someone with no curse energy to defend themselves or use their domain to overwhelm the ability. Higuruma yells at Yuji, telling him that all people are flawed and hideous, as he goes on the attack again, and Yuji begins to dodge and throw chairs at Higuruma to keep him at bay. However, as the battle nears its end, Yuji does an amazing leg sweep that Higuruma dodges as he swings his sword downward towards Yuji, ready to take his life, but it's at this moment where something ridiculous happens that changes everything. During the battle between Gojo and Sukuna, the King of Curses summons Megumi's strongest Shikigami Mahoraga. However, using a tricky strategy to buff himself and the beast, he keeps Mahoraga's wheel on his back as he continues to take Gojo's techniques in an effort to help Mahoraga adapt to everything Gojo can do. This works as Mahoraga appears and slashes Gojo right across his chest, with Gojo's healing slowing down. Gojo thinks of the last time he was slashed like this through his Limitless, which was during his battle with Toji, and he smiles as he realizes that in this moment, he's finding something that can actually challenge the strongest sorcerer. As he rushes down on Mahoraga with some punches and pushes it back with a shove, and Gojo chants various different phrases to power up his next attack. But protecting his summon, Sukuna shows up and uses Megumi's rabbit escape to blind Gojo of bunnies, but it doesn't work as Gojo shoots his red anyway, sending everyone flying into a new area. As Mahoraga swings down towards Gojo and Sukuna hits Gojo with a piercing blood attack that reminds the sorcerer that he isn't invulnerable any longer. After the end of the Shibuya arc, after Maki gets burned really badly by Jogo and needs time away from combat, we see her visiting the Zenin family home to retrieve some cursed tools on Megumi's behalf, where she runs into her cousin Naoya Zenin, and this guy sucks. First off, Naoya is the son of Naobito Zenin, the projection sorcerer, and his ability was passed down to Naoya as well, making him extremely fast while also allowing him to freeze people in place using curse energy and frame rates. Naoya believes that he himself is the true heir of the Zenin family and considers himself to be the closest to Toji, which makes sense as Naoya is the head of the most elite unit in the entire Zenin clan, meaning he has a reason to put himself on such a high pedestal. This young man is actually only a year younger than Gojo and hasn't involved himself in any of the trouble that our characters have gone through over the course of the story yet, but look forward to not only meeting Naoya but seeing him a few times over the course of season 3 and maybe even a bit during season 2 Shibuya arc if the anime decides to include him, because not only is this a really fun character to hate, but he also has some pretty amazing fights and even battles against Choso and Yuji at the same time. But next up, we'll describe his domain expansion. In our journey to make you an expert on everything in JJK, we've gone over pretty much anything that a Jujutsu sorcerer could ever learn. However, one thing that I'm sure every Jujutsu sorcerer will love to learn how to do on command is a Black Flash, a phenomenon you've definitely seen if you've watched either season of the anime. In this series of Jujutsu Kaisen, sorcerers use curse energy, but they can only understand it so well as learning about curse energy and its origins are really difficult. This changes, however, if they're able to use the Black Flash technique, which is a purely by chance occurrence that happens when a curse user applies their curse energy within 0.00001 seconds of their attack, meaning it's much too fast for anyone in the entire world to do on purpose. However, when they're in the zone, this isn't shown to happen as a curse user gets more and more focused, and the benefits are amazing. First off, a hit from a Black Flash strike does 2.5 times more damage than a normal attack and always targets an opponent's weak points. However, we also find out that when a sorcerer uses Black Flash, it's like it opens their brain up a bit more to the truth behind cursed energy, allowing sorcerers who have used Black Flash to stand on an entirely different level than those who haven't, like a permanent buff every time you land a critical hit that raises your critical hit rate. After Sukuna steals Megumi's body and starts a battle against Yuji where he pretty much bullies Yuji the entire time, the King of Curses realizes he's being weakened by Megumi. However, he should still have enough power to win this fight, and at that moment, Maki appears after getting her awakening from slaying her entire family and winning a few key matches during the games, as Yuji tells Maki she can give it her all against Sukuna and he still won't die. And all three people standing here move at the same time towards each other in an instant, as Sukuna blocks Maki's kick and punches Yuji right in the face. However, really quickly, he realizes that this won't be easy after Maki is able to grab his arm and lock it in place, pulling the King of Curses in for 2 strong knocks across his face that he can't dodge, as Maki sends Sukuna flying away with a really hard shove into one of Yuji's attacks using the metal balcony of the bridge that they're on to wrap his enemy up and help however he can. Sukuna tells Yuji that he's the most boring part of this whole fight, as Maki kicks him away again and the king breaks loose from his bindings. It's here where Yuji and Maki regroup, preparing themselves for round 2, as Maki asks if she can speed things up, with Yuji replying yes as the two rush towards Sukuna once more. After Aoi Todo arrives to save Yuji from Mahito during the Shibuya arc and actually dives in to start fighting the curse all on his own, Yuji talks to Todo's friend who claims to use this curse technique to stabilize Nobara, but makes no promises on whether or not she'll survive, as Mahito transforms his body into a net to try and grab Todo, but gets swapped with his lower half as Todo goes behind them trying to throw Mahito across the room. This gets countered by Todo again, who claps once more, moving Mahito behind them. However, this time Mahito leaves a trap on the floor that spikes up at Todo, causing him to dodge and create an opening for himself, as Mahito prepares to counter Todo's next switch, but instead is confused when he stays exactly where he is, and it's now Yuji that he's running towards. Yuji puts all of his energy and hate into his fist and says, "Sorry, Nanamine, I was just trying to take the easy way out and look for an excuse to run away," as he sends a punch full force towards Mahito that explodes into a black flash, completely destroying the cursed spirit's arm, as Yuji and Todo stand side by side, ready to end this together one more time, and Mahito begins to plan his next transformation. In Jujutsu Kaisen, I've been teaching you the basis of exercising curses using curse energy based on all the information in this series we've been able to pick up so far. However, what are you supposed to do when you come up against the next thing we're going to explain, vengeful spirits? Of course you know what a cursed spirit is, however vengeful spirits take it to an entirely different level because from their creation they start off entirely differently. Usually a cursed spirit is created from the negative emotions of humans, and a human can even become a curse on rare occasions, like what might happen to a sorcerer who's killed by an attack with no cursed energy. In some rare cases though, a person who dies might have an obsession or fixation on someone else, and instead of moving on peacefully, they refuse and snap, becoming something known as a vengeful cursed spirit. Vengeful cursed spirits possess nearly infinite cursed energy, and they're usually tied to a person or a goal that they had in life, and take pleasure in harming others despite the fact that they can never be satisfied. These curses can't be exercised, meaning getting rid of them takes some understanding of what ties them to this world, like how Yuta finally exorcised Rika after going through many steps. Next, we'll talk about identity spirits, so make sure to come back. For anime-onlys of Jujutsu Kaisen, I can see how it's possible to think that either Mahito or Sukuna might be the final villain of JJK. However, that status belongs to Fate Getzo, otherwise known as Kenjaku, who might just be the most powerful sorcerer in the entire series in a really weird way. First off, Kenjaku is a sorcerer who has lived for 1,000 years since he's from the golden age of sorcery, just like Sukuna, but has actually been around this entire time since his curse technique allows him to swap bodies and take the curse techniques of those who he claims. This means as Kenjaku has swiped bodies over the years, he's picked up numerous powerful techniques to make sure he has everything he needs for his plan. And with things like curse spirit manipulation and anti-gravity, Kenjaku is able to handle nearly any situation he's ever in because that's just how equipped he is due to years of preparation. However, Kenjaku will soon become far more dangerous because if he emerges of Tengen, he plans to create a massive curse of the energy of everyone in Japan, including Sukuna and our heroes, that he can control to bring the world to its end, all in the name of curiosity. For anime-onlys of Jujutsu Kaisen, I can see how it's possible to think that either Mahito or Sukuna might be the final villain of JJK. However, that status belongs to Fate Getzo, otherwise known as Kenjaku, who might just be the most powerful sorcerer in the entire series in a really weird way. First off, Kenjaku is a sorcerer who has lived for 1,000 years since he's from the golden age of sorcery, just like Sukuna, but has actually been around this entire time since his curse technique allows him to swap bodies and take the curse techniques of those who he claims. This means as Kenjaku has swiped bodies over the years, he's picked up numerous powerful techniques to make sure he has everything he needs for his plan. And with things like curse spirit manipulation and anti-gravity, Kenjaku is able to handle nearly any situation he's ever in because that's just how equipped he is due to years of preparation. However, Kenjaku will soon become far more dangerous because if he emerges of Tengen, he plans to create a massive curse of the energy of everyone in Japan, including Sukuna and our heroes, that he can control to bring the world to its end, all in the name of curiosity. During the Culling Games arc that we'll be seeing in Jujutsu Kaisen Season 3, Yuta gets trapped in a battle against a cursed user named Uro who can control the sky itself like a surface. However, their fight is interrupted by another sorcerer named Ishigori who uses a move called Granite Blast to gather cursed energy in his pompadour that he fires out as a massive blast towards Yuta and Uro. As the two of them mostly block the damage from the technique, as Yuta spots Ishigori from far away and starts to run towards him from across the freeway, causing Ishigori to send multiple blasts of energy towards Yuta all at once that he manages to dodge and avoid as they fall like rain towards our hero, who eventually makes it onto Ishigori's building, asking him to please fight a little closer than that, as Ishigori tells Yuta that in his past life, he just didn't quite get the level of excitement out of life that he was looking for. So during this battle with Yuta, he's looking for some sort of dessert to the life that he lived, as Yuta and Ishigori go back and forth with neither landing a hit on one another until they clash in the middle and Yuta gets sent flying by this man, just looking to be satisfied by a fight as the battle continues. As Higuruma's judgment sentences Yuji to be executed and grants him the power to bring this fight to an end with a one-hit kill technique, Higuruma Hiromi swings his execution blade down towards Yuji Itadori, who he knows he can hit before Yuji's fist lands on him. But something is wrong. Higuruma is having doubts in this moment because, like we've explained, when he uses his domain expansion and puts someone on trial, the evidence that Judgment knows about the person's life is shared with Higuruma without him actually having to open and read the file. So when Yuji is charged with ending the lives of everyone in Shibuya, Higuruma instantly knew that this was done by Sukuna and not Yuji, and mentally prepared himself for a court trial where he'd blame Yuji for doing this to try and win. However, when Yuji instead took the blame for it and he saw how sincere he was, that he really believed those deaths were his fault, it caused Higuruma's heart to falter, as he deactivates his ability thinking, why? And he takes the hit from Yuji right in the center of his chest, getting thrown across the room as Higuruma is completely given up. But as the fight comes to an end, it's time for the lawyer to prepare Yuji for his actual trial. After walking into the Zenin family home to collect cursed tools for Megumi and the rest of her friends to use her in the culling games in Jujutsu Kaisen Season 3, Maki gets confronted by her cousin Naoya Zenin, who tells her that she looks awful and wonders what she's gonna do now. Maki tells Naoya that she's surprised that he recognized her since she usually only tells women apart by their asses, and Naoya says, "Answer me, trash. Since you can't use cursed techniques or see cursed spirits, your face was your only saving grace, and now you went and ruined that too." And as Maki gives him a menacing glare, he reminds her that he used to bully her all the time whenever she got rowdy. After Maki slays the majority of her clan for trying to assassinate her and her sister, Naoya steps forward as the last one standing between Maki and escape. Maki's cousin jumps towards her with a rapid series of punches as Maki counts to 11, but messes up and gets turned into a frame by Naoya's projection sorcery as he kicks through her, sending her crashing through a canyon, and their battle intensifies. Naoya Zenin is Maki's cousin and a character that thinks he's the second coming of Gojo when really he's just the second coming of Naobito. However, since we've created a domain expansion for Naobito already, I wanted to explain Naoya's actual domain expansion from the manga, Time Cell Moon Palace. This domain expansion sends his opponents into a world where they're on a long path made of flesh that leads to a giant glaring eyeball, with Naoya standing between you and the eye as he activates his technique within the domain to truly turn up his projection sorcery to an entirely new level. First off, anyone that messes up moving at 24 frames per second gets attacked by reels of film as the auto hit attack of the domain, but when Naoya himself targets you with his technique, instead of turning your whole body into a frame, he can now target individual cells in your body, meaning he can target whole blocks of cells in your body in important or even random areas and make it so that every time you move they stay in place, causing all sorts of wounds and ruptures to open all over your body, which eventually can even remove entire parts of you completely, meaning if you get trapped in this, you're pretty much screwed. After Yuji hits Mahito with a black flash thanks to Todo jumping into their fight and lending Yuji a hand, the two of them finally get together and start jumping Mahito, which makes it really hard for him to fight back, as we know fighting Todo's Boogie Woogie when it's 2-on-1 is really challenging. But Mahito starts judging what he needs to focus on, and as he tries to land a tricky attack on Todo, Todo hits him with a kick on his arm that becomes a black flash, as Mahito bounces off the ground and says that now all three of them have brought out their max potential, as he sends a swarm of mouths at Yuji and Todo that takes the battle outside onto the streets, as Todo switches Mahito, letting Yuji kick his head clean off, but Mahito turns his body into a twisted looking clone that flails its arms around looking like two cutting whips, keeping our sorcerers busy, as Mahito takes another small transfigured human he has and tries an entirely new technique, and he multiplies together all the weak souls he has together into one body to create a new being he calls Polymorphic Soul Isomer, who Todo instantly engages thinking it'll be easy to take down, but he's surprised when he gets slapped into a nearby building and he's in trouble. During my attempt to make you masters of everything JJK, we've recently explained to you what vengeful cursed spirits are to introduce you to the concept of different kinds of curses in the world of JJK that aren't as easy to deal with. However, now we move on to identity or identifiable cursed spirits, which are a kind of curse that are extremely dangerous because they have names based on concepts that humanity fears. At higher grades, these typically manifest as disease curses, like the smallpox deity curse that we saw Mei fight recently in the anime. These curses exist due to the extensive damage that diseases and their names have inflicted on humanity, to the point where they etch themselves a permanent place in the human psyche and become the object of many people's fears, even if they've never been affected by the disease themselves, since even the fear of getting it or being around it counts towards the creation of the curse. For curses like this, unlike vengeful cursed spirits, they can be exercised by a powerful enough sorcerer. However, typically without being able to rid human beings of the fear of these diseases, they tend to reincarnate again into the world in different forms in their last one, so you can never truly be rid of them forever. During Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2 Shibuya arc, we're reintroduced to Nanako and Mimiko, which are a pair of girls that have been seen with Suguru Geto over the course of the anime. However, just how did the story lead them to the gruesome end they met at the hands of Sukuna? Well, first off, Nanako and Mimiko are a pair of twins, with the databook telling us that otakus fall in love pretty easily with one of them while they avoid the other. When we first meet them in this series, it's because they've been taken away after being accused by their villagers for committing evil acts, and when Geto sees the two of them in the state that they're in, he exterminates the entire village and adopts them as his daughters. This was back when Suguru Geto was really the person in control of his body. However, as the series goes on and Geto dies at the hand of Gojo, Kenjaku takes Geto's body over and leaves the girls none the wiser, until eventually they piece it together that this isn't the man who raised them, causing them to hatch a plan to use Sukuna for their revenge. However, sadly for them, Jogo and Kenjaku had already hunted down 10 other Sukuna fingers, so when they came to the King of Curses trying to buy him for just a finger, naturally he took offense to it and slayed them, putting the humans in their place. In Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2, we've seen a lot of weird stuff happening already, but one of the stranger things was watching Daigen, our more or less friendly looking squid curse with a cute voice, being enraged by the loss of Hanami and morphing into a hulking red beast. However, from the databook we can gather even more info about Daigen now that he's been defeated. Like, did you know that Daigen was responsible for eating as many humans as possible during the Shibuya incident? But despite the fact that he ate so many, Gege says Daigen's stomach actually dissolved them and converted them into curse energy, and even the bones he spat up before transforming would have been dissolved into more power eventually. However, he had everything he needed to transform. On the transformation itself, Gege says that only curses that are extremely feared will ever have an evolution. However, specifically for cursed wombs like Daigen, their potential is determined from the moment they're born, so for them it's all about extracting the most from their potential, which in some cases means transforming into a more powerful stage to survive. But even then, they can only grow their power to a certain peak, so there's no world where Daigen could have gotten stronger to defeat Toji. After Sukuna ends up in a fight with Maki, Zenin, and Yuji Itadori at the same time, he watches as the two of them kick up the speed and start running towards him, so in response the King of Curses darts around Maki trying to catch her with an attack as he acknowledges that she's the only one who matters here. However, using her genius mind for battle and realizing that Yuji is still really sturdy, Maki grabs Yuji by the legs and swings him towards Sukuna like a massive hammer, as Yuji punches Sukuna in the side full force, desperately praying for a black flash that he doesn't get. It's here where we see both Maki and Yuji giving their all to hit Sukuna as he deflects all of their blows, and the second he finds an opening, he drops down to the ground, placing one of his hands on the floor as we see a spiderweb pattern course through the ground, and everything below their feet gets sliced, disrupting everyone's footwork, allowing Sukuna to land a solid hit on Maki that pushes her back a bit. Maki spits out a tooth, causing Sukuna to laugh and actually get excited to have this battle, and he and Maki dart back and forth off of the falling rubble, attacking each other until everything gets interrupted by a massive wave of ice that puts this battle on freeze. In Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2, we saw as the Zenin family as well as Nanami Kento ended up in a grand battle against the disaster curse of water, Daigen. But despite what we saw happen to him when he fought against Toji, this curse is actually ridiculously powerful and wouldn't have been taken down so easily without Toji's interference. First off, Daigen is what we call a cursed womb in the series, so that means he has different stages of evolution and might even have been able to evolve again if he wasn't taken out so quickly after reaching a near-death state. And when you consider the fact that this was a special grade curse that was already using domain expansion and it clearly mastered its curse technique, which allowed Daigen to summon massive amounts of water that it could rush through for incredibly quick and strong attacks, it's obvious that Daigen got the short end of the stick shoved into its head repeatedly, because like Jogo, we truly could have seen Daigen shine as he was already easily handling 2 grade 1 sorcerers as well as 2 semi-grade ones even during Megumi's domain expansion. So clap it up for JJK's Cthulhu monster, because what he achieved was actually pretty impressive. In Jujutsu Kaisen's world, curses have plagued humanity in the region of Japan for more than 1,000 years. However, the story of the first sorceress isn't given enough attention, and thankfully for the databook we can break down how things came to be. First off, to deal with curses in the past, people learned how to use specialized rituals to exorcise curses by grouping together the negative energy from a large group of people, or even sealing curses away with talismans specifically made for the task. Eventually though, as humans came to understand curse energy better and better, a group of curse hunters appeared using the earliest forms of rudimentary jujutsu techniques. These early sorcerers protected the weak against curses and aided humanity in the shadows through their darkest moments, as eventually these hunters will go on to establish larger families and even laws within their society to dictate the management and use of curse energy for the betterment of society. Which brings us to the modern day, where Jujutsu society is deeply ingrained with Japan itself, to the point where the citizens of Japan can live there without even realizing the secret world happening around them. After Gojo challenges the King of Curses and realizes that this isn't going to be a fair fight as he also has to deal with Sukuna's Mahoraga, the two proceed to jump Gojo as he gets hit in the arm with a piercing blood technique using Maximum Elephant's water to achieve the same results that Choso did against Yuji this season. Gojo thinks about how Mahoraga is creating openings for Sukuna, but thinks that it's still manageable since he's figuring out how to fight at this pace and can find an opening. But at this moment, Sukuna summons another Shikigami made up of several that he has in his inventory, as Gojo now struggles to fight against the 3 opponents at the same time, but he eventually gets behind behind Mahoraga and hits it with a red that really doesn't do all that much to it, with Gojo realizing that it's already starting to adapt to his red as well, so the only hope of defeating Mahoraga that he has left is going all out with a hollow purple. As he easily manhandles the Chimera Beast Agito and thinks of his strategy, he easily dodges another rush of attacks from Mahoraga and the Beast, but just as Gojo is finally feeling confident that he has everything under control, he's stunned as Mahoraga cuts off his arm, and things start looking really bad. In the newest chapter of Jujutsu Kaisen, chapter 242, I expect to see Takaba truly taking his comedy to the peak level as he plans to make Kenjaku laugh with his whole gut behind it, and things start to seemingly shift from Kenjaku's favor in the battle. At the end of the last chapter, we saw as Kenjaku marveled at Takaba's dogeza and started to think thoughts that didn't make any sense, and after the long flashback we got with Takaba finding the true reason why he does comedy, we've seen that he's committed to making everyone laugh, because that's what he finds funny. And we know that anything that Takaba finds funny is possible through his curse technique, so not only is it likely that we're going to see Kenjaku laughing earnestly towards one of Takaba's jokes, but I also believe that through the process somehow we'll see Kenjaku at least momentarily losing control of Suguru Geto's body, which might open up a weakness for whoever the JJK crew has lingering in the background, ready to capitalize on the Takaba fight. My money is on Maki being there somewhere in the shadows since she's impossible to sense and might actually be really useful against Kenjaku, but all in all I think things are going to be way harder for him than he thinks they are once we finally get this chapter. During a curse battle royale, we see as Yuta discovers a sorcerer with the highest curse energy output in all of history as he dodges his attack and finally gets close using hand-to-hand to hold off Ishigori. As the two of them battle and get interrupted by Uro, who is still here as she takes Ishigori's granite blast and sends it flying back towards him, turning this into a true three-way battle. As Yuta stands there and begins healing his wounds, we see the others noticing that his healing is slowed down, meaning he's nearly out of energy, leaving them both disappointed. But at that moment, it's like a freezing cold drop of water slides down their spines as they feel like something is wrong, and we watch Yuta's ring start glowing as he summons the full body of Rika, finally revealing his trump card. You can search up how exactly it was that Yuta unlocked this new Rika on the channel already, but the new Rika stores all of Yuta's curse tools for him as well as massive amounts of curse energy that she can fill Yuta with to bring him back to full power, meaning with Rika out, Yuta becomes extremely dangerous as Rika grabs both of his arms filling them with curse energy and our sorcerer dives back in so the battle can continue. Thanks to the Jujutsu Kaisen databook, there are infinite things to learn about our characters. Like, did you know that Gege says if Yuji wasn't a sorcerer, he would have grown up to be a firefighter instead because of his drive to help people. We also learned that Yuji first fell in love with Jennifer Lawrence after seeing her in the Silver Linings Playbook. But speaking of movies, we find out that the movies that Gojo rented for Yuji to watch during his training session in season 1 were Leon, The Professional, The Descent, The Host, which in particular I'm sure was fitting for Yuji to watch, and The Emperor's Naked Army Marches On. But the movie that Gojo spoiled for Yuji is called Deep Blue Sea, a 1999 movie starring Samuel L. Jackson, based around a trio who fights a group of intelligent sharks, which almost reminds me of the battle between Dagon and the Zenins, so that might have been a bit of foreshadowing there. Continuing on, Gege Akutami says that he doesn't really like Yuji, causing his editor to ask him why choose a character he has such a high difficulty with as his protagonist, to which Gege responds that it's not like he hates Yuji, he just realizes that he's not good at handling him, but he's trying to improve and says that soon he'll chip away at the character, so hopefully soon we'll see what the end result of that chipping will finally reveal. Over the course of the last month or so, I've done everything I can to teach you all the important terms and concepts there are to make you an expert on Jujutsu techniques and all the terms in the world of JJK. However, to use that information to actually apply yourself, the best place for that would be Jujutsu Technical College, and there's actually a lot we can learn about the schools themselves from the databook. First off, we learned that Jujutsu College was created many years ago during a period where curse users from outside of the three major families started to pop up more and more, and needed a place to be educated on curse energy, so as part of an agreement with the Japanese government, the schools were opened with the cover that they were just a pair of religious schools whose expenses are paid by the government in highly classified hearings, since of course the government itself is aware of curses to a certain extent. The funding for these colleges is massive because they also become a base of operations for sorcerers afterwards, but the secret purpose of these colleges is to save people before they go down the dark side, because life for someone who can see curses but can't control their curse energy can be really difficult, so by teaching them the right way to do things and educating them, the college hopes it can create more beneficial members to society. Next, we'll talk about the barrier that protects the school and just how exactly you get in the first place. In Jujutsu Kaisen, we know that there's Tokyo Jujutsu College and another sister school in Kyoto where students like Aoi Todo and others learn their studies, but did you know way out in Hokkaido there's actually a third entirely separate and still unexplored society of sorcerers that even the main villain of the series Kenjaku didn't want to get involved in his plans. This would be the Ainu Jujutsu Society, which is a branch of Jujutsu Society that we haven't seen much in the story yet, but when they're mentioned it's always shrouded in shadow. At the moment, what we know about them is that the Ainu sorcerers are descended from some of the earliest sorcerers in JJK's history, since the Ainu are the native population population of parts of Japan, and might even hold the secrets to why curse energy is primarily a problem only there. Many also theorize that this clan of sorcerers could have some interesting ties to Yuji, since in their lore they believe in an amazingly powerful sword called the Itadori Maru, which of course shares the same name as Yuji's last name. All in all, there isn't much to share on this mysterious group other than the fact that they aren't so disconnected that Principal Yaga didn't think that they'd be able to help upon request. So with the story seemingly reaching its climax as we near what could be the final battles, will we see the Ainu society soon, or will they remain as just another mystery in this world? During Jujutsu Kaisen Shibuya arc in season 2 of JJK, we were reintroduced to the character of Naobito Zenin, who is Maki's uncle and not her grandfather, like I've been embarrassing repeating for a few shorts now. My bad. However, as cool as Naobito is during his battle against Dagon, where he loses one of his arms, things only proceed to get worse for the sorcerer when Jogo enters the room, realizing what they'd done to his friend, saying that Dagon only lost because they managed to get him quickly before he was able to show off his full potential. But almost seemingly like he's mourning his friend, Jogo begins to go on a rampage against the other sorcerers in the room, first attacking Nanami and absolutely burning him to bits, despite the fact that the sorcerer is able to walk away from his injuries, with Maki sharing the same fate as she also gets burned by Jogo to the point where she's gonna need some serious recovery time and will even cut off nearly all of her hair. The one who gets it the worst though is Naobito, who gets hit by 2 of Jogo's mini volcano eruptions at the same time in a long-term sustained burst. And unfortunately, Naobito never recovers from the injuries that he sustained here, as his will passes on to his son Naoya Zenin, who has a grudge to pick against Maki after she let his father die. We've talked a lot about Jujutsu sorcerers in JJK, but there's another side to things, because when someone goes against the laws of Jujutsu society, they're no longer called a sorcerer and get deemed with the title of curse user. The databook explains the many reasons why someone would become a rogue curse user, and the first is a very simple one, which is hunger. Sorcerers make a living by ridding people of curses. However, curse users who aren't ones to follow rules typically have to take any job that they can get, even very scummy ones, to make sure that they don't starve. And because of the reputation doing these jobs bring, they're unable to join the technical colleges for their heinous acts. For other curse users, they may only attack sorcerers and normal humans because of an ideal that they have in their heart, like Geto's disdain for non-sorcerers, because he believed that getting rid of them all would get rid of curses. Finally, bringing it back to money, there are those who find ways to become extremely rich from getting in the way of Jujutsu tech and allowing certain curses to exist. Beyond them are people who awaken curse energy and curse techniques, who find out ways to use them in everyday life to get rich and obtain power through invisible and undetectable means. All of these curse users are targets for Jujutsu High to eliminate or capture, so next we'll talk about the dark underworld at the top of Jujutsu society. After a long battle between Yuji and the cursed lawyer Higuruma Hiromi, Yuji lands his final punch on the man, sending Higuruma into the seats of the theater they're fighting in, as Yuji prepares to step forward and keep the fight going. However, Higuruma says Penal Code Article 39, Section 1. If a person lacks cognitive ability or capacity of control, they are considered unable to think for themselves properly, meaning you had no control over your actions. At the same time, you didn't willingly give over control to Sukuna, you were forced to by being fed Sukuna's fingers in Shibuya. Yuji looks shocked, saying, "How do you know all of this?" as Higuruma lays down defeated, saying, "You're innocent. You're not at fault." Yuji says it's still his fault because he was too weak to do anything about it, which makes Higuruma think long and hard, saying, "Is that so?" as he tells Yuji that he's going back to his roots, because there are probably people out there right now like Yuji who can't control themselves and think everything is their fault also. So he'll give Yuji his 100 points, as he adds a new rule to the Culling games allowing points to be traded among players, and ventures out to go and figure out what he's meant to do as Yuji gains a new ally. After Maki goes home and slaughters most of her clan, she ends up in a fight with her cousin Naoya, who uses projection sorcery and starts throwing her around with no problem at all. But eventually Naoya rushes down on Maki and taps her using his technique, thinking he's going to stun her, but instead Maki tells Naoya that she's figured out how his technique works, as she bashes his face in, leaving Naoya completely knocked out on the ground with several of his teeth hanging out. As Maki heads off thinking that the job here was done, we see Naoya crawling away as he says that Maki failed to finish him off correctly, so he gets to live another day. But at that moment, Maki's mother actually comes from behind Naoya, bleeding from her own Maki-inflicted wound, as she falls on top of Naoya with a knife thrusting into his heart from behind and taking the sorcerer out forever. Or should I say, for now. This won't be the last we'll see of Naoya, and next we'll explain his second fight with Maki as a curse. After Maki goes home and slaughters most of her clan, she ends up in a fight with her cousin Naoya, who uses projection sorcery and starts throwing her around with no problem at all. But eventually Naoya rushes down on Maki and taps her using his technique, trying the usual strategy of jumping their villains. We see Yuji and Todo fighting against Mahito during the Shibuya arc, as Mahito finally has enough and uses a new technique to create a really powerful transfigure human who sends Todo flying across the battlefield into a nearby building, as Todo uses his boogie woogie with a rock that he tossed to get around the opponent and punch his head in with one attack, noting that it had crazy attack power, but they still go down with one hit, as 2 more land in front of our sorcerer. Elsewhere, Mahito sends a massive wave of Barracuda-like beasts at Yuji, who narrowly dodges and drop kicks Mahito, but the curse grabs Yuji Yuji by his leg and throws him towards Todo, who just got finished handling the other two Mahito minions. Mahito thinks to himself that he can't use domain expansion because if he does, Sukuna will end his life immediately after warning him last time about entering his innate domain. But Mahito decides to take a chance here, so he opens up his domain for 0.2 seconds and uses this chance to use his technique on one of Todo's hands, causing it to start to transform and swell up as Todo chops it off and gets black flashed by Mahito, and we reach the climax. It's been a while since we've seen Rika and Yuta during the Jujutsu Kaisen anime, but many people don't really know all that much about the girl behind the vengeful curse spirit at Yuta's disposal. Like, did you know that when Rika was 5, she lost her mother to an unknown curse? However, soon after, right before she was about to start elementary school, she convinced her father to go on a hiking trip with her, which ended up in the two going missing for an entire week. Eventually, the search party found Rika and brought her to the hospital where she'd meet Yuta, who was in the same hospital being treated for pneumonia. After this, they quickly became close, as Rika also became friends with Yuta's sister and attended the same school. However, at home, she faced a pretty dark life as her grandmother who took her in, secretly suspecting Rika of being the one to end the lives of her parents somehow. But not having any proof, she continued to raise the girl and avoid her creepiness as much as possible, until the day that Rika was ran over and ultimately became Yuta's cursed spirit. The databook tells us that the ring that Yuta wears in Rika's honor actually belonged to her mother, and that Rika, after becoming a curse, becomes a special grade vengeful spirit, which Yuta can only get rid of by following a very specific process to save her and finally set her free. After Sukuna steals Megumi's body during the Culling Games arc in Season 3 of Jujutsu Kaisen, we see as Sukuna begins his plan to absolutely ruin Megumi's life as a way of making him submit control of his body over to Sukuna more and more. And part of this is hunting down Megumi's sister, Sumiki, who's the person that he's done everything in the story for up until this point. What makes matters worse is that Megumi's sister is sort of the one that got him in this situation, but it isn't her fault since her body has actually been taken over by an ancient sorcerer, just like in Yuji's situation of Sukuna. This ancient sorcerer, Yorozu, actually has a past of Sukuna, and when they meet up, she tells him that she wants to marry him if she wins this fight, asking him what she'll get if she does. To which Sukuna replies everything, knowing that he doesn't intend to let her walk away from here, and as the battle begins, Yorozu sends an attack flying towards Sukuna using her strange curse technique, as Sukuna puts his hands forward and starts using Megumi's 10 Shadows technique to take these new abilities for a spin. During the battle against Sukuna, Gojo really has to focus on Mahoraga because the beast is such an amazing threat, and just as he's thinking he has a handle on things, Sukuna communicates with Mahoraga through their mental link, telling Mahoraga that he isn't Megumi Fushiguro's shadow anymore, so instead he needs to become even more exceptional to live up to Sukuna since he's his shadow now. And as Sukuna says this, the wheels on Mahoraga's back rapidly begin to spin as Mahoraga sends out a giant slash that completely severs Gojo's arm and makes Sukuna smile as all 3 of Gojo's enemies rush in to finish him off. But looking completely unbothered, Gojo first sends a blue flying towards Sukuna's Chimera Beast, which sends it flying and completely destroys it, as he heals his arm and plans to create a hollow purple from scratch to defeat Mahoraga and Sukuna in one final blow, and follows a red straight up in the air, causing Sukuna to realize that something is wrong here and freak out. This would become the deciding moment in the battle between Mahoraga and Gojo, so stay tuned so we can explain how exactly their battle ends and whether or not Mahoraga has truly adapted to everything Gojo has to offer. During Jujutsu Kaisen Shibuya arc, we see a lot of different sorcerers moving around Japan trying to save the day after Gojo is sealed, but since we rarely see some of these characters, I want to take a second to tell you the interesting things we learned about them from the data book, like their hobbies when they aren't constantly hunting curses. Like, did you know that Kusakabe's hobby is fishing, and it's rumored that fishing so much has made Kusakabe really lazy and prone to avoiding danger on missions, despite the fact that he's actually extremely capable. We also have Utahime's hobby, and besides hating Gojo, apparently Utahime is a big fan of watching sports games and going out to karaoke, which would have made her a great sensei for Itadori, since Gege said that Yuji would be great at that as well. Keeping with some of the older characters, we have Principal Gakuganji from the Kyoto Jujutsu School, whose hobby is playing guitar, but Gege also explains that he's really good at playing pretty much anything from drums to bass and even synths on the PC, given that his curse technique has to do with music. But for Principal Yaga from the Tokyo School, we learn his hobbies are collecting sunglasses and buying or making cute things. In Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2, Episode 17, we saw as Sukuna did battle with Mahoraga and used the 15-fingered power version of his domain expansion, Malevolent Shrine, which the translators wanted to translate as Malevolent Kitchen this week, and just a bit of trivia, that's also technically correct, so don't be mad at the change, even if you, like me, hope it goes back to Shrine really quickly. We know how Sukuna's domain works by now, and if not, you can check out my short on just that. However, one thing that really spells out how broken Sukuna's domain and mastery over curse energy is that unlike everyone else's domain expansions, Sukuna creates his domain in the real world, not a pocket reality within a bubble that he brings his opponents into. When other characters realize what Sukuna is doing, they say that it's like he's pouring water into the air instead of a cup and controlling its shape, or that he's like a painter using his paint on the surface of reality itself instead of a canvas. This is different from Megumi, who hasn't mastered his domain and is doing this by accident. However, doing it on purpose shows a whole different level of mastery, and the benefit of this is that if he uses his domain, it can actually slash apart his enemy's domain from the outside, making him nearly unbeatable even in a domain battle. As the battle between our beloved cursed comedian Takaba and the final villain of Jujutsu Kaisen unfolds, we see Kenjaku summoning one of his final remaining special grade curses, which looks large and menacing behind him before getting erased from the battlefield by a truck that randomly comes out of nowhere like in the beginning of every isekai anime ever. This leads to a ridiculous standoff between Takaba and a crew of police officers who arrive on the scene to investigate if Takaba was drunk driving, as it's revealed that Kenjaku himself has taken on the role of one of these policemen. They give Takaba a breathalyzer test where he has to blow onto a goldfish, and things just keep spinning more and more out of control as Kenjaku and Takaba try to perform surgery on the fish to keep it alive as they become doctors in a hospital. It's through all of these wild circumstances that Kenjaku is forced to go along with that he starts to realize that Takaba's curse technique warps reality and creates endless simulations that seems harmless but continuously stacks damage onto the opponent until Takaba thinks they find them funny or his mental state is broken. So with that in mind, this battle enters its final stage. Jujutsu Kaisen just dropped what might be the best episode of anime that we've gotten all year, but you wouldn't believe the level of controversy this one episode caused in the community, as first off, we were warned that this episode was going to air unfinished due to working conditions at MAPPA that not only caused a large amount of animators to allegedly walk out, but even had some animators drawing scenes where the MAPPA building is crushed by the battle between these two monsters. This took off on Twitter with tons of people commenting on what might truly be the last beautiful episode of the series, while other people took to the timeline to explain why they don't like the episode from an animation standpoint, since of course the more loose style of animation used in this episode isn't everyone's cup of tea, despite being some of my absolute favorite. This caused large fights on the timeline, like over this tweet from the Truth DT giving his opinion on the style of animation used in the episode, and when you pair this with people already being really defensive over the animators, it just caused a large storm that even still wasn't able to overshadow the actual episode itself. And I mean, how could it when you have scenes like this that are just... man, you either think this looks absolutely awful or like one of the best sequences of animation ever made. So let me know what side you're on in the comments below. In Jujutsu Kaisen Shibuya Arc Databook, we get to learn even the most inner thoughts of our characters, meaning that even the things that cause them the most stress are laid bare in the pages within. Like, did you know that for Yuji, apparently the biggest cause of stress in his life, even more than Sukuna, is science subjects in school, which really make him freak out since he's more of a sports guy, clearly. For Inumaki Toge, he's actually not all that different since his is related to school too, as Inumaki gets really stressed out by morning assembly since there's so many people around trying to interact and he could accidentally hurt them. For Panda, apparently his biggest source of stress is when animals who aren't pandas are given too much attention, showing that he's just as jealous as my dog who doesn't let me pet my cats. However, for my Zenin, we learn her cause of stress is even more simple because it just says Aoi Todo. This makes sense when you look at Todo's profile and realize that his biggest cause of stress is boredom, meaning he's definitely the annoying guy that won't ever stop talking or getting you into weird situations with his classmates when they aren't on missions, which we can double check by looking at Momo's profile, and as you guessed it, her cause of stress is again Todo. During the Culling Games arc that takes place after the Shibuya incident, Megumi has accepted what he has to do to reach the goal of saving his sister Sumiki from fighting in the games, which causes him to bash a sorcerer's brains in with his short sword as he gets into a battle with a group of sorcerers that fail to negotiate with Fushiguro. In this battle, Megumi comes up against a man named Reggie who wears an outfit completely made up of different receipts and papers, and he's joined by Hazanoki, a boy who can blow up any part of his body and is also a master of reverse curse technique. During this battle, while Megumi is starting to get overwhelmed, he's nearly caught off guard when suddenly a strange man wearing a weird costume appears and takes the attack for him, making jokes and throwing everyone off as he looks Megumi in the eyes and scans his face for a second with his own, saying, "I can judge instantly whether or not someone is evil. So let's team up," as a new battle begins. After Todo joins the battle with Yuji against Mahito, the curse hits him with a black flash, and the resulting rush of information into his brain helped him truly gain an understanding of curse energy and his soul itself that he's never had before, which allows Mahito to begin to transform into his true self. This entire time, Mahito has been looking for the true shape of his soul from the very beginning of the series, and now that he thinks he's found it, he uses his curse technique on himself, changing his body completely from head to toe and raising his power level greatly as he tells Yuji to wish him happy birthday. Mahito's new body of distorted killing is made for a true battle, however Yuji Yuji remarks that he didn't think Mahito was the type to go on a journey of self-discovery, as Yuji dodges a sweeping attack from the curse before getting parried by Mahito's new tail. The two go back and forth as Yuji realizes that Mahito's body is even harder than Shoso's during their fight. He takes a barrage of attacks from Mahito and realizes that nothing he's doing is actually hurting Mahito because of this transformation. It's here where Yuji develops a plan that makes no sense to the average sorcerer, as he declares that to win he has to hit Mahito with a black flash filled with Yuji's maximum output. So somehow, some way, he's planning on using it on purpose to end this fast. During the Shibuya arc, we've seen in the most recent episodes how Nanami Kento is stumbling through the streets of half of his body singed and hanging off, thanks to the efforts of Jogo, who is no longer around anymore. However, in the Jujutsu Kaisen databook, we learned that Nanami's ending was actually decided early on, as when Gege initially came up with the idea for the Shibuya incident, he thought to himself that he really liked Nanami as a character and how easy he is to maneuver through the story. However, when Gege thought about how the plot would advance and how things would move on from here, he felt like this would be the only point in the story where it would make sense to give Nanami a big send-off, so he knew that this was the only way. It's a shame because Nanami would have been really interesting in the Culling Games arc with his grey morals, because in the databook we learned that when Geto became a curse user and betrayed Jujutsu Tech, Nanami more or less understood exactly how he felt and didn't blame him for doing what he did. However, this didn't keep him from doing his job just like he always does as a Jujutsu sorcerer. In Jujutsu Kaisen, recently, we were reintroduced to the character of Kusakabe Atsuya, who gained a lot of fans just like he did in the manga with his self-narrated section of the episode, where he explains why he's trying to avoid all of the battles and doing any hard work. Don't let this confuse you though, because despite not having a cursed technique, Kusakabe is a master of the new shadow style and Bato's sword drawing style as well, which lets this man who should be pretty ordinary actually excel in battle, with him being the fastest sorcerer to ever reach grade 1 without a cursed technique aside from Yuji Itadori, our main character. Being grade 1, this means Kusakabe should be able to handle special grade cursed spirits, and with his sword he can open symbol domains around himself that negate enemy attacks or allow him to slash down any incoming projectiles, while he also uses this ability to get in range on his opponents and land perfectly timed slashes that have even been able to cut through Kenjaku's most powerful technique, causing him to praise Kusakabe for having some know-how. It's still a question as to whether we'll ever get a full-on Kusakabe fight in the anime and manga, but at this point I think it'd be funnier if we never did, so his goal of staying out of danger and living a stress-free life finally gets to come true. Sukuna steals Megumi's body and decides that the only way to keep it is taking his sister out for good. So he does battle with a curse user from the past who's taken over Sumiki's body and wants to marry Sukuna if she wins. And he uses Megumi's 10 Shadows technique in an entirely new way by using his shadows as a medium to summon half shadow, half physical divine dogs. This lets Sukuna get around the fact that Megumi only has one dog left and actually causes a swarm of shadowy dogs to chase Hirozu down as she tries to counter and gets thrashed easily by a larger, more bear-like dog that protects Sukuna from her. Hirozu sends streams of black liquid at Sukuna that spike out and try to hit him from every angle before compressing into a spear and exploding. But this misses the King of Curses, who is just too fast. As Sukuna continues to run, Hirozu gets really angry that Sukuna isn't using his own curse technique and has only used 10 shadows, which causes her to throw a fit and begin to transform into her more giant bug-like form, which is made up of that same black liquid she was throwing around earlier and forms an extremely hard and durable shell around her. In response, Sukuna summons Mahoraga's wheel behind himself and the battle heats up. We've discussed how Maki ended up defeating her cousin Naoya in a battle that ended up with her mom thrusting a knife into his back and dying alongside him during the Zenin clan massacre. However, this isn't the end of Naoya, as during the Culling Games arc of the manga, we see Maki taking down a special great cursed spear with her new powerful cursed sword, but as she links up with Noritoshi Kamo, who we saw bloodbending against Megumi in season 1, the two are surprised when they look up into the sky and see a giant odd-shaped worm coming down towards them, saying something is off about it. From the holes on its face, the words Maki start to come out as suddenly it speeds down towards the ground so fast that no one can react to it at all, as all of the air behind it is moving so fast that it causes destruction in the town. In an instant, Maki is snatched away as she's dragged through the town and forest, slamming her into the side of a cliff. Maki tries to counterattack, but she's too slow to even hit this thing, as hundreds of giant maggots start to leak from its face, and we see the enlarged head of Naoya squeezing out, saying hello Maki-chan, as Naoya becomes a cursed spirit and wants his revenge. The Jujutsu Kaisen Shibuya arc databook is really impressive because it truly manages to teach us something about every character we see in the arc, and many people are curious about Kusakabe after his funny moments during the Sukuna vs Jogo fight, so you'd probably want to know that the reason Kusakabe eats so many lollipops is because he's trying to quit smoking, because he thinks it'd be stupid if smoking killed him and not a curse in his line of work. On top of that, we know that Kusakabe actually doesn't have a curse technique, but this doesn't keep him from potentially being a teacher at Jujutsu Tech, because you don't really need one to teach at the school. Beyond this, we learned that Kusakabe's biggest source of stress is all missions, meaning mean, despite the fact that he's actually pretty conservative and normally wouldn't want to teach someone like Yuta, he saw becoming a teacher for Jujutsu High as a way better job because he could get paid to not put his life in danger. So despite everything he may have felt, he happily became Yuta's homeroom teacher when Gojo moved on to the new first years in Yuji's group. Lastly, to make up for not having a curse technique, Kusakabe mastered the new shadow style, which we've explained in another short, so go check that out to see just how powerful this makes even the average user. As Gojo struggles the most he ever has against Mahoraga and the King of Curses, he's shocked when he realizes that Mahoraga has completely cut off his arm, cutting right through his infinity, but not too bothered, Gojo instantly heals the arm that he lost and fires off another red into the distance away from both Sukuna and Mahoraga, causing the two to freak out and rush Gojo down as Mahoraga tries to destroy Gojo's technique before it goes any further, but Gojo appears and starts beating the brakes off the beast, causing Sukuna to step in and try to destroy the red on his own using a fake version of piercing blood to burst the red in its place. This backfires though as Gojo uses the binding vow to keep his technique from being destroyed. Sukuna looks stunned as Gojo continues to chant more and more, finally bringing out the maximum power of his technique as Gojo yells out purple with a smile on his face mid-air, and we see a giant purple light engulf the entire battlefield including Mahoraga itself, who instantly gets evaporated into nothing as we see Mahoraga's will crumble away along with the majority of the city around it. However, as Gojo stands in front of an injured Sukuna thinking he finally won, the top half of his body slides off onto the ground as he wins the battle against Mahoraga but dies against Sukuna. Jujutsu Kaisen currently has 25 different volume covers, and people seem to either love or hate the art style that JJK uses to make these. However, what are the top 5 best volume covers in the whole series? Well, for me in the number 5 spot, we have the cover of volume 19, which features Higuruma holding a sunflower, which is just one of the most visually pleasing to me, but also is pretty cool since Higuruma's name is another word for sunflower, and sunflowers are the symbols Japanese lawyers use on their badges, so there's just so many layers. In the number 4 spot, we have the cover of volume 14, which features Sukuna as well as a few of his fingers on the cover, and this one just looks really cool and features one of my favorite characters. However, it's not cool enough to make it to the 3rd spot, which goes to one of the earlier volumes, which is volume 6 featuring Mahito. Here we see Mahito surrounded by his transfigured humans as he tries to find the true shape of his soul, and I really like how this is drawn to attract your eyes to the center and think it's drawn better than other covers. Coming in 2nd place, we have volume 10's cover, which features Mekamaru, and I just really like Kokichi's design and the colors chosen for the background. However, number 1 has to be the cover of volume 13 featuring Kusakabe, who never actually does anything but looks like Endeavor with a sword slaying vampires here, and I mean, that's cool. After Yuta summons Rika to survive in his 3-way battle against 2 other sorcerers from the Golden Age, he dives right in towards Uro, who expects to take Yuta out, but he uses cursed speech that he copied from Inumaki to tell her not to move as he flies into her and pummels her with his arms that now look Rika-fied. Rika joins in and they really damage Uro, but nearby Ishigori's cursed energy swells up as he fires a second shot of his Granite Blast technique towards Yuta, who is instantly protected by Rika. Rika catches the blast with her bare hand, but her face twists together saying that hurts, making her speed blitz the past sorcerer and send him flying across a building as he knocks her back and starts to battle Rika one-on-one. Elsewhere, Yuta plucks out pieces of his hair and they start to become tiny Rika-shaped Shikigami that fly towards Uro like bats, trying to create a path around her that traces the outline of a domain, which is another technique that Yuta stole during the games. This allows Yuta to rush Uro down and slice her all over as everyone stands up in the same place, and in that moment, all 3 sorcerers say the same thing: domain expansion. In our efforts to make you an expert on everything JJK before the 2nd season ends, we've explained how the Jujutsu Technical College was created, so now let's explain how you get into it if you wanted to be a student. First off, the admission process to get into Jujutsu Technical has a wide variety of circumstances that can get you enrolled, with the most common being a recommendation from a notable sorcerer. Typically, those who come from a family of sorcerers are always admitted to these sort of schools. However, it's also the job of the various teachers and sorcerers that work of the school to seek out those of hidden potential or limited understanding of their abilities to bring them into the fold as well. If you knew about the school and wanted to get in, your best bet would be to impress a high-ranking sorcerer with your ability and pretty much make a name for yourself immediately, either by proving you have potential or by showing such an amazing ability or amazing lack of control that they recommend you for classes. Once you get into the school, you don't need to worry about paying tuition or anything since, like we explained in the first part, the school is completely run by state funds. However, next we'll explain just what keeps the students safe here and keeps them away from the prying eyes of evil curse users. There's a whole lot of different games for Weekly Shonen Jump series, but did you know that there's actually a game that you can even play on your phone that features all of the different Jump characters all together in a MOBA very much like Pokemon Unite or League of Legends? This game, of course, is called Jump Assemble, and it recently just exited a closed beta test that was happening over in the Philippines, and it is expected to go back into closed beta once again. So let's talk about all the information you need to have to maybe play this game when it comes back into closed beta. Now, naturally, being a MOBA, Jump Assemble is a 5v5 battle game where you're pretty much taking control of one member of a team to try to control an entire battlefield against another team of 5 members, and this involves you capturing different points of minions, taking down bosses, and enhancing your skills and all this sort of stuff. And it's definitely a genre that has swollen up and become giant over the course of the last like 10 years, but now we're seeing it spread to the anime community, and it really has me excited because, again, I am a really big fan of Pokemon Unite. I play almost every day when my Switch is working, which right now it's not. So having a game like that with shonen characters, I could definitely see the After the end of Jujutsu Kaisen chapter 242, we're all sitting here pretty confused as Takaba and Kenjaku have, I wouldn't even call it a fight really, since they're just splashing Fanta onto each other and seemingly having a laugh as Takaba's reality warping continues to change the situation. But all good things must come to an end, and I don't expect Kenjaku and Takaba's fight to take up the same 12 chapters that Gojo versus Sukuna did. So what's going to happen next? Well, at the end of 242, we saw as Kenjaku and Takaba stand on the same stage that Getsu and Gojo were standing on in this color page right here, and it even features the same microphone. Here we're likely to see a standoff comedy battle between Kenjaku and Takaba, but another thing that could happen is Kenjaku instead taking the role of Takaba's assistant or partner, since earlier we saw, thanks to Takaba's backstory, that he struggled with working with someone else when it comes to comedy and seems really lonely. Perhaps Kenjaku's plan is to solve Takaba's mental situation or somehow break him using this final stage to his advantage, but we've seen that there's no way to convince Takaba that he isn't funny, and that seems to only make him stronger. So what do you think is going to happen in their final performance, and who do you think Kenjaku is going to fight next? Jujutsu Kaisen has changed forever ever since the death of Gojo at the hands of the King of Curses Sukuna in Megumi's body. However, one reason that many fans are still holding on to the hope that Gojo will actually pull through and return is a pair of statements made by Gege Akutami in February of 2021. Here we see Akutami making a really interesting statement saying we'll address both Megumi and Toji's story again later in the story, which as of yet has not really been touched on all that much. This introduces the hope that Megumi will regain control over his body, but the part that relates to Gojo is the fact that at that time, Gege Akutami also said that the one to tell Megumi everything there is to know about Toji would be Gojo in the future. Since Megumi's body has been taken over before Gojo was released from the prison realm, and now Gojo is laying on the ground supposedly dead, this would make this a lie considering they never talked about Toji. So this paired with the statement before is giving people hope again that the strongest sorcerer of the modern day, Satoru Gojo, might yet rise again and not only save his student, but finally tell him the truth about that day against Toji and why Megumi can never truly be part of the Zenin clan. Did you know that Jujutsu Kaisen often uses real-life locations in the manga as the battlefield for different fights, and that fans have done the work of looking for the specific locations included in the anime and manga so that we can compare them to their real-life versions? Some cool ones from the first opening of the Jujutsu Kaisen anime are this location known as the Zabu Tunnel, where we see Nobara standing during the opening. This tunnel was apparently abandoned for almost 18 years until the Roppongi Hills were completed in 2003, and it's actually the tunnel leading to Aoyama Cemetery, which is likely the location of a cursed spirit that Nobara is hunting in the OP. In Japan, it's a well-known location because in the late 1980s, this was a hotspot for paranormal activity, leading to the urban legend of a Zabu tunnel being haunted. It doesn't stop there because we also have this shot of Megumi Fushiguro standing in a tunnel, and this is actually a location known as Sendagaya Tunnel in Japan, another hotspot for paranormal activity, as allegedly this location is haunted by a blood-stained woman with long hair, and it runs directly beneath a cemetery connected to a Buddhist temple. Fun fact, this is also in Shibuya Ward, and Megumi's 10 Shadows has heavy ties to Buddhism, making this a pretty purposeful ad. Get this video to 3,000 likes for even more Google Maps videos. Jujutsu Kaisen is a brand new game releasing today that people have been waiting for a long time, and in Jujutsu Kaisen Phantom Parade, you pretty much relive the events of the anime. However, the difference is the addition of 2 new game original characters created by Gege Akutami who have their own personalities, stories, and curse techniques. Here they are, drawn by the author to celebrate the release of the game, which features turn-based battles and beautiful graphics for a mobile game, which I feel like is starting to become a trend in this space. Currently, the game is only available in Japan and other Asian markets. However, it has been announced for a global release, and more advanced users can figure out how to emulate the game and get playing right now to know what to expect when the game comes to the West. Jujutsu Kaisen Phantom Parade brings all the madness of Jujutsu Kaisen to your pocket and features pretty much every character we've gotten to know in the series so far, fully voiced and ready to go. So check out the game and our gameplay of it when we get our hands on it hopefully soon, and stay posted for more updates on JJK. Every character in Jujutsu Kaisen went through an interesting process of being created by Gege Akutami, and some of the earliest characters to be thought up were characters that went on to star in the Jujutsu Kaisen Zero movie. From here we get characters like Maki, who Gege Akutami described Maki as being heavily influenced by Chinese martial arts because Gege wanted a character to use a multitude of weapons in his story, so Maki was created to fill that slot. As far as weapons goes, the author says that Maki only actually owns 2 cursed tools of her own, if you don't count her glasses, which are another cursed tool made by a sorcerer to help her see curses. When Gege was trying to add more to Maki's character, he he included details like her hobby of crushing cans, and this is mainly because Maki is so strong that she has fun crushing cans after she drinks from them to show off a little and just because she can. All in all, Maki has become a really popular character in the fandom, but JJK says he didn't make her expecting her to be popular among men, something which is mirrored in the anime where he says she'd probably have trouble picking up guys. Maki is fighting against an insanely fast special curse grade spirit when she realizes that the spirit is actually her cousin Naoya Zenin, who she thought she killed after the end of the Shibuya arc. Cursed Naoya holds Maki down against a cliff, asking her if she's actually scared for the first time at the sight of his new form, as the arrow lands in the forest right next to him, destroying several trees, and this buys Maki time to get away for a moment while Noritoshi uses his bow to fire 3 more shots at the cursed Naoya, who tries to dodge but gets grabbed by Maki, causing him to take the attacks at full power. From here, Maki slashes the curse apart as Naoya bursts apart and his body starts to wrap itself in a cocoon. Maki calls out to Noritoshi that Naoya is a cursed womb and that he's about to enter his next state. So Kamo fires a piercing blood attack at the cocoon, thinking that he finished the job. However, what's left floating in the air is a strange looking curse that speeds at Kamo and sends him flying away, as cursed Naoya enters his perfect form and is now too fast for them to properly deal with as the battle continues. Yuta Okkotsu uses his domain expansion in a 3-way battle against 2 sorcerers. However, the issue is that as Yuta brings out his domain expansion with the ring on his finger given to him by Rika glowing as bright as can be, we see another sorcerer, Uro, putting her hands together and using her domain expansion as well, which would likely let her control the surface of the sky inside of it in a way wider range, allowing her to warp her opponents, their movements, all of her attacks, and more importantly, any of theirs. If this wasn't bad enough, at the same time, a 3rd sorcerer named Ishigori also activated his domain expansion here, putting his hands together as he locks his fingers in place and smiles. Ishigori's curse technique involves him blasting out massive amounts of curse energy from his pompadour haircut, and in his domain we likely would have seen a firing squad being used on the other 2, as Ishigori's granite blast does hurt and even affected Rika a bit when she was hit by it, so imagine not being able to dodge it at all. When domains clash, usually the strongest domain is the one that remains while the others crumble away, but in this instance, when all 3 domains clash, it instantly cancels them all out, leaving our 3 sorcerers just standing there needing to continue their battle in another way. But check the related video to see my video on how Yuta's domain should work. Every character in Jujutsu Kaisen went through an interesting process of being created by JJK Akutami, and some of the earliest characters to be thought up were characters that went on to star in the Jujutsu Kaisen Zero movie. From here we get characters like Maki, who JJK Akutami described Maki as being heavily influenced by Chinese martial arts because JJK wanted a character to use a multitude of weapons in his story, so Maki was created to fill that slot. As far as weapons goes, the author says that Maki only actually owns 2 cursed tools of her own, if you don't count her glasses, which are another cursed tool made by a sorcerer to help her see curses. When JJK was trying to add more to Maki's character, he included details like her hobby of crushing cans, and this is mainly because Maki is so strong that she has fun crushing cans after she drinks from them to show off a little and just because she can. All in all, Maki has become a really popular character in the fandom, but JJK says he didn't make her expecting her to be popular among men, something which is mirrored in the anime where he says she'd probably have trouble picking up guys. The situation with the Jujutsu Kaisen anime is in a strange place, as animators at MAPPA have finally taken a stand in order to ask for better work conditions. If you've been paying attention recently, we discussed the Sukuna vs Mahoraga episode and how this caused a number of MAPPA animators to consider never returning for the anime. And now, with at least 7 episodes left in the season and another few big fights left to animate, many fans are wondering what's up with the fate of the series and just how these last few episodes are going to look. We know that episode 17 wasn't finished and had to be aired in an unfinished state. However, does that mean that future episodes are also unfinished, which could put us in the same situation as some other anime in the recent years that had to go on indefinite hiatus? Either way, this situation will probably completely change the way that Jujutsu Kaisen is handled, and if things aren't fixed soon, JJK's anime could very well get cancelled or even sent to another company who likely won't make it look as good as it does now. We know that on some level, Panda is just a giant stuffed animal walking around the world of Jujutsu Kaisen. However, it's important to ask, just how powerful is Panda? Well, first off, we know that Panda is a semi-grade 2 sorcerer, which puts him behind characters like Yuji and Megumi, who by the end of the Shibuya arc have definitely reached grade 1 status. Despite this, Panda is actually pretty formidable because of his strange construction and his ability to call on the spirits of his brother and sister to alter his body into different loadouts that can grant him ridiculous power and speed. Already in the anime, we've seen Panda using his gorilla mode by switching to his brother's core, and this gives Panda insane muscular power that disable his enemies and can even be unblockable depending on who he's fighting. But the real kicker is his secret 3rd transformation, his sister's Triceratops mode. Triceratops mode lets Panda transform into a 2-legged dinosaur as his head swells up and gains horns, a hard bony structure, and 2 giant eyes. Apparently in this form, Panda is extremely shy like his sister, causing him to use his horn to rush down on any opponents, and you can expect that horn to possibly grow in size or easily pierce through opponents if we keep up with the theme of his power already. So don't ever forget that even pandas can win. We know that on some level, Panda is just a giant stuffed animal walking around the world of Jujutsu Kaisen. However, it's important to ask just how powerful is Panda? Well, first off, we know that Panda is a semi-grade 2 sorcerer, which puts him behind characters like Yuji and Megumi, who by the end of the Shibuya arc have definitely reached grade 1 status. Despite this, Panda is actually pretty formidable because of his strange construction and his ability to call on the spirits of his brother and sister to alter his body into different loadouts that can grant him ridiculous power and speed. Already in the anime, we've seen Panda using his gorilla mode by switching to his brother's core, and this gives Panda insane muscular power that disable his enemies and can even be unblockable depending on who he's fighting. But the real kicker is his secret third transformation, his sister's Triceratops mode. Triceratops mode lets Panda transform into a 2-legged dinosaur as his head swells up and gains horns, a hard bony structure, and 2 giant eyes. Apparently in this form, Panda is extremely shy like his sister, causing him to use his horn to rush down on any opponents, and you can expect that horn to possibly grow in size or easily pierce through opponents if we keep up with the theme of his power already. So don't ever forget that even pandas can win. Jujutsu Kaisen's world is filled with sorcerers and curses, but something that often gets lost in between are the many cursed objects in the series. One example are Sukuna's fingers, which are all part of his body that is also considered a cursed object. Being a cursed object makes something extremely difficult to destroy, and it typically has to be exercised like you would another curse to remove the cursed energy from it. But one object that was broken before it was introduced into the story is the inverted spear of heaven, which is a legendary artifact that was once stuck into Mount Takachiho, but was eventually split by the power of a volcanic eruption that caused part of it to be lost to time, despite reports that it was covered and kept hidden. The remaining part that we see Toji use against Gojo with its power to completely erase any curse technique on anything it tries to hit was recovered by Sakamoto Ryoma in 1866 and had to be retrieved by a sorcerer capable of controlling or maybe even creating dragons to survive the heat that the blade was under at the time. Lastly, we have Maki's glasses, which were created by a sorcerer who works with Jujutsu tech specifically for her, and of course these allow her to see curses since she normally can't due to her heavenly restriction. To learn about more cursed objects, get this video to 5K likes. You guys seem to enjoy talking about what stresses out all of our Jujutsu sorcerers, so continuing what we can learn from the JJK databooks, we have Megumi Fushiguro, who the databook says listed humans as his #1 source of stress, at least 90% of the time. And this is likely due to Megumi constantly having to save someone, convince someone of something, or get betrayed by someone in the story. For the next one, Megumi would definitely relate to it since Maki's cause of stress is apparently any formalities or meetings involving the Zenin family, and this also makes sense because Maki is hated within her family and knows that everyone there would be happier if she was never born, or at least stop being a sorcerer, since they think she brings shame to their family name. So honestly, if I was her, the thought of having to be around them for something serious would probably stress me out too. Lastly, we have the perfect pair of Kokichi Muta, also known as Mekamaru, who the databook says is always stressed, which is likely due to his heavenly restriction, which puts him in really poor health. However, his perfect match Kasumi Miwa, who loves Mekamaru deeply, is actually the opposite because her cause of stress is apparently none, meaning Miwa is never stressed at all, and I'd like to think it's because she's a little bit of an airhead, but maybe it's because she's so powerful that she has nothing to worry about. Mahito transforms into his final form in the battle against Yuji and Todo during the Shibuya arc, and he starts to worry because he's seeing something that makes no sense happening right before his eyes. In the world of sorcery, it's a fact that nobody, not even the strongest of all sorcerers or curses, can use Black Flash at will. However, as he trades blow with Yuji, he thinks to himself that right now, Itadori is so amazing that he makes you think that he's able to use it at will. Knowing that a Black Flash is what Yuji is aiming for, Mahito waits on it as he plans a counter strategy using his new form. However, Yuji counters his counter with a surprise hit from his Divergent Fist ability. It's here where the narrator explains that Yuji lost his ability to use Divergent Fist as his control over curse energy got better and better because the skill was created from a bad force of habit. However, ever since the battle against Choso, Yuji has learned how to control his Divergent Fist, which you must remember isn't actually a curse technique and is just an interesting application of his curse energy. When Yuji does this, he throws Mahito off as Todo stands tall above the battlefield with only one hand, telling Mahito that the act of applause is the acclamation of the soul, as he claps his hands together, which brings us to the end of this fight as Yuji winds up one more time. Characters in Jujutsu Kaisen all have different ways that they were thought of by Gege Akutami during the creation of the series, but one of the more interesting ones is the character of Ryomen D. Sukuna, the King of Curses, who actually has his roots in an urban legend shared online on the 2chan forum that spread and became really popular in Japan. This means that Sukuna actually came from a thread of scary stories that people posted about in a real-life scary stories thread, where a story was shared from a demolition worker explaining that he was working on a site where they'd be destroying an ancient temple. However, on the job, he and 2 of his friends found a small box with a faded white paper tag attached to it. On the next day, the man came back to work to find 2 of his junior Chinese transfer students sitting in front of the box in a daze, completely out of their minds, as he too looked into the box and saw a tiny, horrifying mummy of a man or a demon with 4 arms and 2 heads fused together. This story continues to spiral until an exorcist tries to save the men, but ultimately can't, leading to all of their deaths, and even describes what could be Sukuna's actual backstory, which dates all the way back to Sukuna's birth and how exactly he became the way he is currently in the story of Jujutsu Kaisen. The Zenin family is in the shadows plotting their next move as the Shibuya arc is happening, so here's every member we've seen in the story. First off, of course, we have Megumi Fushiguro, who uses the 10 Shadows technique, the premier technique passed down through the Zenin family. After that, we also have Maki Zenin, who has a heavenly restriction, keeping her from having any cursed energy, an issue only partially shared by her sister Mai Zenin, who can use small amounts of cursed energy to manifest her creation ability to make things like bullets or other cursed objects. Beyond them, we have Toji Fushiguro, who was Megumi's father and an assassin in the Jujutsu world, often bought and paid for by people that needed a bodyguard or to see a sorcerer or curse fall. Toji's contact to the Zenin clan would have been Naobito Zenin, who is Maki's uncle, and this older man uses projection sorcery to not only move extremely fast but freeze curses right in their place by turning them into frames of animation. This is a technique shared by his son Naoya Zenin, who leads the Zenin family special forces and has a really dirty mouth that we'll likely see on display soon as he tries to fight Maki. There's other members like Toji's older brother, so get this video to 5k likes to hear about them too. Sometimes Gege Akutami's plans for the Jujutsu Kaisen manga aren't clear at all, but now as we wind down towards the ending with the author being a bit late on his previous calls that the manga would end in 2023, let's look at the clearest part of Gege's plans that fans have known about for quite some time now in Japan. Over in Japan, due to a private event in 2018, fans were made aware of a statement by Gege Akutami suggesting that the story of JJK will cover 3 big arcs before its ending. This was before the Shibuya incident, so nothing huge had happened in the story yet. However, this left fans speculating on what these 3 big events would be, or even arguing that Gege never said this at all. Eventually, this was confirmed by the editor of the series Katayama, who said that the Shibuya incident is the first of 3 big events in the story, using the same exact phrasing as Gege Akutami allegedly did. If the Shibuya incident is seen as the first major arc of this trilogy, then it's clear to see that the Culling Games arc, which came right after and also features a large number of battles and huge stakes, would clearly be considered the second one. Now the question is if the current Shinjuku Showdown arc is actually what Gege considers to be the 3rd big arc of this series, or if we're still heading into one final large arc involving Kinjaku and his final plan. However, what do you think about Gege's comments, and do you wish more manga was handled like this? We've seen Sukuna's domain expansion a few times now in the anime for JJK, however, have you ever wondered about the skulls laying all over Sukuna's innate domain? It's easy to think that these are just the skulls of curses, since Sukuna is known as the king of curses, but these skulls actually have a different source and a much more spiritual meaning. Apparently, the buffalo skull has strong symbolism in Southeast Asia because the buffalo is the intermediary between human beings and the gods. Because of its role in most religious rites as a victim or a priest, it makes it all the more fitting for Sukuna's world to be filled with long, dry, and rotted buffalo skulls as a symbol of Sukuna cutting off the connection between humans and their gods, as he exists as an unholy entity that curses the Jujutsu world. This fits with Sukuna's title as a disgraced or fallen one that has its roots in Christian mythology, and to reinforce this even further, Gege Akutami has made the skulls in Sukuna's domain a bit more warped and misshapen over time, while also reinforcing the idea that Sukuna wears white with a black scarf inside of his domain, while Yuji wears black with a white hood in the manga version. This shows the symmetry between both characters who are on the opposite ends of good and evil, and shows just how much work goes into even just the symbolism found in domains. As Maki and Noritoshi make their way through the Culling Games, they do battle with a special Grey Curse spirit that is actually Maki's cousin Naoya, and now after Noritoshi failed to end it while it was transforming, Naoya has awakened into its final cursed womb form, causing Kamo to realize he needs to get serious as he activates red flowing scale, and more on scale techniques and are short on what scale or stack techniques are, but just know it levels up his power pretty seriously, allowing Kamo to use Crimson Binding on Naoya to wrap him up in ribbons of blood that gives Maki a clean shot on Naoya's head. Somehow the curse dodges it and reveals that it can also use Naoya's projection sorcery, but this version of it is turned up to 11, with Naoya being able to turn the air itself into frozen frames of animation that he stacks between him and Maki like dominoes before punching one and causing a chain reaction that unleashes a massive explosion in the area. It's here where Naoya looks like he's running away, but actually he's getting some distance so he can come rushing in at full speed, which Maki says is going to be even faster than supersonic as Kamo and Maki prepare for Naoya's final attack and the battle continues. Okay, imagine if you were born with a technique that gives you access to 2 free summonable wolves that are basically your partner Pokemon, and over time you realize that you can do a ritual which summons multiple other creatures that you can defeat by yourself with the summons you've already unlocked to keep capturing and growing your technique until you reach the point where you're really confident in your powers, but you still lack the oomph to take someone way stronger than you out, so you tap into the past stories of the people in your clan who had your ability and figure out there's a final spirit that you can summon, but it's literally unbeatable even with all the previous spirits combined. Now imagine you finally manage to capture this legendary final boss and think you have everything just to realize your technique isn't actually complete. This is the story of Megumi Fushiguro in the Jujutsu Kaisen manga, who currently has had his body taken over by Sukuna, who has access to every single one of his Shikigami. However, even though Sukuna even had control over Mahoraga, if you count all the Shikigami Megumi and Sukuna have ever used, the number only equals 9. This is odd for a technique called the 10 Shadows technique and implies that Fushiguro's technique isn't actually complete, and there may be a Shikigami that exists even more powerful than Makora. Megumi is dealing with a 2-on-1 situation during Jujutsu Kaisen's next arc and gets saved by Takaba, who introduces himself and quickly starts fighting on Megumi's behalf, and this lets Megumi fight seriously against his one-on-one opponent Reggie, who, as we explained in the last part, is a man with an outfit completely made of receipts, but more on that in a second. As Megumi takes the offensive, he summons his max elephant to blow a blast of water at Reggie, trying to blow his outfit off and still not knowing how exactly his technique works, but Reggie counters by dodging and grabbing a receipt off his body, which turns into a group of knives that launch towards Megumi. The sorcerer starts to explain his ability to Fushiguro as he grabs a receipt for 3 days at a 5-star spa in Japan, which instantly heals him back to full power and leaves him refreshed. Megumi starts to run away to rethink his plan here as Reggie sends a swarm of drones after him and even conjures a little moped to follow Megumi as the two end up inside of a gym as the most dangerous enemy in all of anime and manga approaches the gym when we see Megumi standing in the middle of the room as 2 large truck guns burst through the walls of the building and head towards our hero as the battle continues. If you're still holding out hope for Megumi surviving Jujutsu Kaisen, you're probably going to want to watch this, because Gege Akutami has made it pretty clear what's going to happen to the character in the final arc of the series, or at least he seemed to be sure back in 2020 when he spoke about the series in the mini character guidebook and proceeded to explain that even all the way back then he had the conclusion of every important point in the JJK story already decided, even down to what exactly he was going to include in the final chapter of the series. However, Akutami at that time said that he was still undecided on lots of stuff, but one example of the opposite being true is Fushiguro's ending. Going back in the series, it's clear to see that Sukuna has always had a plan for Megumi. However, with Sukuna fully reincarnating into Megumi's body and Megumi taking Gojo's domain expansion repeatedly, plus Sukuna's bath and attack on Sumiki, I'm really starting to worry that the ending Gege saw for Megumi is actually already here. However, like we've discussed previously, the author has also made comments regarding Gojo and Megumi discussing the truth about Toji. So is Megumi really down and out, or is it still possible for him to get control of his body again? You guys seem to enjoy me explaining just how strong Panda is in JJK, so now let's talk a little more about what makes this character tick in the series, and when I say that, I mean that literally, since of course Panda was created, and the process behind it is way more complicated than I can get into in just this short, but the short version of the story is that Principal Yagamichi has a very peculiar curse technique and process that he's learned from trial and error that allows him to create truly living cursed dolls, something which is extremely sought after in Jujutsu society, since basically anyone who learns it can create an infinite army of cursed technique users. To create Panda, Yagamichi had to raise him with a brother and sister in a world very similar to the 100-acre wood in the Winnie the Pooh mythos, where Panda went through a really cute but sometimes challenging young life with his gorilla brother and Triceratops sister. However, at the end of this, once the bond was formed between Panda and his siblings, the 3 cores of the entire group were transferred into one body, with Panda never being away from them and being able to call on their power. But this explains why Panda isn't just a panda. Also, fun fact, everything he eats becomes cursed energy, so what if he ate uranium and absorbed 19 million calories? I can't believe more people don't know this, but if you've been paying attention, we've discussed all of the places in real life that were haunted and used in Jujutsu Kaisen's first anime opening. However, even though these locations don't have as much history, there's still other real-life locations that were used in the opening. Like, did you know that this scene here of Maki raising her glasses as a curse creeps up on her is actually from a place in Japan known as Otaguro Park, which is incredibly beautiful and popular in the fall, and has become a popular destination for people to try to see cursed spirits through their glasses. For Todo's scene, we have this really awesome background that looks like an eye, and this is actually a location known as the Eye of Shinjuku, which is located below the Subaru building in Shinjuku, Japan, which, fun fact, is a location of the current and possibly final arc of the manga, which starts off with a battle with Gojo, so it's cool that below all of this is this beautiful yet oddly mysterious eye watching everything unfold. Getting down to the last few, we have Junpei here with his jellyfish Shikigami at the Kamo Aquarium, probably run by the Kamo clan in the anime. However, to cheat a bit here, people have also tracked down Yuta, and it seems like when he's with Miguel, they're actually in Morocco. Are they looking for Pokemon? We've discussed the formation and admission process of Jujutsu Technical College, but now let's talk about their defenses. First off, Jujutsu High believes that the younger someone fascinated with power is, the more easily they can be led adrift. So the schools pride themselves with being a place that Jujutsu sorcerers, especially students, can rest their heads and be safe. This reputation comes from Jujutsu High's complex barrier system, keeping the school itself hidden from the general public. The school itself is massive, so it may be hard to believe that it can be hidden without anyone ever walking into the area. However, to get in, you have to walk through the base of 2 massive mountains and a bunch of shrines and temples. The issue is most of these places are actually decoys and fakes, and on top of that, Tengen, the host of the barrier that protects the school, shifts their locations constantly so that no one can ever know for sure which shrine is the true entrance to the school. Out of these thousands of doors, there's also a way to access the Jujutsu cursed weapons and item storage, and beyond this, there's an elevator which leads to the Tomb of the Star, which is a virtually impossible place to reach as it's the most complex central portion of Tengen's barrier. This barrier deserves its own entire short, but just know no matter how easy Mahito and Kenjaku made getting into the school look, it wasn't. The limits of Kenjaku's planning know no bounds, and during Jujutsu Kaisen's next arc, the Culling Games, Kenjaku's eyes and level schemes are on full display, as it's revealed that months before the start of the story, in February, way before the Shibuya arc, which happens in October, Kenjaku actually left Japan for a short period of time to have meetings of world leaders all over the planet in secret. These secret meetings were explicitly for the purpose of revealing the existence of cursed energy and cursed spirits to each of these countries, as Kenjaku even gives the US president and his cabinet members copies of Maki's cursed glasses that let her see curses, as he summons curses into the room, and the US is immediately convinced that this is a gold mine and they need to tap into it rather than be left behind by the Japanese. At this point, Kenjaku shows them everything that Mekamaru ever recorded, which is pretty much the first season of the series, and this causes all of the countries to make a really drastic decision to invade Japan during this arc, to disastrous results. Every character in Jujutsu Kaisen went through an interesting creation process, and Yuta Kotsu is no different. As Gege Akutami first reveals that when creating Yuta, he always knew that he would actually be the main character, despite the amount of work that went into him to get his character ready for the Jujutsu Kaisen Zero manga. We also learned that during the process of sketching Yuta's design for the first time, Gege wanted to give him a face that gives him a pretty aloof-seeming vibe, and that Yuta's hair was changed in between JJK Zero and the main series because his silhouette was starting to look too similar to other characters like Fushiguro and Itadori. As far as his personality, Gege created a character that isn't all that interested in many things like food, and instead focuses on working and becoming the best sorcerer he can be to make up for the sins of his past. To this end, he picks up the sword and learns various techniques from people like Maki, Gojo, and Miguel, which all comprise the main influences of Yuta's fighting style. Lastly, we learn that Yuta only met Megumi after chapter 2 of the JJK Zero manga and didn't earn his respect until the very end, and that Yuta and Yuji are from the same hometown, but this is just so it's easier for the author to think of information from their town since it's near where Gege works. I don't think Kenjaku saw what happens in this chapter coming at all, and it's about time he got some of his own medicine, as we see the plan that the sorcerers have to take him down start to move into effect. First off, chapter 243 starts with Takaba and Kenjaku having the comedy performance of their lives, and just like we speculated in our prediction short, Kenjaku actually did take on the role of Takaba's partner and helped him tell a really long and complicated story full of improv that managed to captivate the audience. It even had almost all of the judges that were there laughing in their seats with their eyes closed. This once and for all proves that Takaba is actually funny and can make it big if he was just given the opportunity outside of the games and believed in himself more, and one of the goals that Takaba had going into this battle was to make Kenjaku laugh and smile from the heart. At the end of Takaba's performance, he gets just that when Kenjaku smiles like he just made a new friend, telling Takaba he was actually amazing up there, and it's in this moment where, due to Takaba's ability, Kenjaku actually lets his guard down for just a second, and we see that Yuta Kotsu appears behind Kenjaku and slices his head clean off before he's able to really even react, as Yuta tells Kenjaku he's there because Takaba doesn't kill people, and Kenjaku prepares to enact his last plan. The battle between Sukuna and Jogo took place a couple weeks ago in the Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2 anime. However, in real life, we can actually look at the locations that were used in their battle, like right at the beginning right here, which is right here next to the Shibuya Higashiguchi office building, which just so happens to be next to a church, an interesting tie to Sukuna, who we know as the Fallen One. Later on in the fight, when Sukuna slams Gojo through a roof of a building and goes on about the moonlight's illumination, that's actually right here just a couple blocks away at the police building in Shibuya. However, for the anime, they ended up changing it to the Shibuya Hikari building on the other side of the street, which is a building filled of lounges, restaurants, and other interesting things for people to do that is a pretty hot spot for travelers in Shibuya. Lastly, for the spot where Panda and Kusakabe were standing as Sukuna tells everyone they can't move, that's right here as the anime plays of locations a bit to actually use this street, which is a little further away from where Jogo's meteor really drops, which is back near the church and highway cutting right through Shibuya. We went over my favorite volume covers in Jujutsu Kaisen, so now we're going to go over my least favorite out of all of them. And in the number 5 spot, I know this is going to be controversial because I got to give it to the cover of volume 5 of Todo and Takada-chan, because not only do I really not like the colors, but I just feel like it doesn't really fit when you compare it to most of the other covers, and wish Todo got a better one since this will likely be his only cover ever. After that, in the number 4 spot, I have the cover of volume 12, which features Mei on it. And look, say what you want about Mei, but we can all agree that at the very least, she's some top tier milk. But this cover, which is supposed to be hot, it's supposed to be good, just doesn't land on the mark with the way that she's drawn. That makes her look more like Maito trying to figure things out. From there, we have number 3 on this list, which is the most recent volume cover, volume 24. And I mean, this one isn't horrible and high quality, but one, I don't think I can get over how boring the color palette and design is compared to what Angel can actually do. And 2, I can't ignore how weirdly giant and alien looking her hands are. Finally, for number 2, I've got this cover of Kashimo because the lightning god shouldn't be doing the baddie pose, sticking out his tongue for a cover. But the worst one to me is volume 15 because what is this? What is Maito doing? In Jujutsu Kaisen's world, we've discussed plenty of the domain expansions that exist in the series, so now let's talk about Panda's domain expansion, or at least what he would have if he ever were to use a domain. For Panda, things get pretty weird since he has 3 different entities inside of him, including himself, leading me to believe it might even be possible for Panda to have a different domain expansion depending on what form he's in, leading to the possibility of a really cool Donkey Kong Country-style gorilla domain. However, to keep things simple, I think Panda's actual domain would be called 100 Acre Wood, and it would actually bring Panda and his opponent back to the pocket dimension that him and his family were raised in by Principal Yaga for all of their lives. This land filled with living stuffed animals and free from the world of curses and danger could serve as the perfect battleground for Panda's auto hit attack involving the living dolls to take effect. When you're in Panda's domain, you're constantly swarmed by half cute, half horrific looking living cursed dolls that Panda is able to use as cores for himself so that he can continue to switch his loadout and get new techniques. But if Panda were to unlock his domain expansion, what do you think it would be like? We've explained every member of the Zenin family, so now let's take it over to another member of the big 3 JJK families, the Kamo clan. So far in this series, we've been introduced to Noritoshi Kamo, who fights alongside Megumi during the Tokyo Exchange event, and eventually lends a hand to Maki in her fight against her cousin Naoya using his prized possession bow. From here, we also have the other Noritoshi Kamo, who was an ancient sorcerer known as the most evil sorcerer in all of history for his experiments on humans and other terrible acts that he committed, and currently this is the brain sitting inside of Suguru Geto's head. Beyond them, we have other characters who have incarnated into half-cursed hybrids using the body of unborn Kamo clan members like Choso, who we recently saw fighting Yuji using his piercing blood. If Choso's part of the clan, then technically that also means all of his brothers are as well, like Esso, who was born with a different kind of blood manipulation called rot technique, which he could use to rot his opponents away while leaving a beautiful floral mark. And finally, there's Kejizu, the least human member of the clan who shares a weaker version of the same technique. Lately, we've been talking a lot about the end of Jujutsu Kaisen, which I myself believe we're actually starting to get pretty close to. However, that really has me worried about the status of our characters and whether or not they'll survive the story, especially when you consider what the author Gege Akutami had to say about it in 2019. Back then, Gege said that for the moment the final chapter hadn't yet been completely decided or set in stone, but he said that he thinks by the end of the story he could only see himself choosing one of 2 endings. The first ending is one where only one character out of the group of Itadori, Megumi, Nobara, and Gojo would actually die, leaving the other 3 to remember them as the world moves on after the end of the series. The other ending, which is the one that I ultimately think he decided on, is an ending where out of these 4 characters, only one will survive. This is really worrying because right now in the manga, Nobara has been missing for 2 years with no body to show for it, Gojo is laying on the ground with his brain intact but presumably being dead, and Megumi has had his body completely taken over by Sukuna, leaving only Yuji Itadori alive and not well, but at least he's alive. So could we be heading towards the ending of JJK where Yuji Itadori is the only one to survive, despite dying being the one thing he was sure that he was okay with at the end of this? During the fight between Maki and Naoya, we see that her cursed cousin starts to go full speed in a giant circle around the battlefield as just the air rushing past him manages to create a storm of destruction in his wake. The narrator tells us that the cursed spirit Naoya is actually sucking in air through a port he has in his body at the speed of sound to then compress that air within his body with cursed energy to expel it even faster, meaning whatever speed the air alongside him is moving at, he's able to use that speed to make himself exponentially faster. It's here where at Mach 3, Naoya rams into Maki, holding her down against the floor of his tentacles as he wonders how he ever lost to her before. Maki gets mad here when Naoya hints that he might have assaulted Mai in the past in this same pose, as Noritoshi comes in using all of his blood to try and defend Maki, despite the fact that he'll surely die in this battle if she really does run away like he's asking. In an instant, Maki actually does tactically retreat for a moment so she can figure out how to truly become Toji, so she can stop struggling here against a curse he wouldn't have lost to, as Kamo continues to use his blood to try and fight Naoya when the two wander into a battle between 2 ancient sorcerers. Megumi's sister Sumiki has been taken over by an ancient sorcerer named Yorozu, and in the past, Yorozu did research on insects, realizing how efficient their bodies are, like how some bugs can fly over the entire ocean, or how others can lift several hundred times their body weight while also having bite forces that just don't match their size. Using her curse technique, which made use of a black liquid metal that she could also use to construct any material, she coated her body in a bug-like armor that she saw as the ultimate form for battle, and with it she's actually able to land a few punches on Sukuna that send them tumbling across the ground, as she flies behind him and counters his use of divine dogs by kicking him in the face, telling him that he needs to use Malevolent Shrine to win. Here, Sukuna actually starts to frown as she begs to be sliced open, as we see 50 different spikes of liquid metal raising out of the ground all around Sukuna, trying to turn him into a pincushion. But it's here where the King of Curses starts to get serious. First, he summons a Shikigami that we never saw Megumi use called Round Deer, which instantly heals him using reverse curse technique and also neutralizes Yorozu's attack. From here, we see Sukuna summon Piercing Ox, which is an ox that can only move in a straight line, but is guaranteed to push back anything it charges. During the most recent chapter of Jujutsu Kaisen, we saw as our boy Yuta Okkotsu finally returned to the battlefield as he surprises Kenjaku after his match with Takaba, using his sword to slice off the final villain's head. But even though Kenjaku's head is off, and this is typically a death sentence for anyone, even a curse user, we know that Kenjaku is actually the brain inside of Geto, so things likely won't be that simple. When the chapter ends, Kenjaku says something about his will being carried on as he flexes his head and makes a crazy face, and I think rather than trying to steal Yuta's body or doing anything like that, Kenjaku might just merge his body with one of the curses he has, or even Tengen at this point, to give him a form much better suited for battles while he still has access to Geto's curse technique and everyone that he's gained so far. Now what's interesting is many people have pointed out that it seems like Yuta actually used Boogie Woogie, which is Todo's curse technique, to switch places with Takaba at the end of the chapter so he could get the slice off on Kenjaku's head. But another solution could just be that Todo himself is also there hidden in the forest with his hands healed and his presence hidden beneath Yuta's massive curse energy. Either way, I think this will truly be Yuta's final battle in the manga, win or lose, so it's time for him to step up like Gojo did while Yuji battles Sukuna. We've explained every single member of the big three clans, but the most mysterious that we've actually seen very little of is the Gojo family, otherwise known as the birthplace of the strongest sorcerer in the modern age, Satoru Gojo. This battle has its roots in the earliest stages of Jujutsu society, and we only really ever get to see the leader of the family, Gojo, but know that other clan members exist. Gojo himself never really talks about the clan all that much, but we know from statements that he's made that he's loosely related to Yuta Okkotsu, who isn't technically a member of the clan directly, but actually could be considered part of a lesser branch family that broke off from the main clan. This is because their common ancestor and the founder of the Gojo family is a man named Sugawara no Michizane, who is also known as one of Japan's three great vengeful spirits. Gojo says that Sugawara was a sorcerer and had such strong blood that someone like Yuta, who only has a little bit in his system, was born to be special grade, and it's likely that he either had the Six Eyes and Limitless, or he was able to create curses like Yuta, which might be how he became a vengeful spirit himself, considering later on in his life he was imprisoned or sealed and eventually died of hunger, all because he was falsely accused of setting a coup in place. Gojo is actually pretty different in a lot of ways from the version of the character that we saw in the Jujutsu Kaisen 0, the movie and manga. But why exactly is that? Well, Gege Akutami tells us first off that Gojo initially used bandages on his eyes because he thought that they were pretty cool, but eventually this was changed to a solid black bandage to save on production costs since it's easier to draw, especially during movement. On top of this, some of Gojo's powers were completely retooled, such as his ability to create a seal on the ground that he can use to teleport others, which fell out of place compared to everything else he's capable of doing, which looks so easy. So this is why Gojo's teleportation is now more or less just something that happens in an instant, which has served his character in great ways, like really making his first impression for anime only stand out when he kept teleporting around Sukuna and bashing his face in. Lastly, for a little bit of trivia, we learned that Gojo likes Japanese sweets more than American sweets simply because of the variety that he can get in Japan. And also we learned that originally Gojo rented his own apartment, but these days he lives on campus in Jujutsu Tech since jobs where he's needed are springing up more and more these days, so he finds it easier to just be there among his students. Chapter 244 of Jujutsu Kaisen is here, and we actually cut away from the Yuta and Kenjaku area for a while to catch back up with what's happening between Yuji, Higuruma, and Sukuna as the three of them stand on the same battlefield at last. For most of the chapter, we get a flashback to a discussion between Kusakabe and Higuruma discussing how exactly his curse technique works so they can best plan who should go on what team in the event that Gojo loses. Higuruma explains pretty much that they have a 30% chance of Judgment selecting a crime for Sukuna that will result in the worst possible punishment of having his curse technique removed. However, he still plans on going for this because if Sukuna is convicted on one of his worst crimes, it'll also grant Higuruma the Executioner's Blade, which is said to be a one-hit finish on anyone it touches. From here, we see Sukuna reacting to Yuji by trying to hit him with an attack as Yuji rushes forward and punches the rocks that the King of Curses sent his way and manages to land a few punches on him that make him vibrate oddly and confuse him quite a bit. However, it's at this point where Higuruma uses his domain expansion and we see the courtroom forming around Sukuna as Judgment states the charges, saying that Yuji is on trial for the massacre that took place in Shibuya, with Sukuna as his co-defendant as a new trial begins. In Jujutsu Kaisen chapter 244, we finally saw as Yuji and Sukuna locked eyes for the first time ever since their battle before this arc began, and everyone has been hyping up Yuji to do great things in his battle, considering it's clear that something is different about him after these few months of training. But in this chapter, we're still sort of left in the dark as to what exactly Yuji can do. When Yuji finally lands in front of Sukuna, he hits him with a few punches, and Sukuna takes note of it, saying that's before he's cut off by Higuruma's attack. However, what's happening here is anyone's guess, since it doesn't really seem to actually do anything to Sukuna in that moment. What could possibly be going on is Yuji used a curse technique on him that needs to be activated by touching the person, and in this chapter we do get hints that Yuji's technique could have something to do with blood manipulation, since he said that Norito Shikamo was a better teacher to him than Choso was, since he actually understands how to use his curse technique. This leaves us really confused since Yuji has new arms which might be related to blood manipulation in some way, despite the fact that they just look like cursed arms. But could Yuji's punches be altering or interacting with the blood inside of Sukuna in some way? For instance, maybe every time Yuji makes contact with his opponent, he directly attacks their blood and not their actual flesh and muscles, which they have reinforced of energy. What do you think? We've seen as Megumi Fushiguro continues to master his 10 Shadow style technique and use it again and again in battles, but one ability that Megumi doesn't use all that much is his ability to fuse together his Shikigami, something that could give him some really interesting combinations. We've seen already that Megumi was able to fuse together his toads and knew to give the toads wings, and this ability is called the Well's Unknown Abyss, and pushing it even further, Megumi could also do something like fusing his dogs together with the frog to give him dogs that would have long lashing tongues that would maybe be able to hold opponents down or pull them in for bites. Another idea for a Shikigami combination would be Nu and Serpent, because maybe by creating a flying serpent, Megumi could create something closer to a traditional dragon. However, Megumi isn't just limited to fusing together 2 Shikigami, since we know in the manga his body is capable of combining 3 Shikigami into one form called Chimera Beast Agito. Now, the fact that Chimera Beast is the title and Agito is the name implies to me that there are other Chimera Beast combinations in the technique that may each have their own names. But now this all has me really wondering what would happen if Megumi just fused together all of his Shikigami into one, or if that's something that is impossible until you have all of the 10 shadows. We're back to discuss other real-life locations used in Jujutsu Kaisen, and this is the Megumi vs. Toji edition. But for starters, I wanted to show you where Toji was reborn before their fight began, which would be right here, smack dab in the center of Shibuya at the Shibuya Tower in Japan. From there, we have the spot where everyone ended up after Dagon's domain, where Toji drags Megumi out by himself for their fight, and that's right here near Shibuya Station. The third stop on our Megumi vs. Toji tour is the Tokyu Plaza in Japan, which is actually under construction in the year that the anime takes place in, meaning this is the same location that Toji and Megumi had their epic rabbit battle in, which likely pushed back construction for a couple weeks as they tried to figure out just exactly what had happened. And finally, we have this corner right here in Shibuya, which we see during their battle as the final location before Toji ends himself in front of his son. And this happens to be right next to a pachinko arcade, which could possibly relate to how many random things had to happen for this exact situation to be unfolding how it has, but it's also likely a nod to the fact that Toji loved to gamble, so when he dies here, he actually dies surrounded by everything he loves. In Jujutsu Kaisen, we don't know a lot about the King of Curses, Sukuna, but one of the first things that we learn about him is that he had the title of being a natural disaster or a calamity, and instead of being left to our imaginations to figure out why exactly that was the case, we can look towards history and literature to figure it out. You see, as we've explained, Sukuna's character has roots in various Japanese urban legends, however this character dates even further back to ancient times where he allegedly lived. From this we learned that when Sukuna's mummy was found inside of a small box, it brought great misfortune to whoever came upon it, but despite this it needed to be moved from its location on one end of Japan to another. During the process of Sukuna's transformation, it was noted that it seemed almost as if every natural disaster that affected the area actually followed them alongside the mummy. That it seemed like the mummy itself may be the cause of these natural disasters, and if not, at the very least, it was like a magnet for them. This caused the Ryomen Sukuna mummy to be known as a calamity or a natural disaster, and it was likely similar in the story of JJK, with either the location of Sukuna's body or even just his living self being more or less a magnet for powerful curses, and we know that this is partially true because when Sukuna's fingers are out in the wild, that's exactly how they work. Ryomen D. Sukuna is one of the most popular characters in the Jujutsu Kaisen anime and manga, but did you know this character actually has a boss battle in a game that has nothing to do with JJK? This is because in the game Nioh 2, players are able to come across a man of the same name, Ryomen Sukuna, who eventually transforms himself into a large warrior with 2 bodies conjoined at the hip, that together have 2 faces, 4 arms, and 4 fused together legs. This fits the historical depiction of Sukuna that exists out there, and also matches the design that Gege has for the character in the manga, since if you look at fully transformed Sukuna, he also shares having 2 faces fused together, 4 arms, and 2 legs. Their weapons are also similar, as the boss uses several blades, which are represented by Sukuna's cleave and dismantle abilities, but the boss also has a very powerful arrow made of ice, which is only slightly different from Sukuna's arrow made of flames, so you can see how the legend was really respected here across both mediums. In the game, this is actually a pretty difficult boss, as it puts a spin on the 2 bosses at once trope by attaching the bosses together in an interesting way, but either way, if you're a JJK fan, are you planning on going into Nioh 2 to see how well you do against a less anime version of Sukuna, or are you too scared? In Jujutsu Kaisen's manga, one of the most mysterious characters is the cursed comedian Takaba, because when his powers awaken after struggling over the course of his life of comedy, he has no idea how it works. But even though he's a complete idiot, that still doesn't mean it isn't powerful. At the time of this short, I don't think we have an official name for Takaba's technique, but in fiction, this is the kind of ability that we call reality manipulation, where it seems like Takaba is able to create an area where within any situation that he finds funny can take place. This isn't a domain, it's just something that happens around him, and it ranges in intensity, like how sometimes Takaba only changes things about himself, like making himself not take damage to certain attacks, but other times he extends the range a bit as the things near him start to behave goofy, like when Kenjaku's bug started lifting his eyelids. Finally, when an opponent agrees to get carried away with Takaba because they find it amusing, they end up in an endless loop of joyful scenarios that slowly hurts them more and more until they're incapacitated. But the scariest part is that Takaba's ability is really sneaky and seems to work on a psychological level, meaning you might be the most serious person ever and still get caught up in his technique as you do dumb stuff and forget your own plan. So honestly, Takaba is powerful enough that he might have even been effective against Sukuna. In Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2 Shibuya arc, we saw as Satoru Gojo was sealed in the prison realm, but what even is the prison realm itself, and how can it work on someone as powerful as Gojo? Well, we went and dug up the secret lore of this cursed item. Well, first off, we learned that it was created by a monk named Genshin, and this monk disagreed with the Buddha and believed that sinners should never be allowed into the Pure Land. So with his dying breath, he turned his hatred into a curse and transformed himself into the prison realm. Back during the Golden Age of Sorcery, the prison realm was used as a detention center for sinners and was often used in public executions to make sure that those sinners would never be able to make it to the Pure Land that Genshin believed in and couldn't return to the cycle of rebirth. Inside of the prison realm, there exists a world outside of time, and inside there are numerous skeletons of people who died inside of the box, but I know you're wondering how they died if time doesn't move in there. And the answer is that the prison realm itself can't be used again until the person inside ends their own lives, so eventually everyone that's ever been placed inside has done that after giving up on leaving, except for Gojo, who waits outside of time in what feels like an infinity. In Jujutsu Kaisen, we know that the three strongest sorcerers in the series for the longest time were Satoru Gojo, Ryomen D. Sukuna, and Suguru Geto. All three of these characters are special grades, but unlike Gojo and Sukuna, we never actually got to see Geto's domain or whether or not he even unlocked it. But considering he definitely would have, let's go over what we think it would have. First off, since Geto's curse technique was curse manipulation, I think that means in his innate domain, it's a world where he has control over any and every curse. So for an expansion, I think the first thing he should do is instantly turn any curse inside of the domain into a spirit ball that he can eat to absorb them. However, to make it not too broken, his body can reject the curse if it's too powerful for him to control in that moment, letting them go free. To make it even fairer, but also to add some flair to the domain, I think that Geto's Uzumaki should be constantly deployed within the domain with the ability to fire down on his opponents without using up other curses in his inventory. However, maybe we're just thinking too hard, and the perfect domain for Geto would just be something like a pocket cursed realm where he can use all of his captured spirits together and let them all roam free to use their curse techniques on his enemy, like he just brought his opponent into a new world of curses. After Yuji starts to beat down Mahito and he transforms into his final form, Mahito tries countering Yuji's next punch but gets tricked by Todo, who pretends to use his curse technique. And this fake out ends up being just what Yuji needed to finally land a hit on Mahito, with Yuji being probably the first sorcerer in history to use a Black Flash on purpose with all of his power behind the punch, maximizing the possible damage as Mahito gets slammed into a cliff and knocked right out of his new body. Yuji lands in front of him and the curse tries to vomit up more transfigured humans, but realizes that he doesn't have any more as Yuji tells him that Mahito was right all along. Yuji is him and he is Mahito. For no reason other than because it's his role, he'll continue to end the lives of curses and especially Mahito no matter how many times they reincarnate, even if the meaning behind it is only discovered hundreds of years later. From here we watch as Mahito crawls away like a rabbit stumbling through a snowstorm as the wolf lines it up for a fine meal until he realizes that Kenjaku is standing there waiting for the two of them. After a three-way domain clash, we see as Yuta Okotsu ends up in a one-on-one battle with Ryu Ishigori, a sorcerer from the ancient past, who has returned and faces Yuta down with his Granite Blast technique as Yuta tries to counter by accepting Ishigori's head-on challenge and shooting his very own laser beam right back. From here, Ryu ends up trying to copy Rika by catching the laser in his hand, but at the same time, he realizes that Rika is running down on him. So he prepares a blast in his hair for our sorcerer as he realizes he actually has the advantage here. Ishigori fires his attack and says, "Thanks for dining with me." However, surprisingly, Yuta copies Uro's technique from earlier in the fight and bends the entire sky to send Ishigori's attack straight up into the sky. And then he does it again by pulling the surface of the sky again so that Rika can rush in and hit Ishigori right in the head, as his laser beam falls back down from out of the sky on top of him after Yuta and Ishigori have a small hand-to-hand back and forth that ends up with Ishigori being held down. Finally, his laser crashes down, completely enveloping his body in cursed energy as Ryu is defeated by his own attack, but instead of dying, he decides to give Yuta all of his points and joins Team Good Guys. After Mahito ends Nobara in Season 2 of Jujutsu Kaisen during the Shibuya arc, he transforms into a new body because he thinks it's the perfect representation of his soul, and in another series of shorts we're detailing the fight and only have a few to go, but this new Mahito form is actually really frightening because it's perfectly built for combat. First off, Mahito no longer relies on eyesight and can sense his opponents with raw cursed energy, which is faster than waiting for the light to hit his eyes so that he can react, and this is troublesome since he has long spike-like appendages on the back of both of his elbows that he can of course pierce his opponents with using backhanded attacks, while also covering his back alongside his tail. We learn that this form is about 200% more powerful than the usual Mahito, but it comes at a price because for the price of activating this new body, Mahito has a binding vow in place that keeps him from ever changing his body into different things again, except for the spikes on his arms where he made another vow for allowing him to transform them into anything as long as they're only used in medium range. But the problem is that we've seen this new body can be completely blown away by a Black Flash or a strong enough strike of curse energy, so really it's only so impressive. After Kenjaku meets with the president and leaders of the other countries all around the world to get them to invade Japan during the Culling Games, we see as on the night of November 14th, hundreds of trucks, planes, and helicopters carrying soldiers all descend upon the barriers that host a cursed battle royale, as each soldier is given their own Kogane, as they're each given secret information by Kenjaku that allows them to teleport exactly where they want to within the barriers instead of being scattered around randomly like normal. Once this happens, we see entire battalions of soldiers as they hunt down sorcerers using flashbangs, weapons, and a strange black liquid that they can inject into a sorcerer to knock them out and potentially pause their cursed energy. Things don't go smoothly for all of them though, as some soldiers face opposition from more powerful sorcerers who were able to fight them off pretty easily. On top of that, Kenjaku realized that after a while, with only the most capable sorcerers left uncaptured, the soldiers would end up with nowhere to go and wouldn't have anyone else to fight, so he unleashes an endless horde of cursed spirits into the colonies so that the spirits will destroy the entire armies and produce more cursed energy for his ritual that he's going to complete later on. Finally though, as Yuji and his friends move to carry out their latest plan, a flashbang falls on the ground in front of them. After the Shibuya incident, everything changes in the world of Jujutsu Kaisen, as first off we find out that at least 10 million cursed spirits have been released into the streets of Japan by Kenjaku, and on that note his reappearance has caused quite the commotion among the higher-ups who believe him to actually be Suguru Geto, who they previously thought Gojo executed. Meaning when Geto appears again, the first thing they do is sentence him to execution again. However, because they believe that Gojo actually left him alive when they last fought, they deem Satoru Gojo as an accomplice in the Shibuya incident, meaning he's been permanently exiled from the Jujutsu world, and they've actually made it a crime to remove Gojo's seal from the prison realm, which they intend to keep him in for the rest of time. Now on top of this, with Gojo no longer around, this means that the higher-ups are able to lift the suspension on Yuji's execution, as they order that it must be carried out immediately. And before we talk about who they chose to do just that, we should also talk about the fact that our beloved principal Yagamichi, who took in Yuji in season 1 of the anime, is actually now named as a criminal because they believe he's the mastermind behind Gojo and Geto's plot during the Shibuya incident. So as Principal Yaga goes for a walk, he's unfortunately executed by Principal Gakuganji, but in his last moments, something interesting happens. To lighten the mood after we explain the end of Panda's father in JJK, let's go over some fun details about the character that we got from Gege Akutami regarding some inner details on Panda's character. Like, did you know that we actually have no idea how much Panda weighs, and if he has the same weight as an actual panda or weighs more like a giant teddy bear? Because even Gege Akutami says he's never written down an exact number to purposely keep it vague. We also find out that despite being a panda, Panda doesn't like bamboo, and this is because he actually has the mental capacity to understand that bamboo tastes horrible. But that's not the only way that he's unlike other pandas, because we learn that Panda is actually the ultimate egoist in JJK, since he not only doesn't like pandas, especially the ones in the zoo, but he's so into himself that he spends all of his allowance on panda merch because he thinks it's merch of himself, and he also thinks that he's the cutest animal on the planet, so it's not really like he dislikes all other animals, but he puts himself on a level above them, which the author says would probably piss off a lot of animals if they realized it. And I feel like somehow every piece of information that I learned about Panda just makes him parkouring in the first JJK opening so much funnier every single time. We have discussed Megumi's ability to fuse together his Shikigami using the Well's Unknown Abyss in JJK, but as busted as Megumi's fusions would be, Sukuna's fusions would be even better, since we saw that when he took over Megumi's body that he not only had better control over the 10 Shadows technique, but he seemed to have a far better understanding of it as well. Using Shikigami fusion, we saw that Sukuna was able to fuse together multiple summons into Chimera Beast Agito, but since all of his Shikigami are enhanced and he can make alterations to their form, he can do anything from create a massive feathered elephant that can flood an entire town and then electrocute the water while its wings create tornadoes across the land. And I know that sounds impressive, but the ultimate trump card that Sukuna has here is that he actually has control over Mahoraga, so this means he'd likely be able to fuse Mahoraga with the other Shikigami as well. This means he could do anything from making a swarm of kung fu bunnies who all have their own little Mahoraga wheels and chains on their arms and legs, or he could just straight up combine the powers of every other Shikigami into Mahoraga itself, making it literally the ultimate Shikigami, since it now has the full powers of the 10 Shadows technique and all of his spirits at his disposal, on top of the ability to adapt. All in all, we're lucky that Sukuna didn't get more creative with this ability and just took it easy, because this is just scary. The King of Curses Sukuna takes over Megumi's body and goes on a crazy run after the events of Jujutsu Kaisen's Culling Game arc. However, we saw how powerful Sukuna was in the Shibuya arc, so just how strong is he now that he's fused with Fushiguro's body and has eaten 20 fingers worth of his original energy? Well, although Sukuna isn't actually complete yet because he's still missing a finger, we saw during his battle with Gojo that this is an utter beast that stands against even infinity itself with a smile on its face as he just powers through it. This version of Sukuna might be the strongest character that's ever existed in the universe that JJK is set in, and it's because he not only has a maxed out version of Megumi's technique where he can use Mahoraga to pretty much hold his hand through any fight and make it simple, but he also has the ability to completely rebirth into his original body where he's able to use all of his OG curse techniques and even has the forearms and strange appearance he was known for in the past. After everything he's been through, this Sukuna gained the power to cut through reality itself and has already done enough to show us that he's on an entirely different level, with him being able to keep up with Gojo in a battle that showed that they can both use every power or domain skill that's ever been introduced in the series, as well as a mastery of binding vows that very few other sorcerers could even fathom. Pretty much he's top 2 and he's not 2. In Jujutsu Kaisen 248, we come back from a break and like everyone guessed, Yuji fumbled and wasn't able to hit Sukuna with the Executioner's Blade, which causes Sukuna to send Yuji flying and realize that he's fully healed from a few chapters ago. Behind him, we see Ui and Karara appearing to take Kiguruma's body back to Shoko using teleportation technique, and Sukuna claims that Gojo's body has also been taken. However, he looks up and realizes that in the last month, Yuji has learned how to use reverse curse technique himself, so he can actually last in a battle now, and this is no simple feat. For a second, Sukuna thinks that it should be fun to fight Yuji now that he can heal, but immediately he's disappointed and gets bored when thinking to himself. It's here where Sukuna starts to think about just why it is that he's bored, and that usually killing sorcerers is just a fun way to kill time. But seeing someone like Yuji, who's a weakling, being able to stand up to him just by sticking to his ideals as hard as he could, makes Sukuna want to cut those ideals. At that moment, a new rule is added to the culling games, allowing Sukuna to start the merger of Tengen instead of Kenjaku, as everyone realizes that the big bad himself has been defeated. Suddenly, Yuta arrives with Rika as a battle between the King and Queen of Curses begins. In solo leveling, after awakening his powers and doing some grinding in his own personal dungeon, Sung Jin-woo has been gaining experience for quite a few battles, and it's finally time to level up. But click the related video to see what his stats were before this. So for level 18, Sung Jin-woo's character sheet is updated to reflect the stat bonuses he's gotten from every level, which by default adds 1 to every attribute he has when he levels up, and brings his intelligence, vitality, agility, and sense up to a score of 27 each. This improvement in vitality and intelligence gives Jin-woo a total of 350 mana, which is a 250 point bump from level 1, and his health points have also increased tremendously from 100 points to 2,220 HP. This is largely due to the bonus to health that he gets every time that he puts points into his strength skill, which by level 18 is sitting at a 48 total score, meaning right now Jin-woo is building for an all-strength archetype. Just know that by this point already early on in the series, Sung Jin-woo has at minimum already gone up from E class to at least in the realm of B class when it comes to offense, so keep your eyes on him before you miss him becoming a god. In Jujutsu Kaisen chapter 248, we saw as Yuta finally arrived to the battlefield to do battle with Sukuna after he seemed to have swallowed a small Kogane shrouded in light, which might have been the Grandmaster Kogane of the game, which belonged to Kenny. In chapter 249, I'm expecting us to pick right back up where last chapter ended, with us seeing Yuta not only deflecting one of Sukuna's slashes using just his sword, but also seeing Rika as she finally meets Sukuna face to face, and the King and Queen of Curses face off. Now, if these two would have fought before Gojo defeated Mahoraga, I would have said that this is actually going to be rather simple, since I truly believe Mahoraga would have been able to exercise Rika using his positive energy blade. However, it's going to be interesting to see if Sukuna's slashes work on her instead, since we've seen that they're not even fast enough to catch Yuta. There's also a theory that Maki is secretly hiding inside of Rika, since we know that inside of her is where Yuta stores all of his cursed tools, cursed techniques, and even the bodies of those that he wishes to carry around like we've seen before. If Maki really is hiding within Rika, she could make for an amazing surprise attack against the King of Curses, since it's impossible to sense her using cursed energy. But honestly, I wouldn't be mad if this chapter takes us back a few minutes to see what really happened between Yuta and Kenjaku, because right now it feels like the main villain got no diff. In Jujutsu Kaisen, we've pretty much explained everything you need to know if you were trying to become a student at Jujutsu Technical School, but that right there is the problem, because should it even be called a technical school? So the fourth thing that I wanted to teach you about is just how long you could expect to be learning Jujutsu if you joined. And that's an answer given to us directly from Gege Akutami, who says that technical colleges in general have a 5-year system where students spend 3 years in high school and 2 years in college, but even knowing that, Gege says that he's seriously considered if there was even 5 years worth of information on Jujutsu sorcery to teach to fill that amount of time up and make it make sense. With that thought in mind, he wrote that because taking breaks and only returning to work under certain conditions can be really helpful to sorcerers, they're encouraged to use their last year at the school to pretty much do whatever they want. It's like one last year before they're sent off on their own and might not have access to quite as much help, but in recent years, because of a student who proved that the 5th year really isn't necessary, Jujutsu Tech has switched to a 4-year school system, despite the fact that Gege apologizes to actual technical school students since they won't be given that year off like Yuji. In Jujutsu Kaisen, during the Culling Games arc, we see as Megumi gets into battle with the sorcerer Reggie, who uses receipts to summon different items and conditions relating to them. And as Megumi corners him in a gym to try to pull off something interesting, 2 trucks come crashing through the walls right at him, as he has to dodge underneath to evade them but gets hit by 2 falling flower pots that land on his head and buy just enough time for Reggie to swoop in and start picking Megumi apart and even start bragging, telling Megumi that he'll give him a painless death if he just hands over all of his points. It's here where Megumi starts rambling about how hard barrier techniques are, because he just can't wrap his head around the idea of creating an artificial space within an open space to activate his ability. So this time he'll cheat and turn the entire gymnasium into his domain expansion. As the room starts to grow dark and shadows begin to creep across the walls and further beyond into an infinite darkness, and Megumi uses Chimera Shadow Garden, and we see a huge human bone behind him, showing that the technique is far more complete than before. However, as Megumi's domain traps Reggie, he uses a technique called Hollow Wicker Basket to counter the domain and keep himself safe. That is, until Megumi's techniques break through anyway, and next I'll explain why. In Jujutsu Kaisen, during the Culling Games arc, we've explained how Kenjaku leaves the country in a flashback to go to various different world leaders and explain to them that they need to invade Japan and take control of Jujutsu and cursed energy for themselves because it'll mean infinite energy for their countries, and every country needs to be the first before anyone else strikes. But specifically in America, Kenjaku has trouble convincing the US president and his cabinet members, but eventually the president comes around, and the only person left to prove everything to is Gary K. Johnson, the Commander Lieutenant General of the US Army. He tells him that it'll only send one company of men, which is usually made up of 60 to 200 people, but Kenjaku says no. They'll need at least 800 soldiers if they plan on capturing the 5 dozen sorcerers that the US is targeting. Gary laughs this off, saying nothing beats muscles and bullets, and the Japanese are always so worried, but Kenjaku offers to prove to him that Jujutsu is nothing to scoff at, as they set up a game where 45 soldiers protect the president from just Kenjaku alone. But everything falls apart when moments after starting, Kenny lets loose one of his giant spirits to make every soldier float away, instantly convincing America to invade Japan. The latest chapter of Jujutsu Kaisen is finally here, and in chapter 249, we pick back up with Yuta versus Sukuna as the battle between the strongest round 2 officially begins, but first we see what happened between Yuta and Kenjaku in the other area. As Kenjaku's head flies off and a swarm of curses and cursed energy maintains his life for a while, as he turns his cursed version of Tengen into an embryo and sends it flying towards Sukuna's area, before Yuta finally ends our main villain. Back on the main battlefield, Yuta spends quite a bit battling against the King of Curses using his sword, and even getting a solid punch into the torso, while he thinks to himself that things getting as bad as they have is all his fault because he felt the need to finish off Kenjaku himself instead of Maki. And now that Sukuna is starting to regain his healing and will probably be able to use domain expansion again soon, is it too late for Yuta to make a difference? Regardless, he decides that he's gonna go all out, so for the first time we've seen in the series, Yuta successfully uses his domain expansion against Sukuna, landing a couple of powerful blows on our main villain, and creating a situation where Yuji and Yuta are gonna work together from within his domain to finally tear Sukuna's soul out of Megumi's body. But next, let's explain how exactly this domain works in the first place. In Jujutsu Kaisen, over the course of the series, we've been introduced to tons of different sorcerers, each who have their own unique abilities. Well, ever since I made a short describing how Yuji Itadori can actually be pretty boring at times as a protagonist, it's like Yuji heard those words and took them personally because he's grown a lot since the last time that we spoke about him. Currently in the manga, during the month or so between the Culling Games arc and this final battle, Yuji not only figured out how to swap his soul with someone else to switch bodies, but he can also directly target the soul with his punches now, thanks to researching a book given to him by Choso. And this allows him to punch someone like Sukuna and actually only target his soul with his punches, not Megumi's. Meaning the goal here for Yuji is to basically shred Sukuna's soul down to the point where he's either destroyed, leaving Megumi intact, or he's opened up to somehow returning to the Itadori soul prison. Beyond that, Yuji actually learned how to use reverse curse technique, something that took Gojo an extremely long time to understand in the first place, and that will allow Yuji to heal mid-battle and actually stay in the fight longer. So with all of these crazy bonuses, on top of the fact that he can likely use piercing blood like his brothers, Yuji is finally cooking with some sauce, and he's beating the boring allegations. In Jujutsu Kaisen chapter 249, we watch as Yuta Okkotsu finally uses domain expansion against Sukuna, so let's go in detail on just how exactly it works. First off, I want to say thanks to everyone who's been commenting on our short where we tried to predict how Yuta's domain will work months ago, with a lot of people telling me that I actually got a lot of the domain right. But in the actual manga, when Yuta prepares his domain expansion, the ring on his finger given to him by Rika glows, and he says the words "true mutual love" as the entire area around it begins to crumble apart into a world filled with large crosses, and knots that in Japan symbolize strong and everlasting bonds because these knots get tighter the more that you pull them apart, and they can often be seen in Japanese weddings, which makes it fit really well. Inside of the domain, we see a battlefield filled with swords, and each of these swords are one of the stored curse techniques that Yuta has copied over the course of the series, meaning Yuta basically has an entire armory of curse techniques that he can attack with, like when he hits Sukuna with Uro's Thin Icebreaker that he copied during the Culling Games arc. This is one of the most broken domains you've seen so far because it allows Yuta to change his auto hit attack to pretty much any technique he wants, but next let's talk about how Yuji finally grew. In Jujutsu Kaisen, we recently saw how Yuta managed to deal with the threat that is Kenjaku, but despite the fact that Yuta managed to make it look so easy, how powerful is Kenjaku in actuality when he's not facing the second coming of Satoru Gojo himself? Well, Kenjaku has pretty much easily walked his way through our entire series so far, and this isn't just due to him stealing Geto's body and curse technique, but it's because of all of the stolen bodies and curse techniques that he's ever had. You see, even when he transfers to a new body, Kenjaku was able to keep the curse techniques of the people he's possessed, meaning he has amazing abilities like anti-gravity from Yuji's mom or curse manipulation from Geto's body. And these two together pretty much make it so that he has a highly effective offensive ability that lets him summon pretty much any creature you can imagine to solve any problem in front of him, but with anti-gravity he can also protect himself from anything approaching him or getting too close to him, sort of like his own much weaker version of Infinity that just shoves everything towards the ground. Beyond his curse techniques that he could take down an entire nation with alone, he's also shown S-tier hand-to-hand combat skills, proficiency with various curse tools, the ability to plan so well that he even has Sukuna working on his plan and following orders, and the power to survive being beheaded.
Domain expansion. Malevolent Shrine. Domain expansion.
infinite void. This is the inner world of limitless perception, contact. Every act in life is repeated infinitely over and over.
Coven of the Iron Mountain!
Domain expansion! Chimera Shadow Garden! Broaden it! The interpretation of the technique!
Lend me your ultimate power.
Domain expansion. Malevolent Shrine. Domain expansion. Malevolent Shrine.
In Jujutsu Kaisen, one of our big main villains is known as Kenjaku, and we recently described how powerful he is, but he actually has so many abilities that it was impossible to fit his domain expansion in that video, so here it is. Kenjaku's domain expansion is called Womb Profusion, and it summons a pillar of curses that seems to grow more and more upwards as the totem is filled with more and more screaming cursed spirits. Now, it's important to note that like Sukuna and Megumi, Kenjaku's domain is a barrierless domain, meaning when he uses it, it just appears in front of everybody and begins targeting them with its auto-hit attack, and the auto-hit for this domain appears to be a version of Uzumaki that can be endlessly fired towards opponents. For those who don't recall, Uzumaki is an imaginary cursed spirit that Geto could use as a funnel, spinning in all of his other curses through the center of Uzumaki and shooting them out like a high-powered curse energy blast of pure strength. But outside of the domain, these curses are pretty much used up immediately, so you can only imagine how annoying it is to restock on curses afterwards. In this domain, that requirement is null and void, and it's likely called Womb Profusion because of the endless supply of cursed spirits being born within this domain, all of which he's likely using to supply the curses for his endless Uzumakis. In Jujutsu Kaisen's manga, we saw as the cursed lawyer Higuruma Hiromi made his way to the battlefield of Yuji and actually managed to trap Sukuna in his domain expansion, since Sukuna can't use his own domain as a result of his battle with Gojo. And as Higuruma makes a big show of it, explaining everything to Sukuna like his crimes against humanity in Shibuya and how the domain works, Sukuna stands there unimpressed as he rolls his eyes and tells Higuruma to get on with it since he's already learned the rules of this domain when he was inside of Yuji, which might create a hole in their plan as they didn't realize that on a certain level, Sukuna will already be familiar with Higuruma's technique. Shocking everyone, Sukuna says that he only cares about Higuruma's Executioner Blade, which allows him to end anyone in one hit because it's something that the King of Curses wants to overcome even more so now because he has to do it without Mahoraga, and that's extra interesting. So Sukuna pleads guilty and Judge Man hands down the punishment, confiscating his cursed technique and granting our lawyer his flashy sword. However, as Takuma Ino, Kusakabe, and Yuji all go into rush on the king, Higuruma realizes that something is wrong as Sukuna uses his cursed technique, and they realize that if the person has a cursed tool, that gets confiscated instead, as this battle is about to get messy. In Jujutsu Kaisen, after the Gojo vs Sukuna battle, we saw as a lot of different things happen at once. However, for us, the most important thing to focus on is the return of our favorite Hikari Kinji, the Restless Gambler. When Hikari reappears in this arc, it's actually as Sukuna is starting to get serious as he's given a recreation of one of his artifacts from the Golden Age of Sorcery. As he's being given this, Uraume, his assistant and chef, who of course is also a special grade curse user as well, tries to join his master but is blocked off by Hikari's domain expansion. As the battle is unfolding on the ground between Higuruma, Yuji, and Sukuna, Hikari obviously hits jackpot in his domain, which is then instantly dispelled to allow him to keep the effect and battle in the sky above the others. But Uraume might actually be a bad matchup for him like Kashimo was, since in an instant Uraume blows a few ice particles from their hand and uses a technique called Dead Calm, which is known as the peak of ice jujutsu because it uses freezing cold cursed energy and not actual ice to freeze its targets. Now Uraume really thinks they did something when they break apart half of Hikari's body, but when it instantly grows back and he gets face grabbed through an entire building, Sukuna's faithful ally gets really pissed, and Hikari's superstar music just keeps on playing as the battle continues. In Jujutsu Kaisen, we've described how during the Culling Games arc of the manga, Megumi Fushiguro ends up in a battle against a man named Reggie after their negotiations fall apart, and we've gotten to the point where Megumi has had to use his domain expansion within a gym to give it an incomplete barrier. But because of this, when Reggie uses his domain counter Hollow Wicker Basket technique, Megumi's frogs go right through the barrier like it has no effect, as Reggie realizes that because Megumi's domain isn't actually complete, he doesn't have an auto hit attack for HWB to negate, meaning he's about to take all of Megumi's 120% enhanced attacks full force with no way to truly defend himself. We watch watches clones appear from the shadows and start beating the life out of Reggie, who finally realizes the one thing that he can do as he rips 2 receipts off of his body and they become massive cars that begin sinking into the dark waters of Megumi's domain. This is really effective because Reggie realizes that the entire black area is Megumi's shadow, and the weight of anything inside of it is something that Megumi also has to carry. So right now he's unable to move with 2 massive cars basically being stuck inside of his body. In the beginning of Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2, we saw as Gojo and Geto went on a mission to deliver Amanai Riko to Tengen so that they can complete a merger that would prevent him from evolving into a scary being. But there was another star plasma vessel out there that our characters were actually familiar to a small extent, and that would be Yuki Tsukumo, the woman you might remember from Todo's flashback all the way back in Season 1, or her appearance briefly to talk with Geto right before his complete fall from grace. Yuki talks of Tengen alone as the final battles are going in, and this is within a domain where Tengen can pretty much control everything within the space, at least in the background, giving them interesting places to talk like a bar or a movie theater. The most interesting thing about this whole conversation, besides finally getting more details on just what Tengen even is after all the mystery in Season 1, is how Tengen reveals that the star plasma vessels are able to hear the voices of other SPVs that have been absorbed by Tengen, allowing them to merge and become one. However, Tengen herself isn't able to hear these voices. When Tengen asks Yuki to tell her what they're saying, she says no because this is her way of keeping her responsible for the weight of all that karma over hundreds of years between vessels, but all in all, for some reason, I just find this extra creepy. In Jujutsu Kaisen, after Kenjaku gets America and various other countries to invade Japan and they attempt to capture our sorcerers, Yuji kicks a flashbang grenade that flies into a room he and his friends are in as he takes cover behind a couch and they open fire immediately on Takaba and Megumi. But while Takaba dances through the bullet storm with nothing actually hitting him, Megumi puts his hands together and summons his Shikigami to easily take care of these soldiers alongside Yuji as they handcuff the only survivor and ask him what exactly they're after, and are given a really brief rundown explaining how America wants cursed energy to be another energy source that fuels the country. Angel wonders why Japan hasn't done this since this is the only place where cursed energy is naturally occurring, and the soldier says that in Japan the Jujutsu HQ is too proud to take the lead in spreading cursed energy throughout the country, despite the fact that they pretty much control it. So that reluctance to share means it would really never catch on of the public anxiety as an everyday thing. However, in America, that's not really so much of a problem, since people will be using cursed energy like those people who go around with the Apple Vision Pro, just doing stuff to do stuff with it because it's neat, which really puts into perspective just how dangerous this is. But Yuji still wants to at least save all of the soldiers so that cursed energy doesn't get sent towards Kenjaku's merger, so the story continues. In Jujutsu Kaisen, as Megumi gets his body taken over by Sukuna and his sister's body gets taken over by another ancient curse user, the two do battle with a marriage on the line as Yorozu swears that by winning, she'll get Sukuna to finally fall in love with her. But even though she's transformed into her massive bug-armored form, she's still no match for Sukuna in Megumi's body, who has access to his Shikigami, so as Sukuna uses Megumi's piercing ox to keep pushing her back, he confuses Yorozu by summoning the rabbit swarm, which really isn't all that different from how Megumi usually uses it, besides maybe just how many there are and the fact that Sukunas don't know Kung Fu, but she screams, "Where are you hiding?" not realizing that it's definitely not a good thing that she can't see him, as Sukuna uses the technique that lets him pretty much infinitely double jump into the sky, and he puts his hands together to summon a massive version of Megumi's elephant that falls right out of the sky onto his sister and sends a massive shockwave across the entire arena. This completely destroys Yorozu's bug armor, but not giving up yet, she decides to try one final thing to get him to break, and that would be her domain expansion, 3-layered affliction, as she also summons a massive perfect spear, which is pretty much like her version of Gojo's purple, and this battle continues. In Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2, we saw Maki doing battle with Dagon and getting demolished by Jogo within 0.2 seconds. However, after this moment, Maki truly becomes one of the strongest characters in the series after a series of events that makes her far more like Toji. This starts when her sister Mai dies during the Zenin family arc, because when twins are born in JJK, even if one has a heavenly restriction like Maki does, they always have a little cursed energy because of their link to their twin. When Mai dies, she takes the rest of Maki's cursed energy, giving her absolutely zero energy just like Toji, which as a trade-off dramatically raises all of her stats and puts her at near special grade immediately. But she isn't done growing yet, because after getting into a battle with her cousin Naoya, Maki stumbles into a battle between two ancient sorcerers and actually gets sent into one of their domains, where without words during a sumo match, the sorcerer pretty much explains to Maki how much of her talent she's wasting and what her mentality needs to be if she truly means to be the strongest. Through embracing these teachings, Maki beats the sorcerer within his own domain and comes out with an entirely new outlook on life and her abilities as cursed spirit Naoya appears in front of her again, and their battle continues. In Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2, we got to see Nanami Kento going off during the Shibuya arc after getting really close to the character in Season 1 and the JJK Zero movie. However, unfortunately for him, he ends up coming across Maito, and this spells the end for our ratio sorcerer, or does it? After Nanami dies, Takuma Ino, who we've explained is Nanami's #1 fan and one of his closest friends, comes to Gojo and Shoko with a secret conversation explaining something that he learned during that fight in Shibuya, and we find out a little bit of what he had planned and what was going on at that time when we get into the final arc of the series and see everyone grouping up against Sukuna. While Yuji and Higuruma are keeping the King of Curses busy, the Shiesty sorcerer flies in from the sky and slams a weapon onto Sukuna's arm, and you should immediately recognize this as Nanami's cleaver, but it's not just the weapon itself that's back, because somehow through a process that we still don't quite understand yet, Ino and the others were able to install Nanami's curse technique into the blade, so with his curse technique still helping even now, it's like Nanami is still there in spirit. In the beginning of Jujutsu Kaisen, we saw Yuji meeting the principal of the school, but haven't seen him much over the course of the series beyond that when he's not leading our students to their best possible futures. However, because of the events of the Shibuya arc, his very own future is going to be cut short. After Gojo is sealed, the higher-ups in Jujutsu Society make a power play and do a number of different things. However, one of the worst things they do is mark Principal Yaga for execution, as they say that he's the one who incited Gojo and Getzo to destroy Shibuya. But secretly, this is all just a play to learn how Yaga makes cursed dolls so lifelike, which is something that no one else could do, but could lead to a cursed army if that info is distracted. On a dark night all by himself, Yaga walks around the Jujutsu College campus and spots a sorcerer standing on top of a light pole who challenges him to a battle, telling him exactly what's going to happen here. But as Yaga prepares, he realizes that this guy is just there to watch, as the other principal, Gakuganji, walks out with his guitar ready for battle, and we don't even get to see the fight, we just see how Yaga ends up after being torn apart. But in his final breath, he explains to Gakuganji how to make more creatures like Panda, but not as a way to help him, it's meant as a way to curse him with information no one will ever rest for, as Panda arrives and cries for the death of his father. In JJK, we're finally witnessing an all-out battle between Yuta, Akotsu, and Sukuna as Yuta uses his domain expansion, and it's finally time to see him go off. The newest chapter of JJK starts with Sukuna realizing that his domain expansion and reverse curse technique haven't returned to their full power yet, so he's stuck dealing with these sorcerers for now. Yuta plucks a few of his own hairs and sends them flying at Sukuna as they turn into little Rikas, Shikigamis, and swarm around him annoyingly, as Yuta thinks to himself that even he doesn't know what curse technique is in which sword before he picks it up. However, there's an unlimited amount of swords inside of the domain, meaning there's likely multiple copies of each technique stored inside that he can use to go to town on Sukuna, and that's exactly what he does as he uses Inumaki's cursed speech to force Sukuna to stop moving before hitting him with a sword filled with Uro's thin icebreaker technique that sends Sukuna flying across the domain and into Rika's fist that slam him into the ground. The entire time, Sukuna is wondering just how they improved so much in the last month or so, but after an amazing combo attack by Yuta, Rika, and Yuji, our copy sorcerer finally finds the one sword he'd be looking for the most when Yuta swings his sword at the King of Curses, and the king realizes he's been hit with his own curse technique. In JJK 250, the newest chapter, we see Yuji and Yuta going ham on Sukuna for most of the chapter, but we actually learn something really interesting about Yuji and his plan here, as we start to see the first hints on how this battle might come to an end. You see, Yuji's new arms aren't just for show, and we've explained how Yuji can now directly target Sukuna's soul with his punches to try and break it down bit by bit. But in this chapter, Yuji actually takes a different approach, and instead of targeting Sukuna's soul directly, he is attacking the area in between Megumi and Sukuna's soul to lessen the king's control over Megumi's body and hopefully reverse the effects of Sukuna's bath. Now, we could go into detail on the bath ritual, but basically Megumi is in the lost place and he's asleep, buried deep beneath the waves of Sukuna's ocean. But every time that Yuji hits Sukuna, Megumi's soul shakes a bit as he begins to wake up more and more, and this weakens Sukuna and starts to bring him closer to their level. This really might be the ultimate technique to defeat Sukuna, but there's actually a big problem with Yuji's plan that we'll explain next. In Jujutsu Kaisen chapter 250, we've explained what Yuji's plan is to free Megumi's body from Sukuna. However, no matter how hard he tries, there might be a reason that we've already learned from the series why Yuji actually won't be able to save his best friend. However, let's say Yuji's plan works and he wakes Megumi up, giving him control over his own body. Well, the issue here is that during the battle between Gojo and Sukuna, every time that Mahoraga had to adapt to something, Sukuna placed all of that mental burden on Megumi's soul, basically doing damage to it over time. This wouldn't be so bad on its own, but the worst thing that Sukuna did when he was in Megumi's body was also during the battle against Gojo, when Gojo uses his infinite void on Sukuna and literally almost shatters his brain, but we find out that what actually happened was that Sukuna made Megumi take the full burden from Gojo's domain expansion, meaning the infinite information actually flowed into his head instead for the most part, despite Sukuna getting a little taste of it. That little taste was enough to leave him stunned for quite some time, so it could be that if Megumi gets control over his body again, he won't have much of a brain left to control it with. But what if it's the opposite and he comes out like Edward Elric, knowing forbidden and secret information about the universe and curse energy that he uses to win them the battle? In Jujutsu Kaisen, during the final battle against Sukuna, we see him actually impressed by how much the sorcerers have grown in just a month's time since the end of the Culling Games. However, when he asks them how they did it, Yuji tries lying, saying hard work and perseverance, while Yuta just comes out with the truth and says they cheated. And this line about them cheating has the entire fandom wondering just what they did, to the point where some really interesting theories have come forth. First off, some have speculated that Yuta and Yuji have just been buffed by Urahime, who did the same for Gojo, but others think something more interesting is going on here, with the theory that they somehow abused the time inside of that 1 month in one of two ways. First, they could have used the domain expansion of the sumo wrestling curse user, which allows time on the inside to move much faster than the outside, allowing the people trapped within to do 1,000 sumo matches and train in what is just a few minutes on the outside. Apart from that, our sorcerers also have the prison realm and the ability to let people in and out of it, which Akari himself said could be used as a time machine. So could our characters have trained inside of there? And if so, what surprises are they gonna show us? In Jujutsu Kaisen, during the final battle against Sukuna, we see him actually impressed by how much the sorcerers have grown in just a month's time since the end of the Culling Games. However, when he asks them how they did it, Yuji tries lying, saying hard work and perseverance, while Yuta just comes out with the truth and says they cheated. And this line about them cheating has the entire fandom wondering just what they did, to the point where some really interesting theories have come forth. First off, some have speculated that Yuta and Yuji have just been buffed by Urahime, who did the same for Gojo, but others think something more interesting is going on here, with the theory that they somehow abused the time inside of that 1 month in one of two ways. First, they could have used the domain expansion of the sumo wrestling curse user, which allows time on the inside to move much faster than the outside, allowing the people trapped within to do 1,000 sumo matches and train in what is just a few minutes on the outside. Apart from that, our sorcerers also have the prison realm and the ability to let people in and out of it, which Akari himself said could be used as a time machine. So could our characters have trained inside of there? And if so, what surprises are they gonna show us? In Jujutsu Kaisen, we know that the character Maki has no cursed energy, and because of this, it is impossible for her to have her own cursed technique or use any form of Jujutsu. But let's go into the realm of theory crafting, using the information that Mahito could have probably given Maki the ability to use cursed energy while keeping the benefits of her heavenly restriction. What would Maki's cursed technique be like? Well, in my opinion, the best cursed technique for Maki would be called Spectral Arsenal, and using this ability, Maki would be able to create items just like her sister Mai can, but instead of creating individual bullets, Maki would be able to recreate any weapon or cursed tool that she's mastered over the course of her career as a sorcerer. These weapons would be made of cursed energy, so it's like a cool blue version of the actual thing, but the best benefit of all of these weapons is their ability to pass through any non-living matter, making her attacks extremely hard to dodge and making her really effective at rushing opponents down with her extreme strength and speed. I can just imagine Maki running around like Noctis with her very own weapon wheel, but now that we've given her a cursed technique, let's talk about her domain expansion. In Jujutsu Kaisen, after Maki comes out of a training session with an ancient sorcerer whose domain let them have 1,000 sumo matches in just a few seconds for everyone on the outside world, she comes out completely changed into a new person, as she's never been more confident in herself or her abilities. But seeing this and being enraged, Curse Spirit Naoya flies up into the sky and starts picking up speed, as it's obvious he's about to destroy the whole countryside in an attempt to crash right into her and end this battle. The issue is that every time Naoya tries to crash into Maki, she somehow dodges him, despite the fact that his speed should be impossible to react to, as Maki runs across the rooftops and allows Naoya to destroy an entire section of the city trying to go after her before she finds the perfect moment to strike. Maki jumps off the top of a building, putting her arms out and making herself an easy target, because she says that she's been happy all this time, finally being like everyone else who can see cursed spirits. But now she's striving for something better, and to reach it, she has to take risks. But as Naoya heads towards her again, she punches him right back down towards earth with a giant smile on her face as she lands in front of him and kicks his top half off, revealing the true body of Naoya inside as he finally summons his domain expansion. In Jujutsu Kaisen, as Yuki Tsukumo, the only remaining star plasma vessel and all-around hottie, sits to have a conversation with Tengen, their peace is interrupted as Kenjaku makes his way into the star corridor and a desperate battle begins. But before Yuki is able to step into battle, Choso, Yuji Itadori's blood brother, steps in and says that he wants to be the first one to face Kenjaku, as this battle between them is a personal one. If you don't recall, Kenjaku is more or less Choso's parent as well as Yuji's, so this gives Choso the perfect opportunity to interview Kenjaku and learn what his plans are for Choso's precious brother. But it's also really fitting because Choso feels like he and his other brothers who aren't named Yuji were just thrown away by Kenjaku as failures, which is something the villain admits with a smile on his face. As the battle begins, we witness Choso using his piercing blood attack and narrowly missing Kenjaku, who summons a curse that Choso has to destroy by moving the beam away from the incarnation of evil. And in the chaos, Kenjaku throws a large stone tile at our friendly curse, but as Choso destroys it, he's met with Kenjaku face to face in a hand-to-hand brawl, and the battle continues. In Jujutsu Kaisen, we gave Maki her very own curse technique because I thought it would be fun, but now let's take it a step further and describe Maki's domain expansion, Armory of the Forsaken. When Maki activates her domain expansion, she'd send her and her opponent into her very own version of the Zenin armory, since that's one of the only things she ever valued about her family. But it would appear as a massive armory on a beach, like the one we see in her mind when Mai dies. Within the domain, Maki would be able to use her Spectral Arsenal curse technique to continue to summon curse energy versions of weapons, but in the domain, she has access to any curse tool that she's seen, even if she hasn't used it herself. For the auto hit attack, the opponent is continually being attacked by different weapons that are floating around the domain that Maki can control with her mind, so it feels like the opponent is fighting Maki in the armory itself. But I think there's still a way of making this domain even cooler, so let's take the sand from the beach and actually have it constantly shift under the feet of the opponent, so they're always losing their footing as they try to fight back or run away. This is the sort of domain that would actually have taken out a lot of curses in the series, but now that we're done with Maki, let's go for Toji. In Jujutsu Kaisen, after Higuruma uses his domain expansion on Sukuna and it doesn't confiscate his curse technique, at first it seems like he's screwed. However, Kusakabe comes in and uses a simple domain to save him from the worst of Sukuna's attack, as Kusakabe really intellectually breaks down all of Sukuna's possible moves, to the point where we really need to make a short just on Kusakabe's analysis. But from here, Higuruma takes advantage of everyone trying to corner Sukuna to get a swipe in with his executioner blade that narrowly misses and only catches a few hairs. The entire time that Higuruma is around, Sukuna smiles like he's having the funnest time ever, narrowly avoiding death over and over again, as he throws Higuruma through multiple buildings and challenges the other sorcerers to keep up with his speed if they want to defend their friend. From here, we flash back to before the battle, where Yuji asks Higuruma if he's planning on dying during this final battle, and Higuruma agrees, saying that yeah, he is planning on fulfilling his role in dying to finally face punishment for all the wrongs that he's done. However, as we cut back over to the present, we see that Higuruma is standing strong in front of Sukuna and impressing the King of Curses, who says that Higuruma is the one man who has natural talent equal to Gojo, as the battle continues. In Jujutsu Kaisen, Toji Fushiguro is completely incapable of having a curse technique because of his heavenly restriction, but we already gave one to Maki anyway, so what would Toji's be like? For Toji, I think that the perfect curse technique for him would be what I like to call Void Edge, and using this technique, Toji will be able to negate or absorb curse energy from attacks or anything that's directly near his body. If he chooses to negate, he basically creates a zone around him where curse techniques no longer work. But when he absorbs the energy instead, he can transform it into raw physical power to boost himself. This isn't where it ends, because with a name like Void Edge, you'd have to have a little sauce, so this technique also allows Toji to take this stolen cursed energy and release it as a blast that takes the same shape of whatever he used to release it. Like for instance, if he used a sword, the blast would be sharp and have cutting properties, but if he used his palm, he could send you flying instead. I feel like this technique perfectly expresses Toji's will to surpass every sorcerer and discredit them, but now let's talk about Toji's possible domain expansion. Right now in Jujutsu Kaisen, there's one character that stands above the rest when it comes to making this manga exciting, and it's the character many of us have been hoping to see cook ever since the beginning of the series, Yuta Okkotsu. Right now, Yuta is proving that he's one of the most powerful characters in the series, and here's why. First off, we know that Yuta has practically infinite curse energy reserves that he can call on for his curse technique copy. Copy allows Yuta to copy other people's curse techniques, but honestly, I think it's probably a little broader than that, because somehow it even let him create a copy of Rika after he exorcised her. But I guess that's not too hard to believe since he created her in the first place. Yuta is strong enough to not only keep up with Sukuna, but his perception is good enough that he can literally see Sukuna's slashes like some of our other characters. And when he gets serious, he's able to use his domain expansion, which traps opponents in a realm full of swords that represent all of the curse techniques he's copied, that he can use in an unlimited blade work style showcase of just what exactly Jujutsu is capable of. And did I mention that within his domain, he can still use copied curse techniques of his own body as well, so he can use curse speech while hitting you with a hollow purple sword, and that makes this the coolest guy ever. In Jujutsu Kaisen, we've explained the battle happening between Megumi and his sister because Sukuna and a sorcerer named Yorozu have taken over their bodies for an epic battle. And we finally reached the point where Yorozu has used her domain expansion to even summon her legendary True Spear, which is a perfect spear made from her cursed energy that has infinite pressure on all sides, so it pretty much erases anything that it touches. As she traps Sukuna in her domain of this thing, she's excited because she wants nothing more for him to use his domain, which is what she's been after this entire time. However, she's shocked when Sukuna lifts his hands and the wheel that's been stuck on his back falls through his shadow into the outside of the domain when it lands on the back of Mahoraga, who Sukuna had already summoned. Mahoraga easily uses its positive energy blade to shatter Yorozu's entire domain and her perfect spear, and once everything is said and done, we see the beast slice right through Yorozu, putting an end to this battle, as she smiles that Sukuna knew so much about her ability and offers him a cursed tool that she wants him to use as if it were her. But inside of Sukuna's soul, Megumi Fushiguro cries himself into an eternal slumber, as Sukuna's control over him is 100% complete. In Jujutsu Kaisen, we gave Toji a curse technique just because, but now it's time to talk about his domain expansion. Toji's domain is called Sanctuary of Nothing, and within the domain we see a pitch black area that at first seems like it isn't doing anything at all. However, the auto hit attack of the domain is constant curse energy absorption. That only accelerates if the opponent uses curse energy in any way, with the rate of absorption speeding up to completely disrupt any technique they try to use. This curse energy swirls into a vortex that can be seen behind Toji at any given moment, and of course using Void Edge, he can either absorb this energy into his body to give himself massive boost in his physical capability, or more interestingly, he can convert it into raw energy blasts of pure kinetic power. Within this domain, the irony is that the stronger the opponent is, the easier it is for Toji to deal with them, as their power becomes his own, truly allowing him to spit in the face of the highest members of Jujutsu society as he looks down on them as the useless nothings they turn into when you take their little powers away. Do you think there's any way to improve Toji's domain? And now that we've given Maki and Toji curse techniques and domain expansions, who should we make one for next?